They're coming. They're coming your way. They'll be here soon. Will you be ready?
If there were a bimbofication equivalent to turning a normal, otherwise innocent piece of media into a creepypasta horror story, I would call it pastification. A seemingly harmless piece of media that somehow turned into some awkward horror story about someone's suicide, or how it's possessed by a vengeful spirit or something like that. It happens all the time, but the one pastification I never really thought would happen is with Super Mario 64. Well, I mean, I've seen a ton of it before in the past when I was a kid and I read creepypastas all the time. I mean, they were everywhere, but in the year 2020? Like, that stuff is still popular? Yeah, over the summer, someone on 4chan posted an iceberg on Mario 64 and the many obscure details of it. Many of the details anyone can point out and say, oh yeah, I know about that. But some other parts of the iceberg were far more obscure or downright horrifying. It's where the meme "every copy of Mario 64 is personalized" came from. It's actually not one of the worst creepypasta-esque stories I've read, and with the contributions of some key YouTubers, it would make you think that maybe what this post is saying is true. Hell, I'd roughly say 90% of this iceberg is in fact true, albeit in a vague way. And if you want to know what I mean by that, just check out the video by this young man right here, who I can't remember his name, but I remember his video, and it was incredibly fascinating and very entertaining, so please give him some love. It'll be in the description down below. Yet as interesting or downright silly as some of these are, there's something I personally couldn't get out of my mind, and that is simply this. Mario 64 was always scary, either unintentionally or purposely. Mario 64 has a cavalcade of horror lurking beneath its kid-friendly exterior. I believe it has to do with two reasons. Number one, the graphics. The game's looks have not aged well, and it's because of its low textures and jagged appearance that makes it seem a bit uncanny. I might be speaking personally here, but when I saw that scary eel monster from Jolly Roger Bay again in Super Mario Odyssey, I really wasn't as spooked as I was when I was a kid. It's most likely because now I'm an adult, and looking back at my childhood fears still gives me shivers, but really, compare the two. The one in 64 is so much worse than the HD revision. I mean, sure, I'm not saying it's not scary, but to me personally, the newer version just looks so detailed and kinda cool that it pales in comparison to the older one. This one just has this air of weird and disturbing qualities about it. It's not just Mario 64 either. Look back at any old games you used to play. Don't some of these look way scarier back then as opposed to now? Have you guys ever stumbled upon a weird glitch in a modern video game that make the characters look low poly or low res and super creepy? It's something about the way they look, the way they move. It's all sort of unnerving and strange. Again, it could be due to childhood fears playing into our biases, but it can't be denied that low poly textures can be really disturbing. The game studio Puppet Combo recognizes this and uses it to their advantage. It's why their games are so horrifying. They use this niche trope to their advantage by mimicking old school graphics into modern takes of horror, but I'm getting off track here. The second reason why Mario 64 was terrifying to us kids is simply because it was our first time exploring a 3D space. Imagine how much of a mindfuck that is, to go from going left to right to explore literally wherever we want. Which can lead to some of us discovering fears we'd otherwise never would have, from diving into deep dark oceans with terrifying sea creatures to exploring haunted mansions full of ghosts and monsters. Mario 64 gave us the opportunity to go anywhere and fear everything. Seriously, how many of you were scared of the ocean after playing Mario 64 as a kid? How many of you were terrified of sinking into quicksand? A lot of these things might have been totally innocent to the developers of the game at the time, but these things really scared a lot of us to death. I knew some people who were terrified of pianos of all things after playing Mario 64. Even when revisiting this game, as I'm sure many of you are, what with the release of the Super Mario 3D All-Stars collection, there's some things you can still find unsettling. Nowadays, people are talking about wet, dry worlds, haunting background, negative aura, emotion thing, whatever. It's really just a photo of Caceres, a little town located in Spain, but something's just off about this background. To me, it was always the juxtaposition of Mario's colorful, wacky world side by side with this very real city, with its cold, eerie blue washing over the town, almost making it seem submerged. Then you realize, wait, the town is submerged. The people who lived here are long gone by now. The buildings are all empty. How long has it been this way? What caused it to be submerged? Did everyone just forget about it? Did everyone really escape? What if there are still bodies in those buildings? The unfortunate souls that could just never escape in time. Are they forgotten too? Forever underwater in this forgotten city? These are real thoughts I had as a kid, by the way. This is the thoughts I had when I saw Wet Dry World's background. It's the little things that add up and make you scared. The small, almost innocuous details that the devs glazed over still haunt many people to this day. Then there's this stuff that makes you think, wait, did the devs actually intend to creep us out? For example, did you know that a strange laugh can be heard before you enter Boo's mansion in Big Boo's haunt? Seriously, take a listen. It's creepy, right? Most of you would assume that it's just Boo's laughter, but that's not how a Boo's laugh sounds like. It sounds like this. We already know the secret behind Boo's laugh, which is essentially Bowser's laugh just sped up. But if that's the case, then whose laughter is this? It's not King Boo, because he laughs just like any other Boo. It can't even be explained as to how it activates. It just randomly happens sometimes. So if you ever want to try this out in Mario 3D All-Stars, do try and let me know what your results are. Speaking of Bowser though, did anyone else hate dying in Mario 64? Not just because it was annoying to start the whole level again, but because it was just, well, kind of creepy. It's not like nowadays where Mario just dies like he just stubbed his toe or something. Mario legitimately dies. You can see X's in his eyes when he's killed. The way he sinks into the sand always fucking terrified me. And drowning? Jesus Christ, why did they ever depict him drowning so realistically? I even mentioned this in the previous Traumathon when I was talking about water levels being just horrifying, and this is one of the reasons. To be fair though, a lot of games did this whole drowning thing, though I'll have a whole video dedicated to that soon. And of course, who can forget Bowser's terrifying laugh and that scary Bowser symbol that fades everything to black, and when you get a game over, you get this real creepy red error screen with that really slowed down, super creepy game over music. Thankfully, it doesn't last very long and just sort of fades away as Mario's Viagra kicks in. Let's not forget the infinite staircase also. I mean, Christ, I really don't think I have anything to say that everybody's already said thus far. There's a ton more eerie details that Mario 64 has that I'm sure I've missed, and in a way, this game really was personalized for everyone. What you might have found scary in Mario 64 might have been totally fine for others and vice versa. Everyone had their own unique experience. Some of us can bond over certain things while others will just roll their eyes and just say, it's just a video game, there's nothing scary about it. The tradition of Mario being a scary game though doesn't end here, as that tradition has carried on. Mario Sunshine still harbors some terrifying stuff itself. Remember that huge eel that was just sunken down in the very depths of the ocean that's like so dark and horrifying you gotta clean his teeth? Like, fuck that. And Galaxy, I'm sure, has its own list of horrifying encounters and Easter eggs, but if I talk about every single detail that every Mario game has that's creepy, I might just be here for a very long time. Let me know what you guys think. Is there anything in particular I missed that scared you in Mario 64? Maybe other Mario games that had certain elements that made you shiver? Or maybe there's something you know that most of us don't. Something that lurks even deeper within the Mario games. Something that can't be explained or otherwise could never be seen. For a lot of kids nowadays, the introduction to horror is plentiful. You got games that are just safe enough to be parent approved, TV shows that can be easily accessed online at any time, and most horror movies nowadays are PG-13, and even if it were a rated R movie, then kids nowadays can just wait a month or two, and then they'll just be back up on HBO or Netflix or Hulu or whatever service that you pay. Pick your poison, there's like 50 of them. Really, anyone can watch any horror film they want. But back in the 80s and 90s, when most horror films were made exclusively for adults, and parents thinking games were the product of Satan, it was a lot more difficult to get your hands on spooky stuff as a kid. That is until 1993, when here in the States, a book series swept the nation with its unique approach to horror, that being horror aimed directly at children, Goosebumps. It was an interesting take on the way horror was produced because at this point in the early 90s and late 80s, kids weren't really allowed to watch any horror movies whatsoever. A lot of them were rated R. We had to just sneak into theaters to watch some of the scary stuff adults kept talking about, like Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, and a slew of other classic horror films that were in the theaters at the time. And like I said, back then horror films were often rated R, so for a lot of us, it was our first time seeing naked girls and a ton of gore. Yeah, it was cool, but maybe a little too much for some more fragile minds. Enter R.L. Stines, a novelist who at the time was known for making children's literature and worked on a few Nickelodeon projects. Before working on Goosebumps, R.L. Stine showed his love for horror through a different series of books he called the Fear Street books, aimed for a younger audience and a much less talked about series. His love for horror and his writing talent would then soar to greater heights when Scholastic and Parachute Press decided to collaborate and launch R.L. Stine's Goosebumps series in 1992. The book was a massive hit amongst kids. You know, back when kids actually read books. No, seriously, the 90s was the last time you'd see books get commercials on TV, and boy, they must have worked really well, because they made R.L. Stines a household name seemingly overnight. Although as effective as I'm sure these ads were, a lot of the credit in Goosebumps' success has to go to the legendary cover artist Tim Jacobus. His Goosebumps art was incredible, and more so than that, eye-catching. I know we're not supposed to judge a book by its cover, but damn, when your covers look as cool and as interesting as this, oh, you can't help but be interested. That's not to discredit Mr. Stine's writing. The man was a master of cliffhangers and twist endings. It's what made his books such page turners. You really couldn't just stop reading these things, and there were dozens of them. From 1992 to 1997, R.L. Stines had published 62 Goosebumps books, each of them as memorable as the last. Well, okay, maybe not too memorable. Yeah, actually reading back on some of these, they can be kind of cheesy and a little goofy at times. I mean, keep in mind, this isn't horror made for us, and by us I mean the general demographic of 18 to 30 year olds. I mean this was made for kids ages 7 and up, so of course most of the horror was dialed back to meet the expectations of children. Nowadays, I'd argue your average kid is desensitized to a lot of this stuff, like scary dolls coming to life. That's nothing. Have you ever seen Freddy fucking Fazbear? That dude is a zombie robot thing that'll just stuff your mangled body into an animatronic while you're still alive. Like honestly, if some of these kids just went back in time and saw some of the shit that we were into, they laugh at us and just call us dweebs. But of course, as scary as the books were, we can't ignore the absolute classic television series that is Goosebumps. Airing first in 1995 and ending in 1998, Goosebumps brought almost every book to life, as well as having their own ideas, making each one just an episode long. Now, you might think that half an hour might be too short to really capture every nuanced thing that made the original book it's basing itself on scary, and yeah, you'd be right. I mean, these books are short, don't get me wrong, they're all averaging around 120 pages each, which could be read by most people in about a day or two, but 120 pages condensed to 24 minutes? Well, I mean, hopefully that doesn't lead into anything awkward, right? Yeah, needless to say, the show was just about as cheesy as the books. Even for the 90s, this stuff was corny. Keep in mind, the 90s was a turning point in kids' media in general. It wasn't just Goosebumps changing the way horror was being made, but stuff like Mortal Kombat was changing the way we viewed video games. WWE was changing the way we viewed wrestling. The Simpsons changed the way we viewed cartoons, and a slew of other things made this otherwise violent content more available to kids. And when Goosebumps was coming out as a TV show, well, it was entering a bold new world, but also needed to be kid-friendly enough for mom and dads to be satisfied with. Still, I won't say the show wasn't scary. I actually really liked the episode titled The Haunted Mask, which was about, well, a haunted mask, and I think most people actually really enjoyed that episode. I think the mask is still very creepy, but the part where she tries to get it off her and she's just freaking out, noticing that part of her body is basically just becoming the mask, telling everyone that she's not herself anymore, and she slowly begins to transform into this horrible creature. I mean, that's just classic horror. And of course, how can you mention this episode without mentioning the absolute freaky scene where she visits the mask maker and there's just a bunch of floating masks and they have this distorted voice and they're just like begging her to join them, and it's so terrifying. It's still vivid in my memory to this day. I mean, have a look. Other than that though, with the limited time each episode had to work with, give or take around extra 20 minutes if you're special enough, I think the show worked well for a sort of baby's first horror, if you will. Need I remind you that this stuff wasn't made for us. It was made for a new kind of horror audience, a much younger demographic. And while that doesn't excuse it for being bad or being totally cheesy, it was a one-of-a-kind experience. But that's not to say that adults like us can't enjoy Goosebumps. It is a very well-written show, and again, R.L. Stines is a very talented writer who knows what he's doing when it comes to the twists and turns, and there's still some spooky stuff that even us as adults can find totally eerie. They're a lot of fun, regardless of who they're made for. And I feel like that speaks in volumes of R.L. Stine's writing. It was like the Twilight Zone for us back then, except in color and not as boring. Nowadays, R.L. Stine still makes horror for a younger audience with his latest series called The Haunting Hour, hitting TV around 2014. And of course, we can't forget the recent Goosebumps movies that have been coming out in the past couple of years, featuring Jack Black as, of course, R.L. Stines. Although I am a bit sad to say that Tim Jacobus's art has been replaced with newer iterations of the book's publishing, and I gotta say, I'm really not feeling it. They're just too colorful and they just sort of lack that creepiness that made the old covers classic. Now they're just sort of modernized and not in the best way. Not that they're bad or anything, they're just not the first images that come to my head when I think horror, let alone Goosebumps. Oh well, book covers might have changed, but the stories are still there. The show is still there. Here's to the man who got me into horror. May he continue to show everyone just what it means to get goosebumps.
Have a scary day, everyone.
This one might seem new to most of you, unless of course you're Hispanic and grew up in a Hispanic household just like me. See, back in the 90s and the 2000s, there was this massive show called Sábado Gigante that aired on Univision, a Latin American channel that hosted everything from drama to news to daytime talk shows, movies. Yeah, it was great. For my mom and dad, at least.
Pruébala. Es cocaína.
Yeah, even though I speak Spanish, I didn't really like what Univision used to air. Hell, I bet I still wouldn't like if I saw what they aired still. It's all just adult stuff, I used to think. Cartoon Network was still the channel for me, a growing, healthy kid. Though as much as I really didn't care for Univision, Sábado Gigante, or Gigantic Saturday, was a show I actually really didn't mind watching. There's just sort of a comforting nostalgia when I think back at Sábado Gigante, because I remember those calm Saturday nights, sitting close to everyone on the couch or on the floor. My entire family would gather together, get some food or snacks, and watch this 4-hour long show. Yeah, you heard it right. 4 hours long. What the hell could they be doing for 4 hours? And what the hell is this show doing on Traumathon? Well, to answer your first question, Sábado Gigante was a sort of variety show that pretty much had everything. Hence the phrase, variety show. It had drama, it had comedy, contests, beauty pageants, lie detector tests, live concerts. I mean, Christ, you name it and they had it, and it was all presented by the legendary Don Francisco. It was a real melting pot of a show. Think of it like the Maury Povich Show meets Saturday Night Live meets Ellen DeGeneres meets Oprah meets America's Got Talent. Never mind. You really can't compare Sábado Gigante with anything, maybe except the massive party contained on TV. It was a unique experience that sadly got cancelled in 2015. Although, as much as I enjoyed it, there was that one part of the show that I really hated. If you were a small little Mexican boy or girl at the time, then you'll know exactly who I'm talking about. Yeah, that's right. That slimy, ugly, trumpet-blowing creep El Chacal, or in English, the Jackal. See, towards the end of the show, they'd have a singing contest where contestants tried their best to impress the audience with whatever talent in singing they had. Although, let's be honest, most of these people were probably drunk or just wanted an excuse to be on TV, so 9 times out of 10 they'd pretty much fail instantly. What makes it worse is that El Chacal acted as a heckler and tried to intimidate, distract, or straight up harass the guests. Well, I mean, Don Francisco also tried to distract the guests by wearing stupid hats, which I guess is distracting, but he was more motivational than he was a massive prick like El Chacal. El Chacal would then blow on his trumpet and eliminate the guest, and I swear sometimes he just did it because he just didn't like the people. No, not because of the fact that they were bad at singing, but because there were just something about them that he just didn't like. I'm telling you, this asshole scared the shit out of me as a kid, and I really can't tell you why. It's something about his ghost-like appearance, his weird smile, his creepy attitude, and honestly, just for the fact that he was just a huge cunt. Sometimes he'd just blow his horn so early, the guests barely even had a chance. I was told by my family that sometimes El Chacal would come and get me and feed me to the lions if I didn't behave. Oh, which, by the way, that is something they did sometimes. Yes, that lion scared the shit out of me too as a kid. My family told me when El Chacal blows his horn, the contestants are thrown into the lion's pit and mauled to death. What makes it worse is that they'd throw out a goofy skeleton to play up the shtick that the lion really killed him. Okay, obviously he didn't. But I was a dumb little 6-year-old. I really believe they kill the contestants off screen and rip their flesh and organs out. I mean, I didn't think the lion was real for God's sake or anything like that. I just thought that he was a murderer, which, to be fair, is 10 times scarier than if he were just a lion. I mean, seriously, think about it. What's scarier, a man dressed up as a lion who murders you or an actual lion? I thought the fucking former was way scarier. I'd sometimes have nightmares of this guy coming into my dreams just to harass me and tease me before he got bored and straight up murdered me. I fucking hated this guy. I swear I cried multiple times just at the sight of this stupid fucking freak. I hate him. And I'm glad to know I'm not alone on that either. I'm seeing a lot of comments nowadays saying how much they were scared of El Chacal as a kid, which makes me feel a lot better. That doesn't change the past, and frankly, I'm glad this motherfucking show got cancelled. Anything to get this stupid asshole off the air. Fuck you, El Chacal. For some reason, gaming culture seems to attract a lot of outlandish and creepy theories. This is pretty recent, as with the rise of social media makes it easier for all of us to just throw out ideas like whether or not we killed Gary's Raticate in Pokemon Red or Blue, or if every Nintendo franchise somehow takes place in the same universe, you know, stuff like that. Then there's the theories that are made simply because the story itself necessitates it. Classic examples, of course, being Five Nights at Freddy's and Dark Souls. It's weird to compare the two, I know, but these are both games that don't really talk too much about their stories, but have a ton of clues scattered throughout their worlds to give you a glimpse into a much deeper lore that hides beneath. Theories are fun, if not sometimes stupid. Either way, I never really read a theory that's ever put me in a sour mood or got me so mad that I needed to rant about it, because in the end, we're talking about video games. It's harmless in the end. Okay. This is the part where about like 300 people message me in the comments below about a theory that'll get me mad, like some SJW bullshit. I don't care about that. Listen, my point is, these theories make you think and seldom ever have any truth behind them, making us freely express ourselves to the fullest potential. Yet as creative and silly as many of these are, sometimes they hit so close to the truth that it's hard to imagine they'd be wrong. One such theory is the Squall is dead theory, a theory seemingly revolving itself around Final Fantasy VIII's main character Squall, who, as the theory suggests, met his tragic end halfway through the game as Ultimecia impaled Squall at the end of Disc 1. The theory goes that this fatal blow to Squall's chest ended up killing him instantly. If not that, then the fall did. Everything after Disc 1 is allegedly just a dream. One thing that helps prove this theory is Squall's wound being healed fully, as if he were never stabbed in the first place. Other evidence includes the inclusion of a new, never-before-seen being known as the Moombas, seemingly just coming out of nowhere. One of the other, more creepier evidence of this being the case is during the cutscene where Squall and Rinoa are sharing a beautiful moment together towards the end of the game. As a shooting star passes by, Rinoa points at it to Squall, and the two embrace lovingly. Yet, in this cutscene, we can see a different perspective. Rinoa, at the very same balcony, pointing at the same star in the sky, can just be seen alone on that balcony. No one is there with her. It could be argued that Squall is just out of frame, but it's hard to say, as the camera eventually just dies. Yet, it's important to note that Squall was never caught on camera previously as this cutscene went on. But then comes this real kicker, the thing that almost solidifies this theory, which is the part where Squall is lost within the time compression after fighting Ultimecia. You explore around a little bit before you're given this strange psychedelic cutscene that makes Squall question who he is. This cutscene is supposed to illustrate time and space leaving Squall behind, but for some, it's an indicator of Squall losing his memories and his identity as he begins to slowly drift into the darkness that is eternal death. It's really a terrifying cutscene. Everything's so blurry. Rinoa begins to become this scary blob of nothingness, while some shots are repeated over and over again, illustrating this time loop that Squall is trapped in, this infinite spiral of memories and darkness. And then, as the cutscene reaches its climax, everything comes collapsing inwards and starts flashing different cutscenes prior as Rinoa starts to approach the camera over and over again, and she's way more distorted and indistinguishable. Until finally everything sort of snaps as Rinoa's spacesuit visor breaks, which is a haunting image, honestly. It sort of seems like she's been dead for years out in space, just floating there. It's really a haunting image, even if we take the Final Fantasy context out of it, just to be forever alone in space, nothing to see, nothing to do, dying slowly until your corpse eventually decays. Only it'd probably be super preserved, as there are no insects or microorganisms out there in space to eat your flesh, so you're just a pale body forever floating out there. Oh, and let's not forget the classic faceless Squall. Wow, that's really creepy. I actually only just started recently playing Final Fantasy VIII, well, recently as in like 8 or 7 years ago, but I always thought this image of Squall was some fan-made thing for a creepypasta or some other thing, but no, I mean, it's real. It's in the game, and it's just as haunting as ever. Probably even more so now that we know that the context is just Squall losing all sense of reality, time, space, and memories, and everything in between. Though if we were to take this theory that Squall is dead seriously, then this is the image of Squall finally coming to terms with his death as he realizes that his body is just an empty husk, soulless and rotting. It's a very haunting image, and if you were a kid playing this, as I'm sure most of us were, you probably really scared the shit out of yourself. It's also just a really intense cutscene. Like, you've never really seen this from anybody else other than Square Enix. And at the time, they were the pioneers of FMVs, or full motion videos. They would dedicate minutes, if not almost an hour, of gameplay time to just cutscenes, which, you know, during that time period, there were no cutscenes. At this point, it really felt like a movie. Nowadays, that's a negative thing, but back then people would really actually advertise how much of the gameplay is cutscenes, and people enjoyed that. I'm not sure why, but they did. Probably because it was such a new thing, and honestly, this cutscene still holds up. I mean, it is so weird, so experimental, so strange and horrifying. It really brings this sort of anxiety to you, this strange feeling in your gut that something's just wrong, something's just beyond comprehension. It is something so very haunting, and it stays with you for the rest of your life. But of course, now this is the part where I ruin everything, this theory is not true, which is unfortunate or very fortunate depending on how you see it. Yeah, it just had to be spoiled by the man who produced the game himself, Yoshinori Kitase. This was taken by a surprisingly interesting interview conducted by Kotaku, where he pretty much debunks a ton of other theories, such as Squall is dead and the fact that you could revive Aerith. Yet, it is interesting to note that while Kitase's plan was never to imply that Squall is dead, he does actually think the theory is really interesting, and he implies that he might even take that idea into consideration should he ever remake the game again. So while the theory is dead, no pun intended, it's still both fun and very terrifying to think about. And it's all enhanced by the wonderful cutscenes found in Final Fantasy VIII. And who knows, maybe in the future we might see an FF8 remake that'll include an alternate ending, one that I believe would enhance the story tenfold. This is the sound you hear when something's gone wrong. It's the sound all of us heard when the clouds were gray and the rain starts pouring heavily. Sometimes it's the sound we hear before we're told that someone's gone missing, or perhaps someday it'll be the sound we hear before the nukes drop. As scary as that scenario is, the EAS, or the Emergency Alert System, was built to warn us of either ongoing situations or emergencies that were going to occur. When I was a kid, I usually hear the EAS go off when I skipped school. See, back in the 90s and early 2000s, not a lot of people stayed home. Usually those who stayed home were kids ditching school, people who got injured at work, or house moms with nothing better to do. Obviously, this meant that this was the perfect time to test the EAS, and boy, did that ever make me regret skipping school. Why exactly did it even make that sound? What was the deal behind it? Well, interestingly enough, that horrible screech at the beginning of the alert is apparently digitized code called the digital header, and it's meant to communicate with the system what kind of threat they're in, what area it's affecting, and just how long the threat will last. The digital header is repeated 3 times in order for the system to catch any mistakes it might have made. The source of these broadcasts all come from different sources, yet once these sources find a reason to display a message and warn the people, it automates a message to that area affected. So, for example, one such source could be from the National Weather Service, and they suddenly find a tornado somewhere in, I don't know, North Carolina, Wake County. The system will then automate a message telling the EAS to make the message, then the EAS then screeches 3 times to make sure that the message is right, and well, basically, it just works the same way dial-up internet used to work back in the day. You know, when that was a thing. It's communicating back and forth between the source and the area. It's bad enough that I'm scared of tornadoes, but now I gotta listen to this banshee-like screech from a computer. And keep in mind, this sound is supposed to keep us safe and aware. Yeah, I'm aware alright, aware of the stains on my fucking underwear, asshole. Now of course, as horrifying as that sound is, nothing can compare to local access alerts, which is something a lot like emergency alert systems, only it was more local and was dealt with local authorities and anybody else who was currently in the position of power to alert the community. Local alert systems were soon replaced by emergency alert systems, but man, I feel for anybody who actually heard the local alert systems because these seem way more terrifying.
This is the 18th Wing Command Post. As of 1500 local, the 18th Wing Commander has declared tropical conditions storm watch for Okinawa.
Wow. Satan, is that you? You gotta keep in mind that even though the emergency alert system came out in 1997, local access alerts still helped everyone else that weren't affected by emergency alert systems. It didn't all come in at once. It had to be rolled out slowly, one by one in each city, and of course major cities had them first, as opposed to much smaller rural areas. But again, this sound worked largely in the same way emergency alert systems work. They're digital headers that told you info and communicated with the entire community what they needed to do in case of the emergency. Honestly, as fascinating as the digital header itself is, that never really stopped me from fearing what message the creepy voice had to say. It's always either a very muffled up man from nowhere telling you how you'll be dying this evening, or some robot with little to no empathy or remorse about however you're going to die. Pick your poison. Nowadays, I seldom ever hear this message on TV anymore, especially since, I don't really pay for TV. I think most of us don't. Although I still hear it, just on my cell phone. It's pretty much for the same reasons too. Bad weather, child gone missing, some other horrible disaster, and Jesus Christ, do kids go missing in North Carolina? Can I just mention that real quick? Like, while I was living there with my parents, oh god, as soon as I got my cell phone, that thing went off like every night about some other child going missing. What is with you people? What, is there a kids sale for Food Lion or something? Like what? Though it's not just to warn you of weather or missing kids, but it can also warn you of other disasters as well, though they're not as frequent. So I wouldn't worry about this sound being the last thing you hear anytime soon, though accidents can happen. As was shown in Hawaii one January morning in 2018, somehow the person who was supposed to test the emergency alert system accidentally clicked on the warn everyone that they're about to die from nuclear arms button. You know, a common mistake. Though it doesn't have to be an accidental thing, sometimes the EAS can just go off for fun. Like that one time someone hacked into the EAS and warned everyone that there was a zombie invasion.
Civil authorities in your area have reported that the bodies of the dead are rising from their graves and attacking the living. Follow the messages on screen that will be updated as information becomes available. Do not attempt to approach or apprehend these bodies as they are considered extremely dangerous.
Boy, I'd feel bad for any snot-nosed brat that skipped school that day. Probably thought that shit was real. But hey, let's not forget, America isn't the only country in the world shitting their pants over this shit. All across the globe, people hear different types of screeching noises from their own personal emergency alert system. Whether or not they work similarly to America's is really unknown to me, but if I had to hazard a guess, probably. Either way, they're just as scary, if not worse, than America's EAS. Let's take a listen to a few of them, shall we?
Hello, John Sluter again from the Bureau with the latest situation on...
On toggle. Do not be alarmed. You have just heard the important message signal of the public warning system. There are two other signals of the public warning system, namely the alarm and all clear signals. Signal is sounded when the threat is over and you can leave the shelter.
This is the Wartime Broadcasting Service. This country has been attacked with nuclear weapons. Communications have been severely disrupted, and the number of casualties and the extent of the damage are not yet known. We shall bring you further information as soon as possible. Meanwhile, stay tuned to this wavelength, stay calm, and stay in your own house. Remember, there's nothing to be gained by trying to get away. By leaving your homes, you could be exposing yourselves to greater danger. If you leave, you may find yourselves without food, without water, without accommodation, and without protection.
And of course, my absolute favorite one, the Russian EAS that just straight up flashes up and says "Warning" while this horrible noise is just blasting through your TV screen.
2 метра в секунду.
Внимание! Говорит Главное управление МЧС России по Ульяновской области. Проводится техническая проверка системы централизованного оповещения населения.
These are all pretty bad. And I was actually going to end off by showing you Japan's EAS, which I felt was the most relaxing and calmest way to tell you you're gonna die. But then I found out that they have an infinitely scarier one, and yeah, take a listen.
緊急地震速報です。強い揺れに警戒してください。緊急地震速報です。強い揺れに警戒してください。
緊急地震速報です。福島県、宮城県、山形県、
Holy crap. Well, whether it's a zombie apocalypse or someone's kid getting snatched up, one thing's for certain. This sound is among the scariest sounds we'll ever hear. And if I had to argue, it's not just because it sounds scary, but let's face it, the message that it can bring sometimes is twice as scary than whatever sound it can make. Sometimes on Traumathon, I like to keep it simple. Sure, we can talk about, I don't know, the history of a serialized novel, or maybe we can talk about the reasons why a national broadcast system sounds so scary, or we can just sit here with a thumb up our asses and just talk about some actual scary shit that just happened one time in a video game. And that's exactly what we're going to do today. See, back in the early 2000s, Scooby-Doo was a big thing, and don't ask me why, I legit don't know why. The franchise has been around since the 70s, and somehow, through the magic of syndication I guess, it grew into something even bigger with spin-off after spin-off, toys, movies, I don't know, maybe albums, if I'm pretty sure that existed. The 80s and 90s was a peak point of Scooby-Doo as multiple revivals came out of nowhere with a pup named Scooby-Doo, Scooby-Doo in the Ghoul School, Scooby-Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf, and Scooby Mania really just ramped up towards the end of the 90s when seemingly every single year a brand new Scooby-Doo animated movie would come out, all being pretty well animated and even being sometimes decent. Things haven't really changed nowadays, have they? I think every single year since the 2000s, there has been at least one feature-length animated Scooby-Doo movie, hasn't there? Though I do think the animation and the quality has definitely dipped down a bit. But going back to the early 2000s, everything exploded when Scooby-Doo had its very first live-action movie called Scooby-Doo and the Scooby-Doo. To be honest, I actually kind of enjoyed the film as a kid, and even now as an adult, I actually still think the movie's pretty charming. I mean, sure, fart jokes, the typical story, stupid CG. I mean, it's made for kids, not for the Oscars, but give it a fucking break. It knows what it is. I even rewatched it just recently, and really, I don't think it's that bad. I wouldn't even say that it's great, but if I'm ever in the mood, I wouldn't mind watching it again. Now, of course, with all this newfound marketability that Scooby-Doo had and suddenly garnered, and with the live-action film garnering over $275 million in the box office, it was a no-brainer to have a sequel to the film. And a sequel there was. Scooby-Doo 2: Monsters Unleashed. Of course, with any film with a seemingly endless potential of financial gain, promotional material has to be made. Sure, we had the Burger King kids meal toys and the bad video game or two, but the one I want to talk about tonight is of course the point-and-click flash game known as Scooby-Doo Escape from the Coolzanian. The main point of the game is to get you to watch the movie. Help Scooby-Doo Escape from the Coolsville Museum. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time saying that. I've actually recorded this 30 times now. Coolsville. I don't know why I'm saying Coolsville. What the hell's wrong with me? What, you got a fucking dick in your mouth? It's a simple game that has a few brain teasers here and there, as seen in most popular point-and-click games. Not many people talk about it because, well, what is there to talk about, really? Well, there is one thing that we can talk about, and it's something I think is unnecessarily creepy, and honestly, kind of fucked up. See, after you're done solving your first room of the game, you're taken to a room with ancient Egyptian motif called the Mummy Archives. As you solve puzzles between the two rooms separated by the sarcophagus room, you will eventually stumble upon a crowbar. See, without the crowbar, you're unable to open the sarcophagus in the center of the room. And up until now, you're pretty much told that everything you click has some meaning, some clue to help you to get by the level. So, of course, logic stands to reason that if you use the crowbar on the sarcophagus, it's likely to have a clue or a puzzle piece to help you advance to the next room, right? Well, here's what happens when you actually open the sarcophagus. Wow. Holy shit, that's fucked up. Like I said, the game thus far made you trust it, made you think that everything you picked up was part of the game and it was part of solving the entire thing, and it's needed to move on. Not this though, there's really no purpose for this crowbar, this sarcophagus, like at all. It's all just a huge red herring. What's even more messed up is the fact that they really play up to the atmosphere of this scare. The music goes totally quiet. All you can hear is the scribbling from the writing that's appearing before you. As the message is being sprawled out, you get a pretty creepy vibe from it all. It's so totally dark. All you can hear is the scribbling on the wall, and the message itself is kind of creepy when you actually read it, warning you about this creature following right behind you. But by the time the message gets to the end, it's too late. Keep in mind too, this is a Scooby-Doo game. Scooby-Doo isn't really scary. I mean, sure, it can be for babies, and some of the monsters are kind of creepy. Though for the 99% of the human population that isn't scared of Scooby-Doo, your guard is totally down. Like, nobody really expects a jump scare from a Scooby-Doo game. It's the last thing on your mind, and then bam! You get hit with this horrible apparition. This face comes up half a second after the last word is written too, and it's pretty devious when you think about it. Look how small this text is. And sure, it's legible from where you're sitting, but keep in mind, this is how the game actually looked on most monitors back in 2004, so you really had to get up close to read it back then, when it was being written. The message goes away so fast and you might even think that you must have missed a clue, right? After all, the game hasn't given you a red herring before, so why would it do so now? So you check again, preparing yourself for that jump scare, enduring that hellish scream and that ghoulish face, all for the sake of beating this game, only to find out the message really doesn't have any meaning whatsoever. It's just nothing at all. Before you can even conceive that info though, this horrible white mummy thing, I don't know what the hell to call it, comes up and scares the ever-living shit out of you for the second time. I gotta admit, it's a good scare, albeit cheap. For some of you, this might be your very first jump scare ever, and for that, you really have my sympathy. It's odd to say, but this Scooby-Doo Flash game has probably one of the most effective and the most terrifying jump scare ever seen in a Flash game. Oh yeah, and by the way, one more thing. Does anybody want me to cover Zombie Island? I kind of mentioned it briefly, and I really liked that movie a lot as a kid, and it really spooked me too when I was a child. I know I'm not alone on that either, but a lot of people already have talked about Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island, so I'm wondering if you guys want to hear me talk about it too. Let me know in the comments. Imagine this, if you will. One night, just summer's eve, you're having a ton of fun with your console, playing Smash Brothers or maybe some other Nintendo 64 game, or maybe even PS1. You're just sitting there having the time of your life when suddenly someone or something kicks your console by accident, or maybe they trip over the wire, and without you really fully understanding what happened, the screen corrupts and does a bunch of weird shit that freaks you out so much that you run over the console and unplug it, thinking the evil was contained within the console, whatever was trying to get out. Well, hopefully you didn't do that, because that just sounds like something a caveman would do, aka me, because that's exactly what happened to me as a kid while I was playing Smash Brothers on the Nintendo 64. Everything was corrupted, and the noise the TV was making was just hellish and sounded like infinite digital screams. Ugh, I hated it. But stuff like that can happen sometimes in games or consoles, mainly due to an error from the game, or perhaps an error from the console itself. Or maybe you bought an illegal version of the game and the console itself is just trying to punish you for trying to feed it garbage. There are a multitude of reasons why these, what I call kill screens, happen. The term kill screen isn't really an official one, but it's one I heard a lot as a QA tester back when I used to do quality assurance for games. Kill screens can happen, like I said, when something isn't functioning right. And if you ever hear your game make this noise, that means there is a critical error that could be potentially damaging your system. So I was advised to unplug the console I was working at whenever that happened. And I'm not sure if I can advise that with you, because keep in mind I was working with current gen consoles when I was a QA tester, so maybe that advice doesn't really work with everything, and these were American machines, so, you know, take that with a grain of salt. I was just told to do that. Thankfully, that rarely happens with most games nowadays, thanks to how advanced technology is now. But even with all our advancements, that shit can still happen. And I want to focus on that weird and scary stuff that happens with game consoles, you know, the scary sounds that they used to make, as well as the various kill screens, error screens, and boot up screens that haunted us in our youth. Because honestly, it's a bit of a hobby of mine to check out some of the freaky shit that these consoles or games do sometimes even in secret. Now, unfortunately, the topic of today was a bit too much, especially since what I'll be talking about tonight has a ton of info on it that is basically needed for a video on its own, so I decided to cut this video up in two separate pieces. Hopefully you guys watch both, and hopefully you enjoy each one. Okay, with that being said, let's talk about the wonderful yet equally horrible boot up screen that is the PlayStation. Good God, I hated the PS1 boot up sound so much. Even now as an adult, that shit still gives me the creeps. I never understood why people always said that it was so nostalgic and calming for them. Like, I get it, it's nostalgic, but I mean, the sound that I always heard from THX's horrible intro was always nostalgic to me too, but I still hate that thing. Though there is something about the BIOS that I found super interesting while I was looking into it. See, it's interesting because there are two unique and somewhat secretive sounds that the PS1 plays as it boots up a game that either is pirated or corrupted. I never knew about this until I started researching for this video, and these two sounds, I'm not even joking, are called Fearful Harmony and Personified Fear. But why? Who would name it this? Well, I gotta give props to whoever named it that, because the sounds these two make are pretty horrible, and that's no hyperbole. The names are appropriate for the sound that they are attached to. Take a listen to Fearful Harmony, which plays when you have a bootleg or pirated disc or a modded console. Yeah, no, seriously, I'm not joking. I legit would have just thrown out my console if I heard that. Seriously, that is a haunted piece of hardware right there. I ain't dealing with that. But to be more technical, the PS1 is essentially trying its best to read whatever you have inserted it, but the BIOS is failing miserably, making the entire console lag terribly and making the chimes seem much slower than they usually are. There's some speculation as to why exactly Fearful Harmony plays when the console tries to read corrupted data. You know, aside from creeping out kids and making them ever regret modding or pirating games. But apparently, in Japanese culture, strong winds carry evil spirits and disease, so it is believed. So having wind chimes help ward off these negative energies from your home. In a way, the PS1 is playing these sounds in an attempt to protect you from dark and malevolent energies. It might be a bit of a stretch, but I thought that was an interesting enough tidbit that I wanted to mention it. Though most talk and speculation around Fearful Harmony is just that, talk and speculation. Nobody really knows why this sound plays, but others really suggest that it's just the main sound, the boot up sound that is, but just stretched on over. Remember, I did say the boot up was very laggy, so it's playing the same animation that it should, but it's very, very slow, and you can see that in some of the videos that have Fearful Harmony. And of course, we can't forget about the little brother of Fearful Harmony, known as Personified Fear. Seriously, I cannot emphasize how weird these names really are. By the way, just to clarify, Fearful Harmony and Personified Fear, these aren't official names given to the files or whatever audio is playing. It's just fan-made names given to these sounds, but still, whoever came up with it, kind of a dick. Anyways, Personified Fear plays only when there's an error reading the disc. The screen goes to black and plays a pretty spooky sound. I hear this one is supposedly a rare sound to hear, but I call bull on that. There's a ton of kids who had these in the 90s, and for the most of us, it was our first disc-based console, meaning most of us probably smudged or scratched our discs because we were idiot kids who didn't really know any better. Seriously, raise your hand if you tried to put your PS1 disc inside of a CD player. I know some of you did that. It's kind of interesting when you really think about it. I like to consider the PS1 a pioneer of horror games, you know? A ton, and I mean a ton of horror classics came straight from the PS1, if not found their footing with the PS1. It's kind of hard to believe that the console that was innovating fear and horror in video games also had its deep, dark secrets with these horrifying sounds that I don't think any of us as kids would ever want to hear. Today we'll be looking at a few spooky error screens from past games, and maybe a few screens in general that were just straight up terrifying but in no way related to an error. This is sort of a continuation from the video we did yesterday, so if you want to check that out, just click on the link on the top right. Alright, let's start this video off with every single 6th generation console. And by that, of course, I mean GameCube, PS2, and Xbox. First, let's talk about the GameCube. I actually really didn't like the GameCube startup. I mean, sure, the classic little xylophone and stupid little Easter egg sounds, yeah, sure, charming. But whenever you had a disc error or no disc at all, it did this whole rotation thing, and it was really scary with the string sounds or something. I don't know what it is, but that sound just always freaked me out. It didn't really help that it was followed by this weird ambient music, which I know when sped up is supposed to be some Easter egg that's supposed to be referencing the Famicom, but that doesn't really matter to me because keep in mind, this was around the 2000s where literally nobody knew about that at all. To us kids, it was just a weird, eerie sound, and it's just kind of off-putting. It also didn't help when you tried playing with the Game Boy player with no game inserted. It also gave you this really punishing and kind of horrible sound. Whoa, Jesus, calm down, I forgot. My God, you don't need to make me shit myself. This is like the equivalent of your dad yelling at you for fucking up. I mean, what do you expect? I'm a kid. Then of course we have the PlayStation consoles. I already covered the PS1 yesterday with Fearful Harmony and Personified Fear. Yeah, they're pretty bad sounds, but the PS2 isn't much better. And it still has that horrifying, ear-shattering sound that's just way too loud for comfort. Yeah, seriously, how many of you tried to sneak into your living room or into your bedroom with your TV on and you tried to play some like PS2 games around 10 or 11 p.m. around your bedtime, and then that sound just blares right in front of your screen and it's just like, oh, great, now everyone in the neighborhood knows that I'm a liar. What makes it worse is when you have a disc inserted to the PS2 that isn't a PS2 game. It gives you this real ominous blood red screen known as the red screen of death. It's so eerie and weird, and keep in mind, a lot of us kids played with the lights off, and we ain't even have that stupid strip lights literally everyone on TikTok has nowadays. We just sort of let the screen bask us in its light, but seeing this in the middle of the dark, I mean, that must have been terrifying. Granted, the PS2 isn't so bad when compared to the previous iteration, but it can still be pretty spooky. They also don't have any equivalent to the Personified Fear or Fearful Harmony sounds, thank God, though the BIOS can get corrupted and play otherworldly sounds. Really, any BIOS from any console can corrupt and make horrible sounds, and if I did a video on that, then it'd last for hours, so let's just move on. And of course, you can't forget the Xbox boot up. You know, honestly, I never really found the Xbox boot up to be all that scary, though I hear a lot of people get scared and hated seeing the Xbox boot up whenever it turned on. I personally really like the boot up a lot. I guess in a way this is like how some people really like the PS1 and PS2 startup, saying that it's very calming and relaxing, while others just think it's really creepy and weird, like me. I personally always really enjoy the bubbly reactor core and how it explodes. It's just so cool. I also hear that there's an Easter egg with the startup screen that hasn't even been discovered yet, so that'll be cool to find out, if we ever find out. Though Xbox doesn't really seem to have a kill screen or error screen that was just as spine-tingling like its colleagues, but there are some creepy sounds that can be found deep within the console. Well, I mean, as deep as the main menu of the console goes. See, in the background of the BIOS screen, you can hear all these weird, funky noises playing in the background. According to Microsoft, this was implemented into the ambience of the menu screen in order to give off the impression that the Xbox was an otherworldly device, unlike anything we've seen before. Yet for a lot of people, these sounds were super eerie and unsettling. I mean, really, take a listen. Again, I gotta interject by saying I really never thought these sounds were even scary at all. I actually dig these sounds and I get a huge wave of nostalgia myself. Polar opposite reaction to the PS1 and PS2, I know, but I grew up with the Xbox and GameCube. I guess my bias is in play here. For me, it felt very homey and very spacious, like I really am in another world. I don't know how to explain it, but that's just how it is. But I totally can see how you can find it creepy or eerie, especially if you didn't grow up with these consoles. During the next generation though, boot up screens were way quieter and calmer, so I doubt anyone really was creeped out by any of this, nor have I ever heard of anyone being scared of the Wii's, the PS3, or the Xbox 360's boot up, so why don't we just go back a bit further into the past, back to the days where Sega had some sort of weird fetish for creepy shit. Okay, so you might know where I'm going with this. Yep, the Sega CD error sound. If you don't know what that is, or what I'm talking about, well, refer back to when I was talking about how most kids were idiots when it came to CDs. See, Sega knew this, and when they created the Sega CD, they wanted to ensure that kids weren't fiddling around with their games by putting it into boomboxes or car radios or CD players by playing this horrifying message.
Warning, this disc is for use with the Sega CD system only. This disc contains CD-ROM data and is not for audio use. Please press stop on your disc player now. This disc contains CD-ROM data that may damage your audio system. Please stop playing this disc immediately.
Yeah, I really just don't get it. Like, seriously, was that necessary? I guess in the same vein that the EAS alarms were supposed to keep you alert and aware, this is supposed to jolt you back into your dumb 10-year-old senses and not put CDs into the wrong devices. But at the same time, was that wacky guitar solo in the background really necessary? And keep in mind, the 90s kind of sent you mixed messages about what to do with video game discs. Sega hated the ideas of kids just fucking around with their games, so they put that scary warning into any radio or the audio of the game disc whenever you try putting it into some sort of audio player. But consoles like PS1 and even the Dreamcast sometimes offered some pretty cool Easter eggs or bonus soundtracks that are otherwise not found in the game.
As you can see, this is a PlayStation Black disc. Cut number 1 contains computer data, so please don't play it. But you probably won't listen to me anyway, will you?
Minute. What do you think you're doing? This is a Dreamcast disc.
There is game data on track 1, so please don't use this disc in a normal CD player.
We can't save the world from a CD player, so just put us back in the Dreamcast so we can do our job.
So that's pretty cool, but don't fuck with Sega. They hate that shit. Although to be fair, if you're actually morbidly curious about what happens when you play a CD on track 1 and it's a video game CD, well, this happens. Yeah, I don't even know which one's worse, the Sega CD one or the horrible screeching cryptid screaming. Maybe I'll take the warning over the screaming any day, though depending on who you asked, that's not nearly as creepy as what Sega did with Sonic CD. Everyone knows about this, but if you don't really know why there's creepy Japanese text with a creepy old Sonic in the background and creepy music playing, well, essentially when Sonic CD came out, the devs decided to have a bit of fun by adding in the secret sound test. Pretty much every game in the 90s had a secret sound test hidden in the game, and I'm not really sure why it was hidden. I heard somewhere it was to test the audio and whether or not the music played correctly. I mean, hence the phrase sound test, sure, of course. But I really think that it was just a way for the devs to enjoy some of the tunes while they programmed the levels and everything like that. Though this sound test found in Sonic CD was a bit different from the rest, as it's hidden away a few secrets within this secret. See, if you input certain values on the sound test, you'll get access to a few cute and funny images, and I heard some people were creeped out by this one image right here. That's sort of like a weird tribute to Batman, but I always thought it was kind of funny just to see Sonic all buffed up and dark and gritty like Batman. Yeah, I don't know, it's just kind of funny to me. But then of course we have this. When translated, the text in Japanese says, "Fun is infinite with Sega Enterprises, Madzin," or Majin. Majin is the nickname of Masato Nishimura, one of the landscape designers for the game. Now, I'm not really sure if his intent was to creep out little kids, but if it wasn't, he did a terrible job. Now, I've actually been told about this screen, and it was supposedly a sort of anti-piracy measure, and that's something that I've been hearing since last year's Traumathon, but I've never really found any evidence of this being true. I've always heard about this being just a creepy little Easter egg ever since 10 years ago. It's only just recently that I've been hearing people say that it's an anti-piracy image, which probably has to do with the fact that it's just sort of a niche group of people who love making creepy anti-piracy fakes. Now that might seem like a good segue over to the next stuff that I want to talk about, which was anti-piracy screens, which there are plenty of them, and ever since last year, thanks to your guys' help and my research, I've actually found way more that are way creepier. But unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to end it here. There is going to be another anti-piracy this year in Traumathon, but I think if I were to add those, oh man, this video would be way longer than I really wanted it to be. So I think I'm just gonna end it here for now. I know, there's a ton more spooky kill screens and boot up error screens that I haven't even mentioned quite yet, but I'd figure with most of them, I'd want to save for future Traumathon videos, like game over screens. Yes, I'll talk about the Diddy Kong scary game over screen soon, but this video has gone on for too long. Let me know if there's any spooky kill screens or any other sort of boot up screen or error screen that I missed, because you can bet on seeing them later on in this month. We're only a quarter of the way there, folks. We got a ton more spooky trauma to go through. By now, most of you must have seen my Goosebumps video for Traumathon. If you haven't, go ahead and watch it by clicking on the top right of the screen or just by looking it up. I really liked that video, but honestly, it didn't start off as a Goosebumps video, but rather as a frame of reference for the other thing that I really wanted to talk about. See, apparently over in the UK, only the first season of Goosebumps was ever released to VHS, with some of the episodes actually missing. I'm not really sure if this is true or not, but I'm having a difficult time finding out any sort of info on this. What I do know is true is that the original 32 books didn't even feature any of Tim Jacobus's artwork. That's just sad. If only the UK had their own special little niche of horror made specifically for kids, something made with that old British charm they're so well known for. Hey, wait, what's that? Why, it's Grisly Tales for Gruesome Kids, a book series made in 1990 preceding Goosebumps by 2 whole years. Known commonly as just Grisly Tales, it was a series of books written by Jamie Ricks that served as cautionary tales for naughty children. The very first book featured 15 stories, all of which ended with some bastard bastard kid getting what he or she deserved. Much like Goosebumps, Grisly Tales also aired on TV, airing around the year 2000 and ending in 2006. Now, to be fair, while both of these series focus on horror for younger demographics, the similarities really end there. In fact, I would argue that Grisly Tales isn't really horror, just kind of shock humor in some way. Also, unlike Goosebumps, which was live action, Grisly Tales was animated in 2 parts, one in stop motion and the other hand drawn. Secondly, where Goosebumps focused more on one horror story per issue, Grisly Tales focused on several smaller cautionary tales that were much more whimsical and almost fairy tale-esque. Well, I mean, as whimsical as cutting some poor asshole's tongue off just because he's too much of a smart-ass kid. Yeah, no, you heard that right. There's a story where a barber cuts the tongues off of naughty little smart-ass kids for talking too much to their parents or their teachers or something. There's also one where a kid is burned alive in a stove oven because he was watching too much telly, as the Brits would call it. Hell, some poor kid actually gets murdered. Yeah, it's fucking brutal, but they don't call it Grisly Tales from Gruesome Kids for nothing. I gotta say though, even though I just learned about this show last year, because I really wanted to talk about it last year but couldn't because I ran out of time, I'm actually kind of a fan of this show's format. Each episode is about 10 minutes long, and before you get into watching the actual story, the episode starts off with a small stop-motion segment that sort of serves as a framing device for the real stories being told. This segment featured an old man known as the Scream Caretaker, named after the theater that he's in, or you could just call him Uncle Grizzly, which apparently is his real name, and his pet spider named Spindleshanks. Uncle Grizzly acts as a sort of correctional figure, giving the audience morals and life lessons, all while acting like a massive prick towards his spider and being overall creepy. He also serves as the narrator, and man does Nigel Planer do a wonderful job in this show. Apparently Nigel Planer did quite a lot of theater before working on film and television, and it really shows. His narrations are so theatrical and have so much weight and feeling behind each and every word. I can't help but hang on every word Uncle Grizzly says.
Pies don't just make themselves, you know. There's the filling, pastry, and the thumbs. Well, go on then. Have one last big suck before you give it up forever. Oops! Not that big, you stupid spider! You've sucked all your fur off!
He also kind of sounds like Guru Larry, and that's a plus in my books. The second half of this episode was, of course, the actual story, all of which came from the Grisly Tales series, and I gotta be honest, as much as I think this show is entertaining, I kind of wish they stuck with the stop motion animation, because this, it looks like shit. And understand, I totally know why they had to do that. Stop motion animation is very time consuming and very expensive at times, so there's no way they could ever make a series out of that. And don't get me wrong, I think in some ways it strangely fits the creepy and weird aesthetic this show was going for, but I still feel like they could have pulled off this ugly look much better and way more aesthetic. Some of these shots just look so weird and jagged, sometimes just straight up looking kind of bland and lifeless. They later on moved the format from traditional animation to Adobe Flash, which, oh my fucking god, Jesus Christ. I'm so sorry about what I said earlier. Just please, just can we take it back to the older style? Please, this is so, oh my god, it's so soulless. It's like I'm watching the Progressive commercial, only with like less ass to keep me from being bored. Good God save the Queen. Well, that's what happens when you gotta save money. The stop motion sections also unfortunately stopped later on in the series with this transition to a much more soulless CG setting. And don't get me wrong, I love me some CG animation, but this wasn't really on par with what was going on in the 2000s. Man, how are you guys gonna get one up by Cubics of all things? That show looked like ass, but at least it had energy to at least compensate for some of its shit. Thankfully, Nigel Planer keeps his role as the narrator, now known as the Night Night Porter, and he's just as fun as when he first started off the series.
I haven't changed my underpants in 20 years. That's why I crunch when I walk. Listen!
The quality of the stories also vary from episode to episode, regardless of which animation style was used. Some are pretty ridiculous and kind of confusing, like I don't know if this is a specific UK thing or what. Others are pretty brutal and sometimes real mean-spirited. Though what I can say with Grisly Tales as opposed to Goosebumps is that this show actually holds up. Goosebumps can sometimes be frustrating to watch, with some pretty annoying camera angles and awkward dialogue, but this show, animation aside, has pretty neat stories that only last around 10 minutes long, so it's not like a huge dedication of your time. Whether or not you agree with me, I'd still implore you, my United States brethren, to check out this series whenever you can. Most, if not all of it, is still on YouTube, so there's really no excuse not to watch them. Just be careful. Some of these grisly tales may just be about you someday. Possibly one of the greatest, if not most fascinating indie horrors ever made, Yume Nikki. I'll probably keep this short just because I think everyone and their grandmother has already had their say about this game, and so there's really not much I can add, but this game is just a classic. It's really hard to believe that this game was made 16 years ago. Yes, 16 years ago. Cave Story came out just about a few months later. I mean, that's crazy, really. So what is Yume Nikki, and why is it such a big deal? Well, to ask what Yume Nikki is kind of a tricky question. It's a game where you play as a hikikomori named Marotsuki. Hikikomoris in Japan are basically shut-ins. They pursue a life of extreme isolation, rarely ever talking to anyone outside their rooms and pretty much never leaving. The reason I mention this is because that's just who Marotsuki is, a young girl with major issues leaving her room, and while we explore her dreams, we can get a glimpse as to why she's like this and possibly some of the things she suffered through. See, the whole game takes place inside her head, never once revealing who her parents are or why exactly she's like this. There are 12 doors that lead to a multitude of worlds, but they're not necessarily levels. To say one door leads to, like, the ice level or the fire level would be egregious, mainly due to the fact that while one door might lead to a place where it rains all the time, that does not mean this world's theme is just rain. Rather, this room's theme is rain, because before you know it, you might find a different door within this room that'll lead you to some blood red maze full of creepy girls or a room full of cubes. Yeah, these rooms don't really make sense, like, at all, but why would they? You're in a dream after all. Rhyme or reason is not something dreams are known to portray, but what is portrayed in these rooms can sometimes lead into something deeper, perhaps even something darker. First and foremost, you have to keep in mind that there is no dialogue in this game whatsoever. There's never once a cutscene where Marotsuki gets called fat or taunted or anything like that. You just have these images and these strange events to interpret from, but even then, none of these has ever been confirmed to be true at all. Still, what's there is still very interesting. Among one of the most interesting rooms belongs to Uboo, a strange black creature with a white face, and yes, he is basically the inspiration for every indie game using a black figure with a white face as a creepy unknown villain, but more than that is the symbolic nature behind him. See, he hides behind this little ice hut under the guise of a girl with blonde hair. If you turn the light off, you have a chance of encountering him, yet it takes some time as it's a very low chance. And you can't just switch it on and off, you have to leave and come back in and then turn it off. Once you're able to summon him though, a very scary sound drones in the background and it kind of shocks you to your senses. If you interact with him, you're stuck in this plane of reality where this strange monster is just groping on these weird looking mountains as it vomits blood. And yes, the mountains do kind of look like breasts, maybe? This leads into the theory that Marotsuki might have been coerced into sexual deeds without consent. It's an unfortunate theory that does have some legs, as many people point out the uterus hallways that look super distorted and are really scary looking, as well as the phallic monster that hides behind this wall, smiling at you, groping this handrail. Ugh. And of course, when you reach the top of the stairs and enter the room, you're given this horrifying face that pulses at you, possibly symbolizing the terrifying nature of her assaulter. It's a very unfortunate and uncomfortable theory, and it really does have some credence behind it, but I'm not so inclined just to say yet that this is what the game is all about. See, to me, Yume Nikki is more than just a game of exploration. It's a goal, journeying deep into Madatsuki's mind and finding out so much about her. To me, yes, there is a hint of sexual assault there, but I personally view this as a sort of fear that she has within herself, more so than it is a sexual assault theory. When you delve deep into her mind, you see all these insecurities within her, and some creatures that only enhance her anxiety about the outside world. Creatures like the Tengu girls who just hang around with each other yet hate being with her. As soon as you touch one of these girls in their frenzy state, you're transported to a dead-end zone. To me, these symbolize the bullies she had to deal with or still currently deals with in school, and the uterus to me always symbolized the horrors of change she's facing as a teenager growing up. Her body is doing strange new things and she's scared of growing up. You can even see this while she's in her Famicom world, all these references to video games, particularly in Earthbound, showing how much of a gamer she is, and it being a world she can escape to. Then again, if she can't escape from the real world through games, she can escape the real world literally, well, in her dreams at least, as she can befriend this one alien that takes her off planet and crash lands on Mars. It's one of the game's most charming events, and to me, it always symbolized her friends online, or maybe a pen pal she has. Her crash landing on Mars is really just her wanting to leave her room and being somewhere else, just somewhere more exotic, stranger, and new. It's why she chose Mars in her dreams, because it's barren, but it's a fertile land full of possibilities. The effects can also show off who she portrays herself as. The long hair effect shows who she once was, and the blonde hair shows who she wants to be, as in Japan, some people believe the idealistic beauty comes with more Western features, like blonde hair. Her fat appearance and her midget appearance could reflect of how other people view her, like her bullies, seeing her as someone who's short and pudgy. There are eyes and hands everywhere in this game, indicating her sense of anxiety, always being watched, and the avoidance of being touched by anyone, or perhaps avoiding to be intimate with people. And of course, we can't forget Monoko and the possible accident that happened with her. She's a little girl that changes appearance once you use the traffic light effect. She turns into this deformed thing with several arms poking out of her, possibly symbolizing bones coming out of her. And it's believed by many that this also symbolizes a horrible car accident that she had with this girl. And the fact that she has a name implies that this girl was a good friend, or maybe only a friend of Matsuki. Whether she was responsible for it or not is unknown. There's so much more, so goddamn much more. But if I talked about everything, I'd honestly be here for possibly hours. I'd love to get into them all, but I'm really running out of time here. I will say though, I am a little tired of people only remembering this game for the quote-unquote sexual assault theories. It's like, sure, you can interpret that for some of these, I guess, but I really don't think that this is the only thing this game should be remembered for, nor should it be the only worthwhile theory that should stick with you. There's a lot more to this game than meets the eye. Hell, I've heard some people theorize that the whole game takes place after a horrible alien invasion occurs, and that's why Madatsuki sees all this weird shit. It all depends on your viewpoint, your interpretation, and the beautiful thing about Yume Nikki is that you're not wrong with any of your theories. The developer of this game has kept their mouth shut about theories and confirmations on theories. Really, it's up to you. If you can dream it, it's possible. Now, of course, I can't end this video off without mentioning the, well, elephant in the room. Yeah, the new Yume Nikki games. Are they worth it? Well, I've never played them before, but honestly, I can't really see how they are. The original will always be a classic to me, and from what I've heard and what I've seen with the new game, I mean, it just doesn't look very appealing, despite the original creator being on board with it. Though, if you're already playing through Yume Nikki and you're craving for more, I'd suggest checking out Yume Tuki. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I haven't played it myself, but a lot of fans attest to its quality. Many say it's a lovingly crafted and well-made sequel with a ton of respect to the original, so I'd say give the game a shot. Just remember, it all started here, this one game, this one dream, this one thing that kept us all invested. It's always there, and it will always be there. It will always be remembered as one of the greatest indie games of all time. Silent Hill 2 is without a question a masterpiece. There is no doubt in my mind that it is. And before anyone brings up the awkward dialogue delivery or the bad controls or the graphics, whatever, in my opinion, a masterpiece does not equate perfection in all aspects. To me, a masterpiece is a piece of work that has an impact on the genre, the medium, and the people who consume the craft. I think Silent Hill 2 covers this in spades. There was no other game like it, and anybody who tries nowadays is only a pale imitator. And if you still question my definition of masterpiece, keep in mind Ocarina of Time, largely considered a masterpiece by many, was at the time questioned by some as to whether or not it is a masterpiece just because it didn't have voice acting.
Yeah, he called me into his office and basically just tried to poke holes in it over and over again in a way that at the time I thought was actually really frustrating because he was saying like, this game doesn't have voice acting. How can you say the sound's a 10? This is when we were scoring on component scores.
So it was, what was this?
This was graphics, gameplay, sound, value, and reviewer's tilt. And so he just sat there and kind of poked holes like, wouldn't it be better if it had voice acting? Wouldn't it be better if it had this? And I was like, well, the standards of the console, all this other stuff, like if these are the policies that we review by, absolutely not. This is a sound 10 all the way. And he kind of grilled me on it for a while, and then at the end of it went, all right, if that's what you want to do, which was actually the worst thing he could have said. Like, fuck, God damn it.
The way we view these mediums change, but I believe the impact they make speaks in volumes than how they age. I really adore Silent Hill 2 and I'll sing its praise forever, yet there's one aspect of the game that I truly wish to focus on, and that is the monster design. See, Silent Hill monster designs have always been stellar. Well, I mean, most of the time. Each monster has a purpose, and they aren't just made just for gameplay mechanics, or just to be creepy for creepy's sake. They were created as an antithesis of the main character, sometimes acting as a distorted mirror into the main character's psyche. In Silent Hill 2's case, it's reflective of James Sunderland. Do keep in mind that a lot of these monsters are in a way spoilers to Silent Hill 2's story, so I really recommend playing the game first and beating it and returning back to this game, but I'm pretty sure most of you aren't going to do that, or you've already played the game. And, well, if you don't want to, that's fine, but I just really love this game, and I think everyone should really give it a shot. Anyways, I warned you, so let's start off with the Bubblehead Nurse, possibly one of the most famous monsters in Silent Hill history, right behind Pyramid Head, and don't worry, we'll get to him soon. To back it up a bit, for those who don't know Silent Hill 2's story, it's about a man named James who had recently lost his wife Mary to an illness, or so he thought. Things changed when he received a letter from her saying she'll wait at their special place in Silent Hill. It's a very short summary, but that pretty much kicks off the whole story, and the reason you need to understand this is because James had to deal with Mary as she lay dying. When people know that they're about to die, their moods shift, they don't become themselves anymore, and they lash out at the people closest to them and hurting them the most. It's around this time that during her illness, it's believed James had an affair with Mary. Now, it's only a theory, and there's pretty much no flat-out admission of guilt, but there are the nurses and some other monsters. The nurses, aside from being very, very terrifying, are also scantily clad and rather erotically designed, and trust me, this isn't just because they're good for selling merch, it's due to how James Sunderland felt during his wife's illness. Again, it's believed that James had an affair, and what other person is there to have an affair with than the homebound nurse, who's most likely younger, more attractive, and if not that, then they're at least less sickly looking than his dying wife. People debate whether or not James slept with the nurses, and I personally believe he didn't. I just think the man really wanted to have sex with, well, pretty much with anyone, honestly. It just so happens that the nurses were readily available right there for his imagination to go gaga, and while it's not as fucked up as actually cheating on his dying wife, it's still a messed up thing to think about, and to make anyone really feel guilty. Like, that's your only thing on your mind, sex, while your, like, wife is dying? Come on, man. Though the outward appearance of these nurses likely contribute to how Mary looked. She's ill, sick, looking deathly pale and constantly in pain, much like the bobblehead nurses, who are constantly twitching, groaning out of pain. It's sort of a hybrid between his wife and the real nurses. It's the main reason why the bubblehead nurses have bubble heads. They're bandaged up to look like nobody because to James, they were nobody. Just beautiful women he wishes he could be with instead of his angry, sick wife. Though, if we want to personify his wife in a more brutal, disgusting rendition, then look no further than Lying Figures. These are just the manifestation of Mary Sutherland. She once stated that she looked like a monster, and in a way, this is her own dark reflection of herself and how James felt about her during this time. This is the monster of terminal illness, the most corrupt form of a human dying. The way that creature has its arms restrained is symbolic of how Mary felt trapped in her own body, and James's frustration of being unable to hold her or reach out to help her. The way they spit out acid could be indicative of how toxic she was towards James during her illness. It can also reflect just how much she vomited during her sickness. The zippers on their head could reflect of how James wanted his wife to just zip it up or shut up whenever she spoke so harshly towards him. Of course, not every monster is based on James's fear. Silent Hill is also a reflection of everyone's sins and fears, and the abstract daddy just so happens to be Angela's greatest demon. It's a monster that merged itself with another creature, and when you look on top, it almost looks like the first half of the monster is bent over on top of the other half of the creature, which is constantly screaming. I think we all know what this symbolizes, what with the phallic mouth and the bondage between the two creatures and the agony of the body creature. It's very sexual looking, and yeah, even the room the monster resides in is such a huge phallic representation of what the abstract daddy is. I mean, it's in the name itself, abstract daddy. Ugh. The room is textured as if it were the inside of a womb or a uterus, and there are multiple phallic objects going in and out of the room. It's really horrifying, especially when you consider the demonetization symbolism. Fun fact, this is the only time you would have had to fight the abstract daddy, as it was just Angela's dark demon. It wouldn't really have made sense if James had to fight them, yet you fight a ton of them during the last part of the game when you're in the hotel. It really makes no sense, like, at all. When asked about this, the monster designer of the game, Masahiro Ito, said that it wasn't supposed to happen, yet when he was asked why it did happen, he just replied with, "It's the game." Cool. And of course, who can forget Pyramid Head? Oh, the symbolism he carries. Obviously one of Silent Hill's most iconic characters, also one of the most overused and overmarketed to the point where he really has no meaning anymore. But that of course wasn't always the case. See, in Silent Hill 2, Pyramid Head is the very definition of James's guilt and inner turmoil. Again, if you don't want the game spoiled, this is your last chance. I'll give you 10 seconds. Okay, good? Well, anyways, James fucking murders his wife, and it's weighing on him so much that it burdens him, and it's manifested through this massive butcher knife that he struggles to carry around but refuses to let go because it symbolizes how he really wants to fucking off himself because of all the guilt. It's also interesting to note that Pyramid Head is a sort of bizarre version of an executioner, and according to the lore, Silent Hill was a town where executioners were frequent. So frequent, in fact, that most families were either friends with executioners or had relatives as executioners. This is, of course, going back to the motif of him being a sort of reminder of James of his past guilt. He even goes so far as to abuse other monsters both sexually and murderously. This is meant to both represent the themes of death and sex that is so heavily implied throughout the entirety of Silent Hill 2, and to show James's violent nature towards his own wife and to himself. Oh, and also there's a bunch of Pyramid Heads, not just one. And I'm not talking about the ones the other Silent Hills where he's just like there for no reason. Oh god, that shit makes me sad. Now, I can go on and on and on and on about a lot of these monsters, and I know for a fact there are so many more that I've yet to touch, and even symbolism that I haven't even mentioned yet. But I either left them out because they're just different versions of James's sexual frustration or his abuse towards his wife, and vice versa, or because their designs weren't really as interesting as I thought they were. That's not to say they aren't fascinating, it's just that we've got other things to cover here on Traumathon. Maybe someday I'll dive deeper into these monsters, or maybe next year I'll talk about them in length. I'll just have a whole video dedicated on every single Silent Hill monster ever, whichever comes first, I guess. In the end, the scariest monsters we have in life are our own guilts and sins, haunting us forever, never leaving us alone and always tormenting us. And that's exactly what Silent Hill personifies so well. Growing up, I got to see a lot of things pass me by in the world of horror. For example, I didn't grow up with Friday the 13th, but I was around when Jason X came out, and I wasn't there for the original Halloween, but I did get to see H2O, which is terrible. Please don't watch it. God, I'm serious, don't watch it. So this sort of formed into jealousy. Jealous that I didn't grow up to see these kinds of horror movies and the legacy that they were building, just sort of the aftermath and kind of the collapse. Nowadays, I don't really have to look any further for these movies, as every other year, these once horror classics are being rebooted time and time again into something lesser. Well, sometimes it can work, but it'll never be the original. So as a teen, I went to my local DVD stores or went online to search for some horror movies, but not the contemporary ones everyone else knew. The ones that I could keep to myself, something that I can personally enjoy and know that it can't have been ruined by its reputation because it never had one in the first place. This is how I found out about Sleepaway Camp. Often considered a Friday the 13th knockoff, the movie stars a young girl and boy named Angela and Ricky respectively heading off to summer camp. It starts off by showing us some past trauma that Angela faced as a little girl when her father and brother were caught up in a fatal boating accident caused by negligible teens of the same camp she's going to. From here onwards, we see that the two of them get into some camp shenanigans like water fights, volleyball, swimming, baseball. Oh my God, what are you wearing? Jeez, man, they're kids. Cover up. Well, I guess this was back when this sort of thing was more accepted and less viewed as creepy, or dare I say it, gay. Ooh. But see, there's a problem with this camp, and that problem is, you guessed it, someone's killing off the campers and the staff. Now, who could it be, I wonder? Can't possibly be that one girl with the traumatic past that constantly gets bullied and sexually harassed. Nah, that can't be it. Maybe it's that cousin of hers. Surely a woman can't possibly have the gall or strength that a boy has in order to kill all these campers. Ooh, what if it's a twist and both of these kids are a red herring? Yeah, needless to say, the movie is a bit of a poor whodunit story, as it's immediately obvious what's going on here, despite the many quote-unquote misdirections. Although, to the film's credit, it is a pretty enjoyable flick, and it's kind of weird yet understandable that people call this a simple poor man's Friday the 13th. The only thing linking these two films together is the fact that they're both taking place in a camp setting. Other than that, I think I really fail to see the connection, though I don't doubt that this was inspired heavily by Friday the 13th. I do think it's an enjoyable film, but nothing too special, but definitely not worth the scathing criticism that it received back then. The deaths are pretty grisly and the special effects were pretty stellar. Check out this guy's blisters. They're actually pulsating as he screams. I mean, that's awesome. Also, there's this one scene where one of the camp counselors leaves a bunch of kids behind so that he could just drive two other kids back to camp, and when he comes back, all the kids are dead. It's brutal, especially considering that these were like 8 to 10-year-olds, not your average teenager, which in movie standards were sometimes casted by 20 to 30-year-olds. God, the guilt this guy must have felt. I mean, I tell you, I really feel it. It makes my heart sink. There are other pretty good deaths too, but I think I'll save them for any of you who are curious enough to watch. I know most of you will ignore my warning at the beginning that has spoiler alert, so I'll intentionally leave out some major deaths and scenes, though I will be spoiling the end of this movie, so this is your last chance to watch it before it getting spoiled. It's not hard to find this movie. It's actually available in a lot of outlets and a lot of streaming services, so I'd say give it a shot. Otherwise, let's talk about why this is on Traumathon.
Boy.
Jesus Christ, this ending scared me so goddamn much when I was younger. Do I even need to describe why I was so scared of this ending? The twist, oh man, Angela wasn't actually Angela, but Peter, her brother that was believed to be killed. It turned out that Angela died in that boating accident along with her father. I mean, it's kind of obvious when you look at the hair, but the twisted aunt that looked, I mean, oh, she took care of Peter, then forced him to be a girl for the rest of his life just because of her sick obsession of just having a girl instead of another boy, which she already has with Ricky. Now, of course, by today's standards, some people might view this ending as transphobic, and the usage of exposing Angela as really being a boy all along is sort of a dirty shock value tactic, more or less treating their transness as like a horror object, like, ooh, isn't it shocking that a girl can actually be a boy? You know, that kind of thing. Well, not even by today's standards was it viewed as tasteless. Back then, this scene was still viewed as pretty controversial, and many saw it, and still see it, as trans-misogynistic. Now, I personally don't want to get too political into this, as I feel Traumathon isn't really the right setting for that, but I will leave this wonderful article written by KLM Keegan in the description. I feel like that pretty much portrays how I personally feel about this ending in much greater detail, but if you want my quick and dirty opinion, then honestly, I feel like it's unfair to judge the movie just by the ending. Throughout this whole movie, we see Angela dealing with a ton of abuse, making her out to be more of a victim than a villain. I mean, it's true that she is the villain, but not because she's bad inherently like Michael Myers or Freddy Krueger, but rather because she's been a victim throughout her entire life, wondering who she really is, questioning her identity in some scenes, if she really is who she thinks she is, and all of this added by the physical abuse and mental anguish built up ended up in her violent, broken mind. The trauma that the current Angela faces, the bullying, the ridicule, the sexual harassment, the betrayal, the forced gender role, the anger that Angela felt, as well as her keeping quiet about it, led to her being as messed up as she is, and ended up with her exploding and killing anyone that wronged her. And of course, it's just so poetically happening in the same place that her father was murdered. In my opinion, this is more of a horror story of mental health and trauma going unchecked, more so than it is a story about someone just being trans, which is debatable in the first place if she really is trans. It's all pretty interesting, but that face, by God, that face, ugh. And the sound Angela makes with her mouth wide open, it's so uncanny, even more so when you consider that the way they did it was by getting a still image of actress Felissa Rose's face and pasting that same face on a mask and putting that mask on a drunk, yes, seriously, drunk, naked college student. Reportedly, the original ending had Felicia standing naked in front of the counselors with a prosthetic penis attached, but well, there were some definite legal issues with that, what with Felissa being only 13 years old at the time, and her mother absolutely refusing to having her daughter do that. Only in B movies will you hear something this absurd. This leads to this horrifying, uncanny, and nightmare-fuel image, and it still terrifies me to this day. This borders campy and horrifying, much like the rest of the film, which again, I highly recommend. It's a fun, scary, and campy, no pun intended, ride all the way through. Why yes, I'm almost certain it is. You might already know this, but to clear this up for anybody who doesn't, Traumathon is a month-long event where I cover the spooky stuff that scared us as kids, be you from the 80s, 90s, 2000s, and if this series goes on long enough, maybe 2010 someday. But some people think I cover stuff that just scared me as a kid, which isn't true. In fact, that's a rarity. Most of the videos made thus far were either suggested by viewers this year or last year, or they're just things that I'd figure most of us would be scared of. It also gives me an excuse to sometimes just dive deep into horror topics I'd otherwise never get the chance to talk about. Though there are some things that I'd love to talk about with you that I personally was affected by, so I hope I'm not being selfish today, but I want to talk about something that gave me nightmares, a movie that terrified me throughout my childhood that I thought for the longest time never existed. See, when I was a kid, my sister told me about this movie she saw with her friends one night. You know, she just came back home from, going around town, hanging out and just chilling with them. And when she came back, well, she gave me in detail about this horror movie that really scared the crap out of her. Apparently in this movie, there's these group of friends that got to some like museum or something like that. You know, it's some place with weird artifacts or displays of some sorts. One of these artifacts just so happened to be a mask that possessed evil powers, but unbeknownst to the gang, one of the friends took down the mask and pretended to wear it, acting all silly and trying to creep her friends out. The curator, or the owner of the museum, stops them and scolds the young girl and forces her to take off the mask. But as she does, a piece of her flesh tears off and the mask's hooks clings onto her cheek and just tears it off. She screams out in pain and throws the mask at the man. Aside from it hurting her, she didn't think much of it until that night where she began to feel sick and starts feeling off. She begins to vomit and grow sicker and sicker as her skin gets paler and parts of her flesh starts falling off. Then, as her symptoms worsen, she ultimately dies and comes back to life as a zombie and begins feeding on her friends and the people around her, turning them into zombies, and ultimately it ends with the movie having a whole zombie army chasing down the main characters, which there's only like 2 or 3 left. I really don't know anything about this movie, nor if the movie even existed. Remember, what I just described was a description from my sister. I can't remember if I ever actually watched the flick or not, though I do remember certain scenes vividly, though this may be just caused by my vivid imagination when I was younger. I had nightmares about this movie a ton, and I really can't tell you why. Something about masks turning one person into some monster and infecting others, essentially creating a pandemic that kills almost the entire population of this town. I mean, that freaked me out as a kid, and I really couldn't get it out of my mind for a long time. I even had some dreams, and probably the same dream over and over again, of my sister putting on the mask and turning herself into a zombie, and eventually it changed from my sister wearing a mask to my friends, classmates, teachers, and past exes. I'm telling you, it really fucked me up, and to this day, I don't even really know what my sister was talking about, but every now and again, I still remember it, and I try to look it up. I've asked her a few times before, but it was so long ago that she can't even remember what she was talking about. First and foremost, I had to look for a movie that came out before the year 2000 because that was around the time she told me about this film, and it was the last time we lived in New Jersey. My memory of the film was a little foggy, but I definitely remember her telling me this when we lived in New Jersey in that one apartment. I also really doubt it was a movie shown in theaters because I'm pretty sure she didn't go to a theater that night. There was a Blockbuster just about 2 blocks away from where we lived, and the theater was almost a city away, so I really don't think any of her friends who were around 14 to 15 years old could really drive them all the way over there. So either this was a straight to VHS film, or more likely a movie that came out in the theaters during the 1990s or the 80s. It was on VHS, so it had to be either one. At first, I had assumed it was one of the Living Dead films by George Romero, but none of them were about a mask turning people undead. But then I thought, well, what if it wasn't a movie about turning people undead, but into something else? What if it were a movie about masks instead? I googled it at the time, and I got nothing. Absolutely nothing. This was around 2010, 2011. I don't know, I was still thinking about it even 10 years ago. And for years onwards, this has still bugged me. And I had no clue what the movie was. That is until a few years ago when my curiosity got the better of me once more, and I just had to find out what this film was. Anything. Just anything. Even a clue. And lo and behold, I found it. The goddamn film that scared the shit out of me as a kid. It's called Demons, and holy shit, I had no idea this was the film that she was talking about. Part of the reason it was so difficult to find, by the way, is because it's not an American film. It's Italian, and I was right about the mask. While it does exist in this film, it doesn't actually turn people into zombies, but demons. Though it's understandable for me to confuse the two, as the demons in this film can turn other people into demons just by biting or scratching them. And even though I know the name now for this movie and I've found ways to watch it, hell, it's available on YouTube in all its glory for Christ's sake, I still haven't watched it to this day. It's not because I'm afraid of it or anything, but I feel like it'd be muddying up something that I really cherished for a long time. In my mind, this film is already 20 times scarier than what it could probably show. And I mean, sure, it fucked me up for some years, but honestly, I love creepy stuff. It's why I do Traumathon. I love to explore scary media or anything unnerving. It's what fuels me, and it's the inspiration that I draw from. If I were to spoil something that haunted me for years and found out that it's not as spooky, maybe corny, and probably just shitty, then I think it'd just ruin me more than if I were to just stay curious. And even if it were better than I thought, I still cherish the memory that I have in my mind because, again, my imagination is vivid and wild, and whatever I can think of is probably scarier to me because it hits me personally than what this movie could probably show. It's kind of like my purpose now, and if I were to lose that, then what am I? I think sometime this month during Traumathon, I'll have some special movie night stream over on Twitch where we could all watch it, but right now I'm a bit exhausted working on Traumathon as it is, so I'll take a rain check on that and any other streams for the rest of the month. So I hope you guys understand, but my focus is entirely on making Traumathon as entertaining and as nostalgic as possible, and also probably being very creepy. So yeah, probably no streams for a little while, but I'll keep you guys posted on Twitter if I ever change my mind. Hopefully, when we do watch this, it's as scary as I make it out to be, because otherwise, man, I'm just hyping up this movie for literally nothing. Today, I want to keep it simple and clean. Let's talk about Giygas, the ever-embodiment of evil, the universal cosmic destroyer, the almighty idiot. If you're not familiar with the story of Earthbound, trust me when I say you're not alone. Nowadays, I feel like people haven't really talked about Earthbound that much, and it's kind of fading away due to Nintendo's negligence, so yeah, that sucks, but it can't be helped. Though what I can tell you about Earthbound is that it's an incredible RPG with charming characters, wonderful graphics, stellar writing, and just an overall purity, charisma that's rarely ever seen, if ever, by most games nowadays. You play as this kid from Smash Brothers known as Ness, a psychic who goes on wild adventures with 3 other kids that weren't really good enough for Smash. Really, the gameplay is a lot of fun, and the mechanics are super unique, like nobody's done anything like this ever since. Well, maybe. I don't know. I'm sure someone in the comments is ready to prove me wrong. My point is, at the time, and even now in some ways, Earthbound is a unique experience. It's just a shame that it's an Undertale clone. Could probably grow its own legs if it didn't depend on that. Yet, there's a lot of cool things about Earthbound, honestly. Also, a lot of creepy things too. Yeah, I know the main topic is Giygas, but even I acknowledge that there's other creepy aspects about the game that's often overshadowed because of him. Like the Happy Happy Village being full of cultists and weirdos based on the Ku Klux Klan, and Shinrikyo, that cult that, you know, did the whole sarin gas attacks in Japan that killed a lot of people. There's also that one part where Pooh has to finish his training by meditating atop of this hill called the Place of Emptiness, which I felt was very clever because you were forced to do nothing, yet some NPCs try to distract you and you just have to ignore them. It's here a real scary looking face just sort of pops up and tells you in order to finish your training he needs to rip your legs off and rip your arms off, feed it to the crows, and cut your ears and gouge your eyes out. It's actually really surprising to me that nobody really talks about this scene. Maybe it's because that one part is super short and honestly most people are concerned about Giygas as a whole, but honestly, it's mutilation. This child gets his arms, legs, and all sorts of parts of his body get fed to crows, and in a way it's a graphic scene. I mean, it's taken away your eyes and your hearing. I mean, ugh. Well, there's plenty more stuff in Earthbound that's really spooky, but I figure there's no bigger, badder creep than, of course, Giygas, who has earned the reputation as the most disturbing final boss ever in video games. First, before you ever encounter him, you have to go through the Cave of the Past, which is already playing this eerie music that really plays up the final battle, but not in an epic way like, oh, we're about to save the day, but more in an you should be scared right now sort of way. Then past that, you're in the Devil's Machine, a device made to stabilize Giygas' power and mind and essentially make him invincible. A lot of people have speculated that this machine looks a lot like a woman's uterus, going so far as to say that the machine is symbolic of a womb, which makes sense as this machine is technically supposed to be, in a way, giving birth to Giygas. Well, we'll talk more about that soon, but first, let's focus on the encounter itself. Pokey, or Porky as he's originally known, starts off as a sort of annoying character in the beginning, but now is turned into this real huge dickhead villain, and he actually just taunts you as well as Giygas in some ways by calling him an almighty idiot, and fights you head on before he actually unleashes Giygas to you. And this is the part where Giygas just unleashes his raw fury on you. This is where the insane boss battle begins, the one that haunted everyone's dreams forever. Giygas has lost all sensibility, his mind is warped, his body is incomprehensible, his power beyond godlike. You're now trapped in this dimension unlike your own, one made entirely by Giygas, now neither in the past, present, or future. You are all alone, in darkness, surrounded by a being which you cannot comprehend nor touch, but one that resembles a demon that cannot be stopped. Throughout this entire fight, Giygas takes on numerous forms that are pretty creepy and borderline disturbing. Take this form for example. Many people have speculated that it's supposed to represent Giygas as a fetus, what with it looking a lot like a baby through an ultrasound. Also, Giygas keeps on saying these random phrases, these pieces of dialogue that are just creepy and weird as his strange form just continues to warp. This boss battle is especially creepy if you rename Ness into like your own real name, which I know a lot of us did when we were kids, and they just keep saying your name over and over and over again. Things only ramp up from here as Paula's prayers continues, which is something you need to do in order to defeat Giygas. His form, so too, changes as well, and it gets creepier and creepier and more sinister and just unfathomable. It's something you just can't find with most games nowadays, a boss that has no rhyme or reason and doesn't even know what it's doing. It's all pretty scary, and even though it all ends with the players and the party winning in the end, defeating Giygas once and for all and ending the horrible shit that would have happened in the future, one can't help but think about what they just saw, what they just read. What the hell just happened? Did we just commit an abortion? Well, to go back on the old theory of the devil machine looking like a womb or a cervix, many people speculated that in a way, Giygas' boss battle was an intergalactic eldritch abortion. After all, we are going to the past to stop Giygas during his weakest point, which is still very powerful, mind you, but stopping him now prevents him from being this horrible god he would have inevitably been. It's assumed that he's just, in a way, a baby, especially when you look at this one particular form of Giygas that looks way too much like a baby. However, let's just ruin a few things real quick by saying that the English writer of the Earthbound series has already debunked this theory, and while he acknowledges the fans' enthusiasm, the reality is many of us were just thinking too deep into this, and if you don't believe me, allegedly Shigesato Itoi already confirmed that this form of Giygas isn't really meant to look like anything, let alone a baby. I also read a long time ago that Devil's Machine wasn't actually meant to look like a womb either, but sadly I don't remember where I read that, if I even read that anywhere credible in the first place. Still, the theory of it being an intergalactic abortion is unfortunately false. I can't even believe I just said that, but that really just doesn't stop us from believing that at all. However, there is the absolute true fact that Giygas and dialogue was based on childhood trauma of the creator Shigesato Itoi. When he was a child, Itoi went to a movie to catch a flick with some friends when unfortunately he walked into the wrong theater. He mistook this one love scene between two characters to be a romantic one, but in reality it was, well, something not so consensual and advertiser friendly, if you know what I mean. This led to a multitude of imagery that, quote, assaulted Itoi's mind, unquote. One such imagery was the part where the main dude assaulting this woman grabbed her breast so hard that it became like putty and he could just shape it into whatever he wanted. This violent imagery of eroticism and violence was just too much for his mind and made a lasting impression on him ever since. And that's exactly what Giygas is based on. He's not really a horny creature or a violent one. I mean, he is kind of violent. He's just one that wants to be loved and wants to feel intimacy, to have human emotions, and to feel something, anything, but is stuck in this primordial phase of violence and raw nothingness. That's why when Giygas says it hurts, and I feel good, it was a way to convey Giygas' feeling of something other than raw, unbridled, emotionless violence. And yes, these are also lines from the movie Itoi watched, that film being called The Military Policeman and the Dismembered Beauty. Wow. great title. It was a difficult thing to find, as much of what Itoi described didn't really happen in the film. It was mainly his childhood imagination that got the best of him. Well, I mean that and age. I mean, this happened several decades ago. How would he remember every detail? Though I do think that, regardless, the imagination Itoi had while making Giygas and fully knowing that it came from a porno or snuff film, I mean, that's incredibly disturbing. Even if that's not the case, he thought that that was the case, and so the intent is still there. But in the end, there's so many things about Giygas that's really just incredibly scary, to the imagery, to the theories, to even the very genesis of the creature itself. Everything accumulated to this one horrifying creature in this one beautiful video game that started off with you just chasing your dog. This intangible being is the final boss. It all just sort of happened without any sort of notice. It's a lot like life. You have no idea what exactly it is, and you'll never know what it is that the future holds for you. It's something that'll surely haunt us for the rest of our years and more to come. And that's why Giygas is possibly one of the scariest villains, if not the scariest villain ever created. In the late 2000s, webcomics were just starting to find their legs all over the globe. It was around this time some artists found massive success in this bold new form of media, while others found their success in other unconventional ways. One such artist by the name of Horrors, a South Korean artist, found a way to redefine webcomics as a whole when he found his success through a comic named The Oksu Station Ghost on Naver Webtoons. While written like any other webcomic, this particular comic incorporated something other comics on Webtoons rarely incorporated, which was a script program on Adobe Flash. What exactly did the script do? It hijacked your browser and forced it to scroll by at a certain speed to make the comic seem animated, all while playing this distinguishing sound to jump scare you. This webcomic had everyone in South Korea enamored, with the story being well written, the art well made, and of course, the jump scare being so damn good. Horrors found an opportunity to make something big, and so he uploaded a new webcomic, this time for the 2011 Mystery Short Contest on Webtoons. It ran from July 12th to September 13th, but Horrors didn't need that time because he made that very famous comic that we're about to talk about within the same month he made that last comic. I, of course, am speaking of the Bongchang-dong Ghost. The story follows a young Korean schoolgirl while she was coming home from a long night of studying. The walk seemed eerily quiet and no one was around her when suddenly she saw a figure right in front of her, a strange woman with twisted joints and pink pajamas that's all dirty and bloodied. And by the way, even when I was younger, I still find this one part funny. Worse, her hair was a mess and sticking out everywhere. Yeah, okay, let's ignore the broken leg and the creepy dirty clothes. The worst thing about her was the absolutely dirty hair. Oh man, the Korean fashion standards, man, I'm telling you, absolutely unobtainable. Anyway, she was wondering whether or not she should leave or pass this woman, when suddenly the figure turned her head. The girl, too shocked to even scream or move, just stood there. The figure asked, "Where is my baby?" To which the girl only replies by pointing at a random direction and saying, "Over there." As the figure limped towards that direction, the girl takes this opportunity to get away. Then, the figure strikes back at a horrifyingly fast pace and knocks the girl out cold. This is when we learn of the true story of the Bongchang-dong Ghost. She was a woman named Cho who decided to commit suicide after she had lost custody of her 2-year-old child after having an affair with her husband that ended in a divorce. After that incident, Cho has been seen walking around the apartment complex several times. This story absolutely blew up after it was submitted, not just in South Korea, but all over, especially once a fan-made translation of the comic itself was published. The comic soon received an official translation sometime in September, which only helped elevate it even further. What's more is that during that year, PewDiePie actually made a video on the Bongchang-dong Ghost just about a month after the release of the official translations.
Oh my god, my fucking legs. I think she fucking turned around. Okay, I get the warning now. I get the fucking warning. I get the I need a pillow.
She's not here!
I heard her screaming from far away. I'm glad I have the fucking pillow. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
It's honestly kind of amazing what someone can do with a bit of scripting and some spooky sound effects, and I think the webcomic is well deserved of praise and attention. I actually remember showing my friends this comic and scaring the shit out of them. It helps that none of us knew Korean, so the name Bong Chong Dong Goose made it seem a lot sillier than it really was. Sadly, the webcomic doesn't function the same way it did before, due to Adobe Flash being obsolete since 2019 and browsers removing functionality since 2020. It's not possible to actually read the original comic as intended without doing a few workarounds. Thankfully, Horang still makes short horror comics on Webtoons, this time under the name Horang's Nightmares. And yes, they still have the creepy animations that made his previous works so popular without the need of Flash. They're pretty cool, and I recommend all of you to check it out. I'm not going to spoil any of them, as I feel the big appeal of his comics is still his Jumpscare, so if you really want to read them, I'll leave a link to his webcomics in the description below. Hopefully you guys will find something just as worthy, if not better, than the Bong Chong Dong Ghost. In 1964, British author Roald Dahl released the classic children's novel Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It received glowing reviews and praise from everyone who read it, inspiring certain artists and talents today. Sadly, as wondrous and fantastical as the book is, the book started off first as an anti-racial novel known as Charlie's Chocolate Boy. Charlie first started off as a black kid who was accidentally encased by this chocolate mold by Willy Wonka, and honestly, it's kind of scary the way it's described, like he can't see or hear or feel anything, and Wonka just sort of like forgets about Charlie as he's encased in this mold and nobody can hear him, nobody can find him, and like it's really disturbing. But that version wasn't made, sadly, due to the horrible things that were happening with Roald Dahl's own children. His 4-month-old was sadly ran over by a cab as his nanny was negligent of the stroller that she was carrying, and his daughter eventually developed measles that sadly proved to be fatal. This proved to be Roald Dahl's most difficult years, and this eventually led to him creating Charlie and the Chocolate Factory as a way to escape his heartbreak and mental anguish. As tragic as that story is, you can really see how Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory and Willy Wonka himself are sort of symbolic of Roald Dahl's personality, or rather, someone he would want to be. Someone who can overcome anything and do whatever he wants and have any miracle machine to help those in need or to make those people around him happy. And through Roald Dahl's hard work and effort and pouring his absolute heart and soul into this book, we have the wonderful creation that is Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It was a creative novel with vivid descriptions and a whimsical setting. It was a hit amongst kids and adults alike, so naturally a film would be made of the book, and naturally the author would hate it. Well, aside from the author, the movie itself was praised by audiences and critics alike, yet sadly it wasn't really a big box office hit most people might think it was. Despite this, it's considered a classic amongst many, and I personally think of it as one of my favorite movies of all time. I must have watched it like 30 times by now. Oh, and by the way, what Jay and Mike said about the movie is true. Everyone skips Cheer Up Charlie, including me. I don't know why, I just don't like that part. It's just shit. Aside from that though, there's a ton of classical songs and wonderful scenes. I remember loving the idea of a wall that never loses its flavor, banana, strawberry, schnozberry, whatever the fuck that was.
Who ever heard of a snozberry?
We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams.
Well, anyway, I suppose if this movie's gonna be here on Traumathon, then most of you who've likely seen it know what I'm about to talk about. But honestly, before we get into that, when you really think about it, this whole movie has a weird air about it. Yeah, it is a little charming and a little whimsical, like fairy tale-esque, but there's some weird moments. I mean, these kids in the factory die, explicitly die. In the new remake, it's shown that they sort of make the kids like deformed forever, but in reality, the book says each one of the kids die a horrible death. This movie's more of a slasher than it is an adventure. Then, of course, there's the weird imagery everywhere, and yeah, that one scene with the guy, the horns, it's funny now, but when I was a kid, I always thought it was like kind of freaky. Like, is this saying that TV personalities or the news is like the devil? Like, what? I even remember some of my friends back when I was like 8 years old cried whenever Slugworth appeared. I don't know why. I never thought he was that scary. He only shows up like maybe 4 or 5 times max in a total of like a whole minute in the entire film. But I think the one that really got me personally was the fizzy lifting drink. Just the idea that Charlie and his old man were gonna kick the bucket, no pun intended, by getting shred to pieces, knowing that they can't stop it and ultimately just accepting their fates. I mean, it's kind of grim. Well, I mean, yeah, sure, they learn how to get down from there by burping, but still, it's a weird scene. And also, that led me to learn how to burp on command. No, seriously, check it out. Yeah, see? I tried to do the alphabet. I was about to fucking vomit. I haven't done this since I was a kid. Shit's gnarly though, right? Well, no reason beating around the bush. Let's talk about the Tunnel of Terror. After possibly one of the most iconic songs ever created and one of the most brutal deaths happening, we're taken to the Tunnel of Terrors, a place where all of your worst nightmares happen. As the kids and their parents enter the tunnel, the colors get duller and the lights get dimmer. Things get more frantic as everything goes red, the passengers panic, and the tunnel suddenly flashes images of just generally icky and scary things, like a giant millipede walking on someone's face or a fucking chicken getting their head cut off. I'll hedge a bet that I can't show that part due to, you know, monetization reasons, but I remember seeing that as a kid and thinking, holy shit, did that really just happen? It's one of the first instances of me ever seeing an animal get killed. Well, I mean that, and that one time my dad skinned a pig in our backyard. Yeah, that was weird. It tasted good though. It was also one of the first times I'd ever hear swearing from a movie. Listen. Hell is a big potty word for a little 8-year-old. Give me a break, would you? Of course, after all this horrible imagery is shown, we get that ever so infamous singing from Mr. Gene Wilder himself as Willy Wonka. Unfortunately, due to copyright issues, I'm really not allowed to show the entire song, but it's iconic. And then of course comes his iconic poem copied directly from Roald Dahl's rowing song poem. It wasn't part of the book, but I always viewed it as a sort of little nice tribute to the author, despite his dislike for the movie. Well, I should probably clarify too that Roald Dahl didn't actually hate the movie. He even acknowledges that there are some good parts, but he just didn't like it. But anyways, back to the horrible scene. Man, how many kids did this scene actually fuck up? I hear some people make theories that the poem Willy Wonka recites is actually in some way symbolic of how trapped these kids and their parents are and how their fates are sealed shut. Whatever they do or want to do is already decided for them, and ultimately they will either suffer the consequences or relish in success. I personally always just thought of it as Wonka just fucking around with them. I mean, that part where he yells at them? That shit always makes me laugh. I don't know why, but it's just a genuinely funny moment. Like, this is the kind of shit a senior in college would do to the freshman as a sort of hazing ritual. Well, whether or not it's true, it's probably one of the most iconic and genuinely scarring moments in a children's film. Well, I'm sure there's more, but I'm certain we'll talk about those real soon.
Stop the boat!
Well, everyone, we're just over halfway done with Traumathon 2. How have y'all enjoyed it so far? Hope you guys have been having a good time and that I'm not really killing myself over nothing. I've lost a lot of sleep and had a lot of stress because of this, so I seriously hope you enjoy it. Well, seeing as how we're pretty much halfway through Traumathon, I'd figure I'd use this time to take on some user suggestions and dive into some of your scariest traumas as kids. I asked all of you through a community post what exactly you're scared of and what you were scared of as a kid. And now, after 250 comments and 3,000 likes, I'll be taking a look at some of them. Now, of course, I've already been taking down some of the more popular suggestions given to me. After all, Traumathon isn't just what scares me as a kid, but what scared all of us. Yet there are some unique traumas and scary moments that aren't really heavily suggested to me or just personal to some of you. And that's what we're going to be looking into now. If you don't see your suggestion here, then don't worry. Chances are I either didn't see your suggestion or you just suggested something that is already highly requested and being made into a future episode. Since I'll be covering a wide array of suggestions from all over, don't expect me to go into too much detail as previous videos. I'll just be taking a quick look over some of your personalized nightmares. Let's start off with Megan Leatherman's suggestion, which was E.T.'s lifeless corpse. The scene in E.T. where Elliot finds E.T.'s pale lifeless corpse by the river and the following opening scene where he comes back from the dead, rambling loudly in that weird casket body bag, always scared the hell out of me as a kid, and since it was the 90s, I would have had to be right in front of the TV to fast forward the tape, so I would either turn the volume down and hide under the blanket, or leave the room until the offending scenes were over. Not sure why the rest of the movie didn't bother me. I never actually watched E.T. as a kid. In fact, I always thought it was a boring movie, and if I were to be completely honest, hell, I still haven't watched it even as an adult, but E.T.'s design was always freaky to me. His design always had this like sort of offness about it. The wrinkled skin, the creepy voice, I don't know, I just don't like him. It's hard to imagine this movie was such a big hit. Seeing him all pale and deathly, I mean, it's no wonder you'd be scared, but I mean, to me, he was always really freaky and kind of shitty looking. Here's another suggestion by Yeetmaster. I can't be the only one who thought the butterfly close-up from SpongeBob was scary as hell as a kid, right? I get a few of these requests too, actually, but I never really thought it was a warranting of an episode. I probably wouldn't have much to say about it either. There was just one episode where SpongeBob and Patrick had to take care of Sandy's worm named, well, Wormy, which after metamorphosizing into some butterfly, this butterfly scares both SpongeBob and Patrick after they think that it ate Wormy, not realizing that the butterfly itself is just Wormy, well, as a butterfly. To them, it's a horrifying death creature of doom, though. I remember when they jump cut to the butterfly's face up close, and it was a live action stock footage of a butterfly, and I mean, it was the funniest shit I saw as a kid. And the way the city reacts to the butterfly just flying around, everyone causing mayhem, and I mean, that shit got me cackling. Though I can see how it can spook some kids, as it's a harsh juxtaposition from the bubbly, colorful cartoon to this dull, scary close-up thing of a bug. And I'm currently dating someone who is deathly afraid of bugs, so I can see it through her point of view as to why it's pretty freaking scary. But to me though, I just thought it was kind of funny. But again, it wasn't much, so I couldn't make it into an episode. BJ Khaled also had an interesting topic. I can think of one. So there was this game on the Nickelodeon website way back in the 2000s, and the premise is that it takes place on Halloween and you are giving trick-or-treaters candy, but you can't at any point give the kids black licorice. You have a bag full of candy, but at one point at the bottom of the bag is black licorice. And you have no other choice but to give the kids black licorice. When you give it to them, if I remember correctly, I was under 10 when I played it, they say, "I don't like black licorice," and you get jump scared as the game ends. Anyways, I pinpoint this game as to why I refused to eat licorice for so fucking long. Genuinely traumatizing stuff, especially when you're under 10, lol. This is pretty insane. I've actually never heard of this one, but when I looked into it, holy shit, this is scary. So apparently this was part of a Flash game series on Nickelodeon called Nickelodeon Clickamajigs. They were really short and just simple little Flash games, and mostly just humor, honestly. Like you just click on something and then you get like a Flash movie real quick. One of them was called Black Licorice, and it was a special Halloween game where you just gotta give the kids candy, as, well, BJ Khaled said. But you're not allowed to give them black licorice. Uh-oh, you just gave that little girl licorice. What's gonna happen? Oh my fucking god. This is terrifying. Honestly, as a kid, I'd hate this so much. And what's funny is that this is supposed to act as some sort of prank or gag game. You know the ones, those Flash games that they're meant to really mock or prank the person playing them. After you realize all the tricks, the game gives you an opportunity to go ahead and prank one of your friends by sending them this via email. Well, when you do, they'll be in for a surprise. There's also one last jump scare at the end when you don't have any black licorice at all and you think you're safe. You give all the candy to the kids and then bam, fucking jump scares you back to reality. It's devious, sure, but honestly, as much as I'd hate it as a kid, I'd probably love to just prank some of my friends if I had the opportunity. Rob then says, scariest thing to me as a kid was Mimi in Super Paper Mario. That section where she just straight up became a spider made me quit the game for a year. I've heard a few people talk about this, but I've never really played Super Paper Mario, so I can't really tell you much about the game. I do know that it was always this scene and the river twigs that got people really scared, and man, if it weren't for the fact that I haven't played Super Paper Mario, I'd probably talk about both. I mean, even if I haven't played it, I would still talk about it, but there's really not that much info I can really delve into. Still, when it comes to the Mimi scene, like I said, a few people mention it here and there when it comes to kid-friendly games with spooky elements, but that sort of faded away as as the years went on, so I'm not really sure it affected that many people as I think it did. It's scary, sure, but in a way I always thought it was just some twisted joke. Mimi seems like the cutesy girl who tries to act posh and cute, but in reality is a sadistic brat with a dark power, a pretty common trope. Though I suppose if you're arachnophobic, you'd be pretty scared of this one encounter. Shitlord Diabetes then suggested the Scary Maze game. The thing has caused me so much nightmares over the years, it's really messed up. This is one of those suggestions that I know is really popular, but I just can't make a decent video out of it. I mean, how am I supposed to make a video that can last longer than maybe 2 or 3 minutes out of just this scary maze game? But we all know it exists and still exists to this day. Probably the very first jump scare any of us have ever encountered. Hell, I'd bet if you looked up jump scare in the dictionary, this game would be in it. I unfortunately don't know too many people who actually got pranked this way though, growing up. By the time I learned about it, it was already getting popular and people grew wise to it. I never really personally played it, mainly because I was scared of it as a kid, and because now, as an adult, I don't need to. I know what's gonna happen, so what's the point? And if you don't really know what happens in this scary maze game, well, as it suggests, you use your mouse to navigate through this maze and then you get to the end. Simple, right? Well, you get through a few levels, you think you're doing pretty good, but then here comes this really complicated level. If I'm not mistaken, I think this was supposed to test, well, quote unquote, test your hand-eye coordination, like some bullshit like that. And you were supposed to navigate this tiny mouse through this tiny little maze. And of course, if you reach to the end, you get this. It's a really mean prank, but like I said, never really seen it happen to anyone personally, but there's a ton of funny videos out of it, so I really suggest just watching those if you really can, if they're still around. I mean, it's old. It's a classic, and I approve these kinds of shenanigans. John Balness said, I walked in on my parents on Halloween. My mom was dressed as Dorothy and my dad was the Tin Man. Oh god, I pray for you, man. Nero Redman then suggested, probably a bit cliche, but those Minecraft sounds/songs horrified me as a kid to the point of just playing it on mute. Minecraft will probably make a Traumathon episode someday, though maybe not this year, but I do acknowledge that there's a near endless well of creepy material in Minecraft. I remember first playing it when I was younger and getting scared of the night. There's so many weird and strange noises that come at you at night that you really can't process what everything is. Not the first time you play it anyways. And I know I'm about to do my boy real dirty right now, but check out Omni's first time playing this game, bro. Like, this is legit how some people feel playing this game for the first time.
I'm lost. I'm lost. I'm lost, y'all. This is like... I don't know what to do. Okay, wait. Where? How do I pull a fucking map? Okay. I'll keep moving. I can't pull a map. I just gotta wander around the world. Eat. Oh! What is hitting me? Yo, he has armor? This dude has...
I don't blame him. I'm not making fun of him for showing this. I legit don't blame him for feeling this way. This fucking game is horribly scary. Also, follow him on Twitch and give him a little sub. I love him despite him being bald. You sinful motherfucker. Stick around for more, everyone. I kind of like doing this video, so I think I'm just gonna make a part 2 for tomorrow. Let's just consider this a sort of walk down memory lane, a user suggestion weekend. I hope you guys like it, and I hope you guys enjoy this video. Stick around, there's more. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love you a ton. Alright, my fellow Mexican, I was scared of the dancing baby gif. I don't know why, but I was. It looked creepy to me. I've never heard of anyone being scared of the dancing baby gif, but I chose this just to show that everyone has their own personalized fears that not everyone shares. Let me know in the comments if the dancing baby ever freaked you out. Personally, I can see kind of why you'd be creeped out by it. It's a pretty good definition of uncanny valley, especially when you consider this came out during the mid-90s, when there were really not a lot of examples of CG character models. We were still getting used to it, so it's kind of jarring to see this during that time. It was one of the very first first memes ever created, and it has a fascinating history that I'm afraid I won't have time to talk about, though I'm sure there's plenty of videos, articles, documentaries, and whatever that's already talked about it in length, so just watch those. I never grew up with the dancing baby. Actually, maybe I did, I just never really noticed. I didn't get into computers until like 2008 or 9, and I was really old by then, so those kinds of memes really passed me by. Milky Way gave me the blackout in Luigi's Mansion. This sounds kind of silly, but I remember being so scared of the section in Luigi's Mansion when the blackout occurs. The telephone room had no music, and upon leaving, the panic of a bunch of ghosts chasing you was stressful. Luigi's Mansion does this strange yet wonderful thing that I think seldom ever shows up in horror games, which is to never fully be scary, but embrace creepiness. That's how I felt about Luigi's Mansion. I was never fully scared of the game, but it was just creepy enough that I never really felt safe lowering my guard. One such example would be the part where the blackout occurs after a lightning bolt strikes the mansion. It's intense because up until this point, you've been able to light up every room that's cleared of ghosts and ghouls. Now all that progress has spun backwards. It doesn't last long, but I can definitely see how this created anxiety and fear, and I certainly didn't like that part any more than you did. We have blossoming Sakura-chan with the killer bushes from Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage. Really scared me a lot. They're disguised as bushes, but they close in on you to gobble you up. A small thing, but I remember being scared of it. Well, I never played any of the Spyro games, but I can tell you, mimic enemies have been the sum of most people's fears when playing any sort of video game. Remember the mimics from Dark Souls? Unbelievable. Anyways, I should probably dedicate a whole episode on mimic enemies because they always seem to have the worst designs, and by worst, I mean scariest. So thanks for the suggestion, I'll keep this in mind. Lee B then gave me this, the game over scene in Katamari Damacy, where the King of Cosmos yells at you, scared me to death as a child. I would always run and hide when it played. The king just belittled and insulted you, always made me feel bad when I was younger. God, that's not even scary, that's just sad. Oh my god, look at Lee B's icon. Why is it so fitting? I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. I hate characters that make players feel bad. You don't deserve it, Lee B. You're a champ. The king's a fucking asshole anyways, don't listen to it. Then we have Ope, or OP. Okay, this is really silly, but I got traumatized by Mulan. It was the girl's doll and the village burning that did it. In my head, it was going to happen to me since I was a kid, and I thought getting burned alive was a normal thing. I was like 5, but still. Jesus Christ, this is one of those examples where our imaginations are actually much scarier than what we initially think about. I mean, seriously, that is a horrifying thing to think about as a kid, and the worst part is that it's not even totally wrong. Well, at least in the context of the film. Back in those times, being burned alive was most definitely a common way to go. Just imagining a little girl from Mulan getting burned alive and dying with their family, I mean, that's definitely a strong image that probably would affect most people. It's just surprising that you'd come to that conclusion as a kid. The number taker from the Numberjacks always freaked me out. Way too scary for the 4 to 5 year old audience it was going for. That whole show was one weird trip, to be honest. Now, what in the world is the Numberjacks? I never really heard of it. Oh my god! Wait, this is the guy you're scared of? Not these horrible abominations? I tell you, as kids, we really let a lot of shit slip through. Like, yeah, we'll get scared of obvious things, but stuff like this? I mean, God, why weren't you scared of these guys? So, the Numberjacks, for any of my American bros and sisters that don't know, is a show about a bunch of alien creatures that live in a couch. No, not on, I mean in the couch. They stay dormant until some brat calls them and demands that they solve crimes. How exactly? By doing math. Wow. Cool. Anyways, this show lasted for like 3 years, and the number taker, I assume, is their arch nemesis, taking every number in the world and stealing anything that comes in a pair of those numbers. Like, one time he stole the number 4, and then he suddenly decided that's good enough reason to steal 4 of everything, including this lady's groceries, which I'm sure she was going to use to just help her poor starving children. What an absolute knobhead. Also, probably one of the worst Doctor Who villains ever. It's silly, but it's a kid's show, so I don't think it's much to really delve into. I don't know if it counts, but one time in the first grade, the thing that traumatized me was seeing this video called Yelling Creature by Rob Herman. It would scare me for a long time due to the uncanniness. It had a creepy background, the body looked like clay, and the face was superimposed. It was the introduction to that weird side of YouTube and disturbed me to the max. Eventually I got over it, but Rob just announced that he may be doing more in the future. I would be curious if you're able to cover it for this year's Traumathon. It would be neat. Well, if Rob Herman made any other creepy content that was worth it, I would love to dedicate an episode on him, but sadly, I can't make an episode on a 6-second loop. What I can say is that what you said about this video pretty much sums up everything. The creepy noise, the weird background, the face that's human-esque, but the head that's like so inhuman, there's no denying it. This is freaky. Then Echo Waves gave me this. I think the most scary thing that I remember was the face that appeared in between shows on Nick Jr. Every time I saw it appear, it freaked me out so much that I just look away from the TV and cover my ears as to not listen to what he's saying. I even had nightmares about it too for years until I forgot it existed for a while. Even looking back at the blocks by looking at videos of it, some of the stuff it says and does is still very weird and a little unnerving. I actually wrote down Face from Nick Jr. on my journal, and I definitely was going to cover him, but the more I thought about it, the less I could justify him being on Traumathon. I think there's definitely an odd air about him, but if you really watch any of the bumps with Face, he was honestly a real chill, wholesome, and funny guy. I still vividly remember coming back home from elementary school and seeing Face still on TV as Nick Jr. was just ending its programming block. I really loved him. And the amount of creative things that they did with Face, despite him being, well, a face with a blank color, I mean, that's incredible. They were so limited with what they could do, yet found so many ways to do anything. I respect that. Apparently in 2004, they changed his design, if you can even believe that, seeing as how there's not really much to change, and they gave him a new voice. He's way more obnoxious now than his previous iteration, which was often more soft-spoken. This guy was just another way louder and energetic personality that was already flooding the mid-2000s, and I don't know, I'm not really into it. Ash1106 gave me, I forgot which one it is, but I remember watching one of the Final Destination movies as a kid, and the scene that got me was the one where the girl is on an escalator that breaks and gets crashed to death. Oh, sorry. I think you mean crushed to death by the gears. After that, I was crazy scared of escalators. I want to say it was maybe 2 or 3 years till I finally got over it. I haven't really watched any of the Final Destination movies after the second one, but each movie has always seemed to ramp up the gore and kill counts each and every installment, and it sort of instills a new phobia in kids, well, any kids that are willing to watch the movie. Honestly, there's a lot of scenes from every Final Destination film that was pretty horrible, and I'm pretty sure each and every one has given someone a nightmare. Some movies made you scared of serial killers or sleeping, or maybe even going to camp, but Final Destination made you fear everything. I do remember this one elevator scene very vividly and had nightmares about it for a real long time. I hated it. I'm sure this movie gave me my slight fear of elevators. I'm still scared that someday I'll get trapped in one, or that I'll fall as it's rising to the top of the building. Fuck this franchise. It really fucked with all of us. Alright, I think that just about covers it for some strange user suggestions. I know I'm not really touching on more popular ones or ones that I feel most of you would expect, but I really wanted to touch on some of the more minor suggestions. I gotta be honest, a lot of the suggestions you guys gave me were really good, and I even wrote down some of them in my journal to keep in mind in case I ever want to cover them in greater detail this year or next year. There were also a lot that made me realize just how scary some shows were, most of the time unintentionally. Do you guys honestly know how many times I saw SpongeBob suggestions? Seriously, there's loads of them. Hopefully I get down to the more popular ones this year while October's still young, but if not, remember, there's always next year. For now, let's enjoy the next half of Traumathon 2 while it's still going strong. In 1983, George Lucas founded THX, a high-fidelity audio and visual reproduction company that basically created the standard in audio all over, from movies to theaters, radio systems, even video games. The THX system itself isn't really a system made for recording or anything, it's more like a quality assurance system, you know, to give your audio crisp, booming sounds. Fun fact, later in 2016, it was acquired by Razer Inc. That's really not necessary to this video at all, but I think that's kind of neat. Honestly, THX is one of those companies that you don't really think too much about, and to be real with you, I would say most of us wouldn't even know it existed if it weren't for that sound. That goddamn sound. Here's a common story for all of us. When the sound came on, known as the Deep Note by the way, most of us, I assume, either lowered the volume all the way down, or y'all ran away from the room, or hid under your bed, or alternatively, you could have had asshole family members who thought it was really funny when you cried and screamed when the Deep Note came on. So they bumped up the volume to the max and yeah, you cried even more, and they find it funny because they love teasing you. Fuck them, right? More importantly, fuck Dr. Andy Moore, the creator of the Deep Note. Actually, what Andy Moore did was nothing short of genius. He created the Deep Note initially to test how deep and loud stereo notes work, but then it was turned into the very theme for THX in a way to show everyone the power of their system. You gotta keep in mind, before THX, a lot of sounds in movies weren't really dynamic, and some were running on mono, not even considering stereo. The quality of sound pissed off one particular individual for his particularly big movie, which was of course George Lucas with Star Wars, when he reportedly said that he couldn't hear key plot points or certain sound effects that he was really impressed by, but was emulated so poorly that he just made THX to make sure that his next movie would sound richer and look better. In a way, THX was a big fuck you to every theater that didn't really set its standards high when it came to sound. THX made its big debut in Return of the Jedi, which was the first time people ever heard it. Imagine how mind-blowing that is, like really. It's like having this shitty audio for your entire life and it's just there and you can't really do anything about it, and then you show up at this movie premiere and then this booming sound surrounds the entire theater and pretty much skull fucks everyone there. I mean, that's incredible. As for how it was really created, well, I can't really articulate how exactly it was made, as I'm not personally into audio engineering, but I do know that this sound was generated by a computer created from the ground up by Andy Moore. He could have done it manually by increasing the pitch of every channel, but that would have been pretty arduous, so instead he went through the other method of just letting a computer do it for him, which was a program that used up over 600 lines of code. Not a huge feat, but definitely not small, especially considering that he did it in just 4 days, and this was 1986. It's also interesting to note that the THX Deep Note isn't actually that loud. I know, right? How can it not be that loud? Well, it just isn't. It's more of an illusion that it's a high volume thing. Because the sound starts off so low, the end of the crescendo being so high pitched and containing over 30 voices make us perceive it to be louder than it really is. Though be it loud superficially or not, ultimately is superfluous, as it still makes people unsettled and scared. I'm sure even for adults they felt the same way as THX became a commodity. I know for a fact some of my viewers are much more sensitive to sound too, so hearing the THX logo must have been a nightmare, and I feel for y'all. And I'm not really sure if newer people like you guys just spawned in, but no, seriously, people who are like under the age of 15 or you're still in your teens, I don't know if you guys still have THX in your movie theaters. I mean, I've been watching a ton, and I mean a ton, of Netflix for the past few months, and I'm sure most of you have too, and I have not come across the THX logo in ever actually. Out of maybe 30 or 50 movies that we watched, yeah, I haven't seen it at all. Which is a funny thing because I'm pretty sure if you go to THX's channel on YouTube, you can see the 4K resolution remastered strange CG thing that they have up there, and I'm assuming that's for newer movies, but again, I have not seen any movies use the THX logo at all. Personally, while I did hate this THX Deep Note bullshit, I also wasn't a really big fan of the New Line Cinema logo. That one creeped me out too, and I really don't know why. Actually digging through the whole New Line Cinema logo and as well as the THX logo, I found this one wiki called the Scary Logos Wiki, and that made me dive deep into a really weird rabbit hole that I might have to visit later on in Traumathon, or hell, just for fun. Whatever the case, it's been remastered, regenerated, and remade a couple of times, but that iconic THX Deep Note sound is still the thing that gives kids back then, and probably kids even now, a ton of nightmares. So imagine being back in elementary school, just starting the day, trying to wake yourself up, but today's different because there's a book fair going on, and that's good enough reason to just get the hell out of class. You go downstairs, and what do you see? This book, that book, this one's kind of cool. This one's alright. Oh, the author of this one has some interesting concepts and ideas. Boy, I can't wait to support her in the future. Oh wait, what's this? Scary stories? Well, I am a fan of Goosebumps. It's not really as colorful as Goosebumps. Oh, what could be inside? Oh my god! Jesus Christ. That's a hell of a way to get kids shitting their pants. How is it that we've gotten through 2 Traumathons and I've yet to talk about this one? Well, I actually really wanted to talk about scary stories for a little while, but I don't know, I just first wanted to reread the book at first, I guess. I kind of have this vague remembrance of how the stories were like, but I just wanted to remember how it really was. But I'll get to that in a bit. First, let's talk about this series of books. Written back in 1981 by Alvin Schwartz, Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark is a book full of short horror stories. Some of them are long, lasting about a few pages. Others are pretty short, lasting maybe 1 or 2 pages. And some are just poems. These stories were written specifically for kids, and sometimes it shows with silly yet whimsical stories such as The Big Toe. Yet as kid-friendly as some of the stories are, one can't deny that the real reason we all got into this book wasn't because of the stories. Oh no, it's because of the drawings. Good fucking god. These are nightmare fuel. I've rarely ever heard anyone not be scared of these illustrations. The artist behind it all was Stephen Gammell, a self-taught artist who fancies himself an illustrator specifically for children's books. Now, if you see any of his other work, you can sort of get this nostalgic feeling out of them. You know, like, oh, I swear I've seen this art somewhere before. You know, that kind of feeling. Though he may be good at what he does, he absolutely excels at horror, making him far more popular as the artist behind the face of Scary Stories than as the children's book artist some people might know him for. Though to say people know quote-unquote Gammell would be a gross understatement. The man, while known for making such scary pieces that ever graced a book, is also known to be a relatively enigmatic man. I don't give interviews, not even for my publishers. It's just my policy. Man, what a badass. I can't really say what went through his mind while he made these, nor why he created these art pieces the way they are, but Gammell has said in these rare but short interviews is that what you see from him is what you get, and his art pieces do the talking for him. In a way, he's right. Each of these art pieces tell a story all on their own, which is fitting considering that this is a collection of horror stories. Sometimes I feel the art pieces complement the stories and vice versa, though sometimes I do ask myself just how each one fits. Not because they don't illustrate the story well, but just because the story itself cannot do the art justice, and again, vice versa. Like, take this one art piece for example. This is the one I fear the most. This is the one I actually had nightmares about as a kid. I hated this one, and I was super scared of it, and I could not muster the courage to actually read the story. But now, growing up, maybe I think around my teens, I reread it, and I read that one particular story, and it's forgettable? and boring. Like, I had no idea I was afraid of nothing, and then, that day, I learned. Yeah, unfortunately, the stories are a mixed bag, and it's clear and obvious that the art pieces steal the show more than once, honestly. It's not to say that the book is filled with bad stories, but it's also not filled with an overwhelming amount of good either. Many of them range from forgettable to laughable to downright horrifying and just boring sometimes. Yet it is important to keep in mind that the scary stories and scary stories to tell in the dark aren't like the stories found in Goosebumps. Each of them are fully fleshed out stories with characters and structure, rising action, falling action, all that garbage that you would love to see in any of the Goosebumps books. But these short stories are more akin to campfire tales. They're not meant to be read in a day by yourself. They're meant to be told by a group of people surrounding you and read by a compelling narrator. Some of these stories, I gotta be honest, are really stupid and goofy, but only if you have the wrong narrator. If you have someone who can tell a compelling story with gusto and energy, with the right inflections and the right mood is set, then you can turn an otherwise silly story like Me Tai Doti Walker into a genuinely terrifying one. And I should know, I read that story and thought it was super stupid, but when I heard Channel Zero, by the way his link is in the description down below, read it out loud, oh man, my opinion on the story really changed. It's the reason why I was unsure whether or not I wanted to make this video, because I remember the stories themselves being pretty silly, but hearing other people read it changed my mind fully. Now, of course, I can't end it off without mentioning the movie, but I did want to focus solely on the books themselves on this video, which all pretty much are the same, by the way. Mixed bags with interesting drawings, which, oh yeah, they were apparently changed in later publications because they were too scary. No, seriously. And then they were re-changed back to the old ones as the movie was being released. I have watched it, and I'll just say that honestly, I think they did a pretty good job. I would have preferred an anthology movie rather than stringing together a weird subplot about some, I don't know, cursed woman and stories. Whatever, that's forgettable, but oh my goodness, the effects were unbelievable. The fact that it used so many practical effects was astounding, and in 2019, that's rare and pretty cool. Again, it's a shame that the story itself is so forgettable, but I can see why they did that. It's a sort of greatest hits collection on some of the stronger stories, and like I said, most of the stories are either too silly, too boring, or maybe sometimes just too short to be made into a movie, so this was the only possible route that could have made it to the mainstream. If I were in charge, I would have just made the premise about, I don't know, a bunch of people camping out and telling spooky stories, you know, like it's intended to be told. It doesn't matter, it's already been made, and y'all can check it out when you can. I thought it was pretty entertaining, and while you're at it, get the books. Gather some friends in a Zoom call or Discord and challenge each other to read the story as scary as possible. Get some beers if you're old enough and see who can be the scariest or the drunkest out of everyone. I don't know, it sounds like a lot of fun to me at least. If not, then it could really be quite a terrifying night. Salad fingers, where are you? There you are. There you. Oh my god. Salad Fingers is a web series created by David Firth, someone well known to make some of the creepiest shit on the internet. None more recognizable, however, than Salad Fingers himself. But before I really dive deep into David Firth's creation, Salad Fingers, I really recommend checking out his Patreon page. Animators already struggle enough when it comes to YouTube ad revenue, and seeing as how he's a horror content creator and how he refuses to tone down the tone of violence or the imagery just for it to be ad friendly on YouTube. So really check it out. It'll be in the link down in the description. So yeah, I don't know. I just feel bad if I don't mention that. Starting off life as an inside joke after Firth's friend said he had salad fingers while playing the guitar, the series features a mutant green man-thing with elongated fingers who enjoys rusty things, be it spoons, metal bars, hooks even. Who cares about lockjaw? That shit's orgasmic to him. I remember a ton of my friends being super scared of Salad Fingers, yet a close friend of mine at the time really enjoyed it, and we both watched it every time it came out. There was something oddly mesmerizing about the series, be it Salad Finger's soft-spoken tone of voice or perhaps the bizarre world he lives in. Everything about the series kind of pulls you in slowly, even if you really don't feel comfortable being there. Sure, nowadays people can find creepy content anywhere. Some might argue are just much creepier, much scarier than Salad Fingers, and much more nightmare-inducing, but you gotta keep in mind two things. Firstly, Salad Fingers was a unique, one-of-a-kind show at the time. Most web series or flash animations were solely comedy-based. That's not to say there were no horror animations, but often those relegated to just jump scares or just a one-off. And it was certainly a minority amongst the waves of people making parodies and just comedy skits. Salad Fingers started in 2007, 13 years ago if you can believe it, and has been continuing onwards even today, though episodes are less frequent than they used to be. Whereas back then they were uploaded once every few weeks, now the series seems to be shoved aside and new episodes only show up once every few years or whenever David Firth feels like it. It's not at all his main focus right now, and I'd argue his other shows are far more creepier and engrossing than Salad Fingers, so I'd really recommend checking out his channel after you're done with this video. For now, the focus for today is just Salad Fingers. Honestly, it's hard to talk about Salad Fingers because it's just so off-brand when it comes to horror and comedy. It's so surreal and strange that it's hard to describe. It doesn't really have a structure, like you can't just say Salad Fingers wakes up every morning and shenanigans ensue or whatever. Things just sort of happen at their own pace, and that may prove to be difficult to watch for some, even despite the gross shit sometimes shown. It's a very slow grind of a show, each episode trudging at a snail's pace, then escalating rapidly towards the end, and things happen in between that you don't really expect, but you are captivated. It's not a contemporary horror in the sense that you get a jump scare here and there, nor is there really that much strange imagery assaulting you all the time, but there is every now and again. It's just off. Like you watch this show and you can't help but get this strange feeling that things just aren't right. Things shouldn't be this way. And yes, you're right. Things shouldn't be this way. Salad Fingers is an abomination, but he's not really a villain, but he's not entirely good either. He means well as a character, but his mind is so fried that he can prove to be a danger to others. He's also possibly a cannibal, so maybe don't trust him. It's strange because Salad Fingers is clearly the very embodiment of someone dealing with some sort of heavy mental illness or some sort of psychotic episode. Whether or not that's the intent or if there's some sort of commentary put in place in Salad Fingers, I don't know. But it's arranged to be a very mysterious show as theories upon theories have piled up, much to David Firth's amusement. Though it's kind of funny that MatPat's theory, though the most popular and well received, was lambasted by David Firth himself on Twitter. Him calling it ridiculous is like the funniest slap to the face I'd ever seen MatPat get. He doesn't even acknowledge it in his next theory episode, which is like, come on, MatPat, we all know you saw that tweet. You're just totally ignoring it. Though to be fair to MatPat, Salad Fingers is so very strange and a seemingly scatterbrained series that it's difficult to even contextualize anything he's saying to a coherent story. I even had trouble writing this script because I have no idea what to talk about. There's a mention of a great war, clear childhood trauma, dissociative identity, possible schizophrenic episodes, signs of dementia, and so much more, fogging up and destroying Salad Fingers' mind. And he's our narrator. We're supposed to perceive the world in the same way he perceives it. How can you trust what you see in the show to be true if all the interpretations of the show comes from a man as delusional and racked as him? I've even heard some theories that Salad Fingers is suffering from gender dysphoria, which I have no idea, and I can't really tell you the truth. There's so many theories out there, and there's so much to explore with this show. I do think it's interesting that the show became so popular, raking in millions of views with each new installment, and honestly my personal theory on why it became so popular is that it was appealing to the weird kids of the late 2000s. Okay, look, you might hate me for saying this, but I swear it's true. 2006 was the year Invader Zim got cancelled, right? So people were a little peckish for weird, green, random entertainment, right? Well, who do we have here? Uploaded in 2007, Salad Fingers. He's green, he's weird. The fact that he likes rusty shit, I mean, that's random, right? And he's adorable in some weird way. Yeah, I know it might be a stretch, but growing up I always saw emo and scene girls wearing Salad Fingers and Invader Zim merch all the time, so I don't think it's too far-fetched personally. Well, whatever the case may be, Salad Fingers is among one of the classics of early Flash animations, and has continued to pioneer the art of creepy and addicting uncomfortable atmospheres since 2007. Let him reign longer, and let's hope someday we can tell what the fuck is going on. Here's something I didn't expect to do this year, HBO's Crashbox. It was one of my more highly requested shows, and as much as I've been unlocking nostalgia for a lot of you this year, this is the one time you guys unlock nostalgia for me. I had completely forgotten about this show and only just remembered it when I was told about it and told to do a Traumathon episode on it. Though as highly requested as it was, I'm sure most of you probably haven't even heard of the show, which isn't surprising considering it's an HBO show, and to me, growing up, HBO was a rich family's channel. You had to pay premium fees in order to get that channel. The only reason I was able to watch this show, despite me being poor as a kid, was because my dad didn't know anything about family plans or premium plans. He just sort of paid for the plan that got him the most channels. So for about a good year or so, I was able to enjoy HBO and all those weird shows and movies that were out for that channel. Yet during that time, I got to enjoy one of my favorite HBO shows. Yeah, that's right, Crashbox. It was a stop-motion edutainment show that basically made a game out of doing math, learning new words, learning facts about animals while being digested inside their stomachs. Yeah, it was weird. They never really made learning simple. They sort of just went wacky and crazy, to the point where you asked yourselves, is that really necessary? Am I really learning anything? For example, there's one segment in the show called Psycho Math, featuring this coked up maniac known as Professor Rocket who gives you math problems. But the problems don't really feature numbers, oh no. They feature something stupid like the number of minutes in an hour, add it to the fingers and toes that you have combined, and divide it by the amount of days it rained on Noah's Ark. Well, that's kind of bullshit and vague. What if a person watching this doesn't have all their fingers or toes? Or what if they were born with more? Hell, scratch that. Who the hell knows how many days it rained on Noah's Ark? I only know because I'm a rosy-cheeked Catholic boy, but if you didn't grow up reading the Bible or told Bible tales as a kid, well, you're shit out of luck, dumbass. Go back to Sunday school, you fucking sinner. Then we have this weird show called Eddie Bull, where some sort of like mutant human works at a zoo. Apparently he's super tasty because every single animal in the zoo wants to devour the fuck out of him. It's a really weird segment that never really made me feel comfortable, and not like in a creeped out or a spooky kind of sense, but just kind of the fact that, you know, he's in intestines of some animal and it's just kind of nasty. I mean, seriously, he's swimming through the colon of some strange animal and I have to identify it? Alright. Wait, it's a beaver? I'm pretty sure they don't eat meat. Oh, whatever. Nothing really makes sense on this show, which is shocking because it's supposed to be an educational show. But honestly, sometimes it's just a stretch. Like this one segment called Word Shake. It's just a guy making puns. No, seriously, there's nothing educational about it. He just gets a word like mini and soda, and he's like, oh, by the way, it's the French accent. Can you guess what the fuck this is supposed to be? Is mini and a soda. What the fuck does that mean combined? It's a mini soda. That's a Mexican accent. I just divulged into something completely different. Anyways, it's like, who the fuck cares? And yeah, I know, honestly, most of these are more entertainment than they are education, but that's what made it fun. It's a game show, so you played along with the show, despite the ridiculous nature of it. So why is it on Traumathon? Well, for a lot of people, I was told that the stop-motion puppets really freaked them out, and honestly, I can kind of see that. Distraction News has a host that has these dead eyes that's just gazing at you coldly, and it's like, ugh. Then there's this one weird segment where some Jamaican dude has this submarine. You have to like find the things that are in common with all these items. I don't know. I don't like that puppet at all. He looks more like a burnt victim than he does a man from Jamaica. It's weird to say, but it's just not a very good rig. But the biggest complaint that people have had about this show was about the revolting slob. This massively overweight, bald thing that lives in the worst conditions possible, who's constantly ridiculed by the narrator. The segment is supposed to teach you about words. How exactly? By shitting on the slob and the way he lives. It's like, oh, what's this? The slob is eating soup? Can you describe his soup? Is it disgusting, terrible, or rancid? Meanwhile, the slob is all like,
"Lady, please, leave me the fuck alone. I suffer from depression. I can barely muster the strength to clean up after myself. I know I don't live in the healthiest conditions, nor under the basic human standards that one should live under, but I'm so tired of living, I've practically given up on my life. I just want to rot away and watch TV while eating whatever slop I can make myself. I relied so much on my wife's cooking that when she passed away from her terminal cancer and Alzheimer's, I couldn't be bothered to learn it myself due to my crippling depression caused by her death. So please, lady, won't you leave me alone? I'm just trying to eat and
boom! Yeah, fuck your mental health. Blow that fat fuck up. It's honestly never bothered me as a kid. There's a very specific type of people out there that are terrified of claymation or animatronics, and honestly, the gross nature that the revolting slob lives under is pretty weird and rancid. It kind of grosses you out and makes you really not want to be there. I mean, keep in mind, I've also gotten a ton of other requests from similarly animated shows with puppets and animatronics. Maybe I'll get to them soon, but my point is, everyone has their own fears. I was told by a lot of people that the revolting slob scared them, as did the other hosts of the other shows, and to be honest, it might be a very specific fear, but who am I to deny someone like Rachel her fear of the show? She even gave me this lovely little email. Goose Senpai, I am humbly reaching out to you in a time of trauma to cite the scariest show in existence, according to Child Me. I looked everywhere to see if you were taking suggestions, so if this is totally unwarranted, my bad, but every one of your latest Traumathon videos reminds me of this stupid show, so I won't be able to live with myself if I don't share it with you. The show is called Crashbox. It aired on HBO for 2 seasons. It consisted of the scariest puppets on the planet talking about educational things like math and history. The one that scared me the most was the revolting slob, who I think had to do with numbers. I don't think I've ever understood the content because I was too terrified by the slob's haunting visage. I've attached some photographic evidence for proof. The entire show, only 2 seasons, is available on HBO Max right now. As an animator and artist myself, I do appreciate what it accomplished now. I actually think it looks kinda cool, but I cannot ignore how terrified it made me as a kid. I'm interested in knowing if anyone else had this same sort of experience. Well, that's my email. Thanks for reading if you did. I love your work, I always have your videos in the background, and I'm especially enjoying Traumathon. A special shout out to the Final Fantasy one from 2 weeks ago. I always cite the Faceless Squall as one of the scariest things I've ever seen, besides Crashbox of course. I look forward to seeing your work in the future. Gee, thank you so much, Rachel, and good luck with your art. I really actually like your art and design, so if anyone wants to follow her on Twitter or her Instagram, well, her links will be in the description. Well, honestly, I just had a lot of fun revisiting the show and writing the script and editing it. It might not be the scariest to everyone, but I wanted to give myself a little break and just talk about something I really enjoyed as a kid and possibly scared a ton of others. Seriously, when else was I going to talk about Crashbox? Only on Traumathon, baby. Have you ever taken a look at a photo, maybe even a painting, and you thought that there was something off about them? Something you just couldn't really shake off, but you knew that they stuck around with you for a long time, maybe even followed you to your dreams? Well, today I wanted to talk about the viral haunted paintings and images that creeped us out as kids. I'm not really sure why these particular images got so popular. Maybe they were part of some creepypasta, or maybe they somehow got around the web as an urban legend, which is funny considering how old some of these paintings and images really are when compared to the date that they actually got popular. Seriously though, I love these images a ton, mainly because there's no trickery behind these. Well, sometimes. What I mean is, when you have something like Jeff the Killer's image, then you can tell it's just an image of someone who is heavily edited to look creepy. Yet stuff like Tomino's Hell is just superbly creepy. That scary face, that horrifying figure, ugh, it's so terrifying, and you pretty much saw this image everywhere when creepypastas became popular. And yeah, it might be a stretch to call Tomino's Hell a creepypasta, as many have said it's a Japanese urban legend, but frankly I've been having a lot of trouble confirming that this is even an urban legend to begin with. Whenever I find out that this is a quote-unquote Japanese urban legend, somebody always mentions the creepypasta instead, so who knows. Though as creepy as the painting is, honestly it comes from a very unfortunate background. The artist is Yuko Tatsushima, and the art piece itself is called I Can Never Be a Bride, or something to that extent. Tatsushima actually deals with a lot of real trauma and bases her art on her past and the sexual assaults she faced. I won't go any further than that, as it's both too serious for Traumathon and because I feel like she is such an interesting subject that I would actually like to dedicate a video entirely on her someday. There's also this painting called the Japanese Suicide Girl, and the urban legend is that if you stare at this picture long enough, you'll hear voices, you'll start hallucinating, the painting will move, and of course you'll end up killing yourself. None of it, of course, being true, not even the part where it's Japanese. It was actually drawn by a Thai artist named Robert Chang, and this was an actual concept art for his sci-fi screenplay called Tellurian Sky. This is supposed to represent Princess Rue, a main character in that screenplay. Not much came out of Tellurian Sky, though Robert Chang still makes a lot of art. I guess the real fascination for this painting comes from this eerie stare the woman gives off. She just stares at you, never blinking. I mean, it's a photo, so of course she'll never blink, but she's never really staring in one particular direction, making it seem like her eyes are constantly following you. It really does make you feel like it will blink or it will move, and I even swear that I have seen it blink, but that's most likely in my head as a stupid teen. I knew others who said that they felt sick or just totally off, maybe even getting a headache staring at it for so long, but I always thought to myself, well, yeah, obviously you'd get a headache. You're staring at a screen for like hours, you dumbass. There's not much credibility to it actually being haunted, and nobody really knows where that haunted little story came from. It's just somewhat eerie, even to the way it was drawn. It's so clean, yet rendered as if she's a real girl. It's an uncanny valley sort of deal, and I think that's why for so many people, it's nauseating. You can't quite comprehend why it's off, but there is something about it that is off. We just don't know what it is. The Hands That Resist Them is a haunted photo with a generic story. Something about it making people feel sick and awful, though interestingly enough, it was actually purchased by John Marley. Yeah, that's right, the dude who got that horse head from The Godfather. Well, after he passed away, the painting was then sold to an old elderly couple who claimed it was cursed. I saw this painting circulating around the internet for a little while alongside the other haunted painting, so I personally always saw this painting as a sort of set. Later on, the artist of this painting, Bill Stoneham, created a sequel to this painting after being commissioned to do so, which made it look way cooler and not at all creepy. It kind of defeats the creepiness of the old painting, but who's to say it was really supposed to be creepy in the first place? It was part of Stoneham's gallery, which was of course when it caught the eyes of John Marley. The painting itself is supposed to represent Stoneham when he was a little kid, and it was based on a photo that he took when he was a child, and the doorway itself is supposed to be this split between reality and fantasy, while the little doll was supposed to be a sort of guide to that fantasy world. And of course, those hands are supposed to represent different realities, different possibilities that we of our lives can take. It was only after that it was sold on eBay with the description that it was haunted that people started believing that. It is interesting to note that Stoneham actually did create a prequel to the painting, which was commissioned to him by some random person. It does still have that creepy, eerie vibe to it, but honestly, it just seems to be telling a really intricate story that can be interpreted many different ways. It has a fascinating little history that's, I think, more interesting than the whole implication that it's somehow haunted. Really, you should really check out the art from Stoneham. It's far more interesting. Then, of course, we have the ever so famous Crying Boy painting. Honestly, this has been told so many times, and I really don't know which of the crying boy paintings really is the haunted one anymore. I believe this is the one that most of us know about, or even people are talking about, but I have seen other interpretations of the crying boy, or just completely different paintings of crying boys, and I really don't know which one's the original. I'm just gonna say that this one is. But anyways, if you don't know the story, essentially a UK homeowner purchased a copy of the crying boy, possibly the original, and that night he hung it on his wall. Afterwards, a massive fire set the entire neighborhood ablaze. This fire pretty much destroyed every house on the block, but the only thing that remained untouched, unscathed, was the original painting itself. I never thought the painting was creepy by any sense, but I can kind of see where people were coming from with this one. Seeing any kind of hyper-realistic painting is always in some way unsettling. People still report it being haunted to this day, and even though the original painting I don't believe is being sold right now, there are copies of the painting being sold by several different outlets, so you can snatch yourself a copy of this painting. And some people have reported that yes, this painting, even though it's a copy, is also haunted. I don't know how that works, but sure, why not? Now this one might be a stretch, mainly because it's not a painting, but it is a haunted image from CreepyPasta, so I'm gonna go ahead and include it. Smile Dog. Which one? Any of them. Just pick your poison. I can't really tell you what Smile Dog was all about. Something about being a chainmail and possibly has something to do with dying or suicide, you know, the usual. Whatever the case may be, the images have always been pretty unnerving. Yeah, I know, by today's standards, they're super goofy. It's really just a dog with a smile, but I do remember staring at this photo for a long time and thinking that I could maybe possibly see something in the background. There really isn't anything deep with this photo. It's honestly just a shopped image of a dog's mouth being smiley and all of that, but it's creepy nonetheless. Then there's this photo, and I can't really tell you if this one came first or second, but I always thought this one was just too overt with its creepiness. Like, it's just trying too hard to freak you out that it kind of hurts my eyes just how bright and red it is. I like it, but really not as much as the other one. It always creeped me out, and I know some people who really had haunting nightmares and cried whenever they saw that image. You know how fucking teenagers are. We're so overdramatic and stupid with the shit that scares us, I swear. This one might not be that viral, but I do like the story behind the man proposes, God disposes painting. Students at the Royal Holloway believe that this painting is cursed. As legend goes, a student who sat next to the painting stabbed himself in the eye, causing his instant death. When people approached his body, they noticed he wrote down on paper, "The bears made me do it." A painting is believed to be cursed by so many students that it's kind of a tradition to just cover up the painting with a Union Jack flag. I've heard some people talk about this when I was younger, and while admittedly the painting is grisly in nature, especially when you consider the subject matter dealing with an actual ship being missing and, well, those people being part of the expedition just never coming back and nobody knows whatever happened to them, it really enhances the urban legend. I don't know why or how, because there's no real records of anyone dying around this time of this supposed student that committed suicide, so there's really little to no credibility. The students there, however, beg to differ, and even if you go there now, you will see that painting covered up with a Union Jack. It's strange, but hey, we all have our traditions, I guess. Mariana Mortigard Glesgorv, whatever. It's more known for being a cursed video than a cursed image, but technically speaking, the video itself is a still image for about 30 seconds until it changes to like 2 other still images. I know the eyeballs, but whatever, it doesn't count. As the story goes, the longer you watch this video, the more likely you are to go insane, or possibly even kill yourself. It's really not that scary as a video, but I always did feel unnerved by the image themselves. I mean, come on. This guy is using Windows Movie Maker effects. How can you honestly be scared of that now? Well, back then, people really believed it was a haunted video and that these images were subliminally making us think horrible thoughts. Not knowing anything about that sort of thing and also not understanding what the placebo effect is also helped this urban legend get some traction for no reason, honestly. Though looking back now, it is ridiculous to think that a bunch of teens would even believe this. In fact, this might be more indicative of their mental state more than anything else if they really believe this. Though, you can't deny it. It really is a weird video that makes you feel off. I don't know, maybe I'm just fooling myself. Finally, there's of course The Anguished Man, a horrifying painting with an unknown artist. Some people consider it to be the world's most haunted painting, and there's even a video of the painting causing paranormal shenanigans. As the legend goes, many people believe the haunted image was from a painter who mixed his own blood into the painting, then, after selling it, killed himself shortly after. Whether it's true or not is honestly irrelevant, because really, the painting is such nightmare fuel that it's hard to even think about the story. I'm sure for many of us, it has haunted us in our dreams for a long time, and it's really hard to forget it. Once you see it, it's permanently engraved in your minds. I've rarely ever met someone who saw this photo many years ago and then just forgot about it. You show them that photo and they will remember instantly what it is. It's terrifying, more so knowing that this might be really haunted, and not only is there video evidence of its supposed haunting, but because the story can't really be discredited. Not that I know of anyways. You know what? Now that I think about it, there's probably some more haunting images from around the web that I can definitely make a video on, mainly from our boys over at CreepyPasta and the SCP's Foundation. So stick around. New videos on spooky images from around the web coming soon. Next time we'll explore some of the worst images found online that scared the crap out of us, whether they came from CreepyPasta or some other outlet. I'll see y'all soon. Love you guys. Last year I made a video on creepypastas and how truly unscary they are, and by no means am I retracting that statement, but I kind of failed to acknowledge some of the scarier parts of creepypastas, and that's the images themselves. While yes, plenty of these stories are either a bore or just straight up cringy, some of them excel solely because of their haunting visages. Look no further than the ever so famous Jeff the Killer, a story that's only half as good as its image. Seriously, this image is the reason this urban legend has ever gained any sort of traction. Without it, we're left with an edgelord story with no substance or reason, but I've talked about Jeff the Killer way too many times now. Instead, let's jump over to some of the ones that I've left out, the stories that, while not good on their own, definitely can give you nightmares simply for what they contain. Now, there is the Big Daddy that we can't ignore, but I can. Sorry, I'll be mentioning him later on in this month, just not now. For now, let's get talking about one of the more notorious cryptids and images associated with that cryptid, the Rake. I'm not really familiar with the Rake at all, but I have heard about it around, pretty much everywhere. It's essentially a very thin creature that moves on all fours and attacks humans just because, well, just because. Honestly, the photo itself never scared me. It's just always seemed like some sort of Photoshop image, and of course, that's exactly what it is. I'm not really sure why I can't really find this photo of the Rake scary. I guess just because it's not really that scary to me, at least. Though I'm not gonna lie, I love these kinds of photos. They're what you call mock sightings. Photos made to convince you that someone, somewhere, caught evidence of something supernatural. You see it all the time, whether it be Bigfoot, Slender Man, or even the Rake. They're always creepy, yet so interesting. Some people even make art out of just making creepy fake encounters. None are more famous than Trevor Henderson, who actively seeks creepy or old photos and adds his own monsters in them. He's also the mind behind Siren Head, so, that's cool. He's honestly really incredible, so if you thought that the Rake was scary, seriously, check out his art. The link will be in the description. The Russian sleep experiment is one of those stories that everyone's heard of, but nobody read. Yet it's possibly one of the more interesting stories with, of course, one of the scarier images. There's this human-looking creature looking to its side, arms all wrapped up, and its face being visibly distorted and exaggerated. I gotta be honest though, there is something funny about this image, and that's the fact that it really has nothing to do with the story at all, which I should mention is one of the few creepypastas that I acknowledge to be one of the more interesting ones, yet still poorly written. It's basically just about a bunch of Russian shenanigans ensuing, featuring evil Russian scientists experimenting with this drug that'll make their soldiers never sleep. Then it turns out, hey, humans actually act like fucking crazy people when they don't get their beauty rest. The soldiers kill each other, they kill themselves, they come back to life, they take out their own organs and die like 5 days later. Anyways, the story might be mixed up, but the image is terrifying. Where is it from, actually? Well, it's not human, if you can believe that, though if you were to believe that this is somehow a real human being other than some sort of Halloween prop, then you'd probably be the type to believe that the Russian sleep experiment was based on a true story, which it's not. But the prop is. Not on a true story. It's a real prop is what I mean. Anyways, it was created by Morbid Enterprises. They've made a ton of Halloween props, including the Spasm prop, which is the exact prop used for the image that spearheaded the Russian sleep experiment as one of the creepier creepypasta stories ever made, despite it not being very good. P.S. There are other images often associated with this story, but they're pretty much nonsensical and often don't coincide with the story. Plus, this one was the most famous one, so yeah. Then there's this photo taken from the Mario creepypasta. Which one? Well, just the one called Mario. Yeah, it's not really a creative title, but the story tells of a boy who plays a hacked ROM version of Super Mario World. Bunch of spooky things happen, some cryptic messages occur, and at the end of the creepypasta, the boy is given this image on his desktop that is titled Victim Number 1. Now, as creepy as the story is, the image itself is actually way creepier, and I remember it being one of the first creepypastas that ever scared me, and possibly one of the first ones I've ever read. I remember being rather creeped out by the fact that the writer would mention random sound files playing on his desktop. The ROM of the hack itself actually does exist, but I think it's not really available anywhere. I mean, it's been 10 years. Maybe it's still there, maybe it's not. I don't know. At any rate, the picture itself has yet to be solved. Yet if we were to take the story seriously, then this is a photo of someone who has possibly been murdered. It's most likely not, yet the fact that nobody knows the origins of this photo still creeps me out. And really, the photo itself is so indistinguishable that it's hard not to be scared by it. I don't know, it sort of resembles a Harlequin baby, which I really seriously do not recommend Googling if you're not into, you know, gory or gross or scary images, because that one's one of the worst, and it's real life. So yeah, don't look up Harlequin baby, but it really does look like one. I don't know, but there's something about this photo that looks oddly familiar, and I wish I could put my finger on it, but I just can't tell where it's from. If only we knew. Speaking of which, this image. I've seen this image float around a couple of times, but I never knew where it's from. Apparently it's from the story called Liars, which I will admit, it's a bit too recent for my liking. On Traumathon, I like to cover things that are from 10 years ago at least, so yeah, this is from 2012. It's a little past the deadline for Traumathon, but I'll make an exception just because I like the image. The story is about a boy who gets horribly disfigured by a bunch of bullies and, as an act of revenge, brutally tortures and murders them on camera. It's very, very much like Jeff the Killer. Oh, and by the way, the main character's name is Jimmy. Ooh, Jimmy the Killer, not like Jeff the Killer. That's completely different. Bullies, what's that? They both had them. Who? Ah, whatever. I hate creepypasta so much. But anyways, the Jimmy VHS recordings are really grisly, and they feature the tortures and the murders of these bullies that he has, but the only frame that we're allowed to see is this one. It's an admittedly creepy picture, but it's not real. Apparently the origin of the photo, or the screen cap if you want to call it that, came from the experimental band Liars. Oh, wait, isn't the story named Liars? Who cares? Anyways, the music video itself is raw, it's weird, it's low quality, and it's indie as fuck. It's totally surreal, but really not that creepy as compared to the image itself. Now, of course, how can we make a video about, you know, creepy images without first mentioning Squidward's suicide? Or Suicide Squid, as I used to call it. I think we all know the story by now, but to summarize, well, an intern working for Nickelodeon was told, for some reason, to find a certain role or video from the back storage of Nickelodeon Studios or whatever. I don't know why you'd ask an intern and maybe not one of the, I don't know, storyboard artists or animators or whatever. Anyways, the intern stumbled across a lost SpongeBob episode titled Squidward's Suicide. The episode, sorry, it's really stupid. The episode comprises of strange imagery, strange sounds, odd clips of Squidward crying, and SpongeBob torturing him, etc., etc. Anyways, it all accumulates to the final part of the story, in which the intern, alongside some other animators, witnessed the ending of the episode, which features a bunch of unadvertiser-friendly stuff that I cannot even describe nor talk about. It's shocking, and a bit too shocking for YouTube, I'd say. At any rate, one of the more creepier aspects of the story is the Suicide Squid image. I literally just called him Suicide. Well, whatever. This image is pretty creepy, and I gotta be honest, it's definitely not one of my favorite images. My girlfriend still gets creeped out by this one, as do some others, and you know, I do get uncomfortable looking at it, especially when you stare at it long enough. Obviously, it's a heavily edited photo of just Squidward, and it does the job well. I mean, to be creepy, sure. But, you know something? This reminds me of Bart suicide, which I feel goes hand in hand with Squidward suicide. And I can't mention that without mentioning Bart suicide. Well, I mean, it's the same old story. It's just dumber, and it's a lost episode or something like that. Honestly, from what I remember, I just remember it being like a fan who was very interested about this lost episode called Bart Suicide. I don't know how he learned, but there's an episode called Bart Suicide, and he goes directly to Matt Groening about it, and when he did, Matt Groening cried uncontrollably at the mention of Bart's suicide, and he wrote down on a piece of paper while crying, I'm not making this up, seriously, I remember it clear as day, he gave him a website or some download link or something, some bullshit, and he allows him to watch it, but all the while he's like, hey, please don't watch it, it's horrible, oh god, it's so spooky, and then he just drove away. Like, what the fuck? Sure. Anyways, the Bart suicide episode is pretty much the same, just scary noises, Bart dies, images of death. The only difference is that apparently this episode predicts the deaths of actors both new and old, as well as just well-known figures like Bush or Queen Elizabeth. There's no real image that's often associated with Bart's suicide, but there are many creepy images that pop up when you look up that story. Oh right, and we also can't mention that without also mentioning Suicide Mouse. Same story as before, some intern or something found lost Mickey Mouse episodes and, well, spooky shenanigans ensue. Yeah, I know, it's not an image, it's actually a whole video, which has been remade a couple of times. Personally, I remember it being the freakiest one out of all of the suicide or lost episode genre videos or whatever. Like, I was genuinely terrified of the video, and I don't know why. I think it's just because it was the first time I was ever exposed to creepy videos from CreepyPasta, and it had a really weird vibe to it and really scary music attached to it, as well as that haunting scream that was shown halfway through, which, by the way, it's so cliche nowadays, but back then, Suicide Mouse was the first video I knew that used that scream. Everything else that uses the scream now, I mean, I'm so desensitized to it, but honestly, it makes it no less creepy in the context of the story at the time. Here's an obscure one though, Charlie Noonan. Anybody that remembers this story, you are ancient and you have some sort of fucking elephant memory, because I barely remember it. Well, that story is just about a guy named Charlie Noonan who was fascinated by tall tales and urban legends. Apparently the guy was so fascinated in one particular woman that he searched high and low for this lady. Apparently this lady wasn't actually a person or a human being at all, but something worse, and she was also seen with this large dog next to her. They were inseparable. But Charlie Noonan, being fascinated and stupid, left that night to find her, only to never return. It's a short but sweet story. It doesn't overdo much, and it pretty much tells a very nice, coherent story, and there's barely any sort of grammatical errors. I like it a lot, and it gets you really in the mood of this photo that is attached to the story. It really reminds me of Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, maybe even better. Unfortunately, looking back now, the image is comically photoshopped. You can clearly see the dog doesn't belong there at all. When I actually researched where the photo came from, well, it apparently belongs to a woman named Virginia Romero, or at least that is the name of the woman in the photo. She works laboriously on her farm every day, in and out, never getting any sort of rest, and is super strong despite her being only 90 pounds. Yeah, she's small, and she can lift so much more than I bet most of us can. It's a fascinating tale on strong women in America, but not really that creepy. Finally, I'll end off with the Cooper family photo. Not a creepypasta, but it's an urban legend that's been circulating the web for years now. And I think it's time that I talk about it now rather than deal with it later. Yes, that is a floating or possibly falling corpse that is right next to this seemingly innocent family. It's a scary photo, but if it were real, I'd honestly think it's one of the more miraculous photos to ever exist, or it could definitely prove that ghosts exist. Either case is unfortunately not possible as it is photoshopped. I won't go too much into detail, but it's well known that it's a fake, and there are plenty of blogs and videos that go into detail how exactly it was faked, but I feel like I'd be trudging a well-treaded ground if I were to regurgitate the same info, so I'll just leave it off there. Well, I've just gone about through every single scary image from CreepyPasta. I'm sure I'm missing a few, especially more recent ones, but I wanted to take a look at the more nostalgic entries. Yeah, there are some notable ones that are creepy, but honestly, they really aren't that interesting. Screw it. Let's just do a quick lightning round section where we quickly go over some of the other creepy photos. First off, Smile Dog. I already talked about it yesterday, but we can talk about it again. There are 2 more images to this thing, and yes, I know that the original photo is supposed to be a recreation of what the guy saw. It doesn't make it any less goofy. And yes, I know about the hands in the background and all that stuff, but I don't think it's really that scary at all. It's just kind of weird. The Expressionless Woman. It comes from a story, I don't know which one. I think it's called The Expressionless. Well, it's scary, sure, but I mean, that's just typical 1940s, 1950s kind of like dentist scary dummies. I don't think it's really worth mentioning that much. Farewell Audience. I don't know the story behind this, but I do know that the photo is real. It's not a ghost. It is photoshopped a little bit, just to make her head look way more distorted, and they added some bars on the woman's faces, but other than that, it's actually a real image, and I don't know why she does look like that, though I don't think there's much I can tell with this photo other than what I just said. The Buckley family photo. It's stupid. It's just this is like a postcard you would give someone during Halloween. It's really just silly. What do you want me to say about it? Funny Mouth. Never heard of it. Don't know what it is. Can't even be bothered to read it. It looks complicated, but hey, it's kind of creepy. I'm sorry. I just don't know all creepypastas. I'll get around to it someday, but I just don't know it. Eyeless Jack is a story that I wish I knew, but I absolutely do not. I kind of grew out of creepypastas during that time. Yeah, I just remember it being like sort of similar to Jeff the Killer, and I never liked Jeff the Killer, so I kind of avoided it. It looks creepy though. Like, I've seen this image so many times. I have no idea where it's from. Probably some short story, probably something else, but I enjoy it immensely. It's really creepy. I love it. And finally, brace yourselves. This scary fucking photo. I do not know where it's from. I know it's I can tell it's edited. Actually, it's very much edited. It's very much Photoshop. It is probably of a Japanese doll. I don't know. I don't even know if it's from a creepypasta. I've just seen it everywhere before. Even now, there's some urban legends that have sprung up like a year ago that have this image, and I really can't be like I can't tell you where it's from. I can never find out, honestly. By all means, if you know the origins of this, let me know, because I know it's been haunting the dreams and the minds of other people forever now. So, let me know. Anyways, if I missed anything else, just give me a holler, and if I don't talk about them later on, my bad. I just can't cover everything. CreepyPasta is a massive library of a ton of stories, and I'm sure there are several creepy images that I can't get to right now. Oh, and yeah, I did say I was going to mention SCPs too, right? Well, I decided to leave that out, because honestly, that would make this video way longer than it should be. So, we should just end it here. Besides, I think I might hold off on SCP for a little while. After all, that seems more deserving of its own Traumathon vid than a handoff, right? We'll see. Until then, stick around. We only got one more week of Traumathon left. It's almost over. I'm getting sad just thinking about it. Username 666 is possibly one of the most popular scary videos on YouTube, ranking in over 12 million views and fooling thousands of people into believing that this was real. Obviously, there is no channel 666 that'll haunt your browser and PC, but people were much more gullible back then. Yeah, in a way, that really solidified the scariness behind this legendary video. Though I'm getting ahead of myself. The video's ancient by this point, so I'm sure a couple of you out there don't even know what this is or what it's about. Hell, even if you are familiar with the video, I bet you don't even know where it came from. Well, it all started back in 2007. A little known website called Nico Nico Doga had this popular little online flash movie festival going on called Slash Up 05, which was hosted at the end of 2007 on December 25th. It didn't only feature online flash animations, but flash games and illustrations as well. A certain user by the name of Piropito submitted his entry into the festival around the 28th of December. his entry being a horror animation that told the story of someone trying to find a cursed Nico Nico channel called SM666 that was allegedly reported on 2chan's paranormal board. It's a fictional story, but the way it was shot would almost make you believe that at least the first part of the story was true. Yet things started to turn weird as Piropito's investigation started to bear some fruit, and he actually finds SM666. This is the part of the video that might seem pretty familiar to most of you. He enters the username, refreshes when it doesn't show up, continues to refresh until eventually everything starts glitching out. All the while, this horribly eerie music starts playing in the background that really gets you in the mood of things. Then, the screen goes red, trypophobia starts setting in as holes start appearing, and a horrifying video plays on the front page of SM666's channel. The person recording this video begins to panic as all of this distorted imagery starts getting worse and worse, and there's no way to stop the video at all. Seriously, this video does a fantastic job at making you feel like this could be a channel from hell. Like, it is so disturbing. The background noise is absolutely bizarre, and the noise the video makes is unbelievably scary. If it's your first time watching either SM666 or username 666, I honestly recommend watching it with the lights off, in the middle of the night, and as creepy of an atmosphere as possible, because overall it's a horrifying video even 12 years later. Well, needless to say, once this video came out, it was a near instant hit amongst the Japanese community, especially those who are into the occult. It wasn't long until Piropito, now more famously recognized as Nana825763, recreated the video to be more recognizable for a Western audience. This one has less of a story, skipping the entire investigation segment SM666 has, and jumps straight to the action, immediately starting the video with this person looking up username 666. Pretty much the exact same thing happens in username 666 as what happened with SM666. He puts down the user's name, refreshes a couple of times, it deteriorates into something horrible, trypophobia sets in, and welcome to hell. It might be my personal bias, what with me having nostalgia for this video, but I do actually think that username 666 is far more better of a video than SM666. This is mainly due to the fact that Piropito actually explores more of the channel than previously, where only one page of the channel was made available to us. In this, he searches pretty much the entirety of the YouTube channel, and this might be due to how YouTube channels have more tabs and customization to them in comparison to Nico Nico channels, or probably because Piropito wanted to add more substance. Either way, it's still a fantastic video nonetheless, and I still recommend it. I absolutely adore everything about it. This video became a massive hit the instant it landed, spawning parodies and copycats from both sides of the pond. The video gained so much popularity that Piropito actually created a sequel to the video called Another YouTube. Not as well known, but still rather popular and rather well made nonetheless. Now, of course, with all this praise and love I give it, there is one unfortunate blemish to the video that I actually really hate, and that's this one stupid creepypasta attached to it. I'm not sure who created this abomination, but it's so shit and kind of insulting to the actual beautiful masterpiece that is the original Flash videos. It was made 4 years after the original 666 videos were made, and it's honestly just such a generic and bland shitty story. It really gets me riled up just thinking about it. Something about a guy who works at YouTube trying to find this mysterious user who kept uploading horrible content or whatever. Yeah, there's like 50 million of them nowadays, it's really not that special. Yet he goes out of his way to try and find it nonetheless. Then the rest of the creepypasta is literally just him describing verbatim exactly what happens in the video. It sucks, and I hate that I know it exists. Enough of that though, let's talk briefly about the creator of this masterpiece, Piropito, or Nana825763. I'll just call them Nana from now on. He is possibly one of the greatest horror content creators on the internet, and that's no hyperbole. He didn't just create username 666, but also equally horrifying videos such as Cooking Idol, Doll, Mr. East Loves Mom, and his more recent hit, My House Walkthrough. Oh man, if you haven't watched that one, I seriously recommend it. Same settings too. Wait till it starts, turn off all the lights, and enjoy. Speaking of which, if you were to watch the making of that video, you can see that Nana puts a lot of effort into his videos. More effort than I think most creators would even dream of putting in. And I don't mean that as an insult. I just think that nowadays, more popular content creators are wealthy enough to hire their own film crew, set designers, props, actors, producers, cameramen, makeup artists, visual effects team, and a ton of other things readily available to anyone who has more than 10 million or so subs, probably even up to 5 million subs. You could probably afford that stuff. But Nana is an artist, a perfectionist, not to mention that he's nowhere near that famous to hire his own crew. Seriously, the strenuous amount of effort cannot be ignored here. The man did everything by himself, possibly ruining a house he owns in the process. I'm pretty sure it's not his real house, but either way, this home gets fucked up. And it's not surprising that Nana is the way he is, because most of his inspiration is drawn from other surrealist artists such as Jan Schwankmeyer and Suzanne Pitt, both surrealist artists known for their strange animations and art pieces. They too put a laborious amount of effort into their art, with Suzanne Pitt notably taking up to 4 years just to create her well-known short animated film Asparagus, while Jan Schwankmeyer has been perfecting his craft in stop-motion animation for decades. It's really quite fascinating to see works like these still exist in modern-day YouTube, and I am fond of Nana's art and everything he's ever worked on. It's kind of funny though that he's mostly a Minecraft YouTuber on his channel than he is a surrealist artist, though he still uploads surrealist videos whenever he can. Hey, this shit takes time. Also, I hear he's working on a horror video game, and he's been uploading progress on the game in his channel for quite some time now, so I'd recommend keeping an eye out on that. I personally won't be seeing these videos, as I like to be surprised whenever he does decide to put it up online, but hey, you can watch it if you want. At any rate, make sure to check out his videos, and if you're unfamiliar with his work, now's the perfect time to acquaint yourself with his masterpieces, because Halloween is just around the corner, and man, you're gonna need some great videos to watch with your friends, or hell, by yourself, especially if you're a connoisseur for the creepy. The summer of 1999, a perfect time for movies. Everyone's out of school, and it's time to use up your allowance on confectionaries and movies. We got this movie, that movie, oh, that looks promising, oh, this might be fun. Man, what a wide array of good movies. But wait, what's that? Huh? Oh, that doesn't look like a movie at all. What is it, a documentary? It looks more like a home movie or something. Wait, it's based on a real event? The Blair Witch Project. Huh. Whoa, this must be incredible. Well, in a way, yeah, it was incredible, but if you're looking for good old jump scares and scary nuns, well, this ain't the movie for you. See, I know I'm reaching here a bit, but today on Traumathon, I wanted to visit something a bit old and not as talked about, at least not nowadays. The Blair Witch Project was a movie based on 3 filmmakers that allegedly disappeared while making this film. Their footage was found just a few years later, and this is just a recording of what they filmed that day. Like I said, it's not your average horror film. There's no killer in a mask, or a spooky leprechaun, or ghosts, or anything like that, but just people being scared and lost in the woods for like an hour. No audio or video distortions, no real tangible story either, other than these 3 filmmakers being lost. None of that really can be found in this film, and yet it grossed over $240 million worldwide with a budget of a shoestring. Well, I mean, in comparison to other movies that came out that year. So why exactly did this dull, dry, seemingly uneventful movie get so popular and become so well known as one of the scariest films of all time? The answer is pretty complicated, but it comes down to a matter of timing. See, there wasn't really anything like the Blair Witch Project at the time. Not really, anyways. They weren't the first ones that created the found footage genre or format. No, that credit goes to Cannibal Holocaust, a disgusting and controversial film that I might take a look at in the next year's Traumathon, or maybe later on in the year. It's also not the first time a movie tried to trick the nation into thinking a film with real people got lost and had their footage found. That too goes to another film by by the name of The Last Broadcast, which came out just 1 year prior to the Blair Witch. So, what gives? Well, look no further than the Blair Witch's viral marketing. As soon as you see this trailer, you're given a website, and in that website, you get a whole nother layer of the movie that seemingly is missing from the film itself. Yeah, it's weird, but the movie actually does so well, mainly because it was telling the story before you watch the movie. A lot of people seem to always talk about the Blair Witch, but everyone always seems to gloss over or glaze over the whole viral marketing scheme, which I feel is far more fascinating than anything found in the movie itself. Not to say the movie is bad or anything, but I mean, that's up for debate. The real show starts prior to the film's release, where the film's crew started talking about the film to locals across America. And I'm not talking about spreading a video online or starting a podcast. I mean, they just literally went to like a diner or a library and talked about the missing filmmakers and the Blair Witch curse with people. Several of them had missing person posters that featured the three main characters. They posted it around the town and gave it to some people. They even shared some of the police photos and the crime scenes, and even convinced local newspapers to publish a story on the three missing filmmakers and the Blair Witch lore. Word spread like wildfire, and it soon became a small urban legend wherever they went. But why stop at real life when there's the whole internet to explore? See, back before Discord chats and whatnot, people had AIM, or AIM if you're an asshole. The marketers behind the project knew very much that these chat rooms and forums were excellent places to stir up bullshit rumors and drama, so they just acted like normal people and began talking about the Blair Witch and the missing crewmates, which led people curious and sowed the seeds of belief into otherwise ignorant moviegoers. This was the perfect time to plug their website in, and plug they did, which of course leads us to the website itself. And boy, it might be really old and super outdated, but this relic of the past is still pretty eerie even by today's standards. There's no eerie music, there's no pop-up scares or ARG messages or whatever. It's just straight up raw photos of the evidence caught by the police and photos of the missing, presumably dead film crew. It's somber and in a way creepy. I mean, really put yourself in the mood, or in this case, the times. You were sent here by some stranger on the internet who talked about this missing film crew or whatever, and apparently they found the footage that belonged to them. And all you know is that they're making it into a movie or like a documentary or something. Once you were done praying to God that this wasn't a virus, you clicked on the link they gave you and you're here, surrounded by info on this so-called Blair Witch. What is it, like a Jersey Devil or something? You get photos of these pretty realistic crime scenes, and you get some really off-putting pictures of these possibly dead kids. Something about that just sends shivers down your spine, even if we all know the truth. It's still got that vintage 90s website vibe, probably because it hasn't been updated since the 90s, but at the time, it was being updated constantly with new photos, new stories, new pages to the mythos, all of it adding to the realism of the film even before it came out. If the Blair Witch Project was made today, well, I mean, it kind of was, but let's just forget about that for a moment. Anyways, if it were made for a modern audience, I really wonder what the film crew would do. I almost feel like there's no wonder left on the internet, and most things are debunked or scrutinized so fast that there's really nothing left to digest. People would inspect elements, find clues, make clues out of nothing, make twitlongers on why the rumor is fake. They'd try and cancel the film studio for trying to sell this story as real, citing that it affects real people who actually got murdered or got lost in the woods, etc, etc. God, me saying that makes me realize that this is exactly what would happen, and I would hate it. This is what makes the Blair Witch Project so scary. It's the realism behind this whole project. It would absolutely be ruined in today's time. The absolute hard work these filmmakers put into this illusion, the act of the film, it was all one huge charade that went on for a long time, and even went on in the movie. The three main characters, that being Heather, Josh, and Michael, head off to Burkittsville, Maryland to find out more about the legendary Blair Witch. Not much can be said about the witch itself, if it even exists, but there are several stories told by the people of this town that the woods are haunted. Something about like ritualistic sacrifices back in the 40s, a little girl who went missing in 1888 and came back talking about a woman who could float, and 5 men who were found murdered in the woods in the 1800s. This all sort of sets up this atmosphere of the woods and gives you a hint of what exactly will happen later on in the movie. Though, to be honest, you'll have to trudge through a lot of nothing in this movie before something happens. To say that this movie rewards the patient would be a total understatement. It rewards people who are into nothing, but more importantly, it rewards those who were actually into the lore and the backstory of the Blair Witch, rather than those who knew nothing at all. If you saw any of the flyers or explored the website, hell, maybe you watched the documentary made on the movie. Yeah, there was a documentary made about the movie before the movie came out. Seriously, they were dedicated in selling this thing as authentically as possible. Speaking of authenticity, did you know that they actually re-edited their IMDb's, that is the actors themselves? The IMDb profile pages of each of the actors were changed to make it seem like they really were missing and or dead. It was crazy. Not only that, the actors who played the 3 filmmakers were seldom ever in contact with the real film crew behind the scenes. They were allegedly being tormented by the crew from a distance for days and days out in the woods, you know, to make it feel as realistic and authentic as possible. Not to be like dickish or anything, though it's still a pretty dickish move. The producers would blare out, no pun intended, generic yet spooky sounds like children laughing and spooky ambient sounds and screams. Every morning, the 3 actors would be given instructions via a note left in the front of their campsite, which just told them what to do, where to go, what to act out, scenes to film, and all that junk. They basically had to do all of that themselves, while the real film crew sort of took a backseat approach to the film. But they were always watching the crew at a distance. Knowing that kind of gives you a new perspective on the film, making it almost feel like someone's constantly watching. Yet it works because technically in the movie's lore, there is someone always watching, and that's the witch itself in the context of the film. But if we were to talk about the behind the scenes stuff, then it's still true. Someone is watching, and that is the entire film crew in the context of the movie's production. It really gives you this sense of anguish the characters and simultaneously the actors are feeling. The thing that makes this work out even more is that the actors themselves, pardon me if this is rude, don't really look like superstars. They just sort of look like normal college students who got lost in the woods. They're way in over their heads and they're just scared, hungry, and desperate. It gives you this sense of realism no other film can give you, probably because it's just too crazy to think. A slow-paced horror film with a small budget? Who the hell's gonna watch that? Can't we just hire like passably pretty people on screen and maybe good old jump scares? There's nothing here that's scary. All these fuckers do are just look at twigs and get scared and shit. That's not scary. Have a big epic chase scene and make everyone scream all the fucking time. Show the witch and make her look really cool and ugly and dangly and it's so scary. I mean, seriously, that describes practically every film nowadays. Hell, to be honest, even before the Blair Witch came out, they were still doing this old tiresome formula of just having pretty people get killed by really spooky monsters. Seriously, look no further than the new Blair Witch movie, which had practically 100 times the budget the first Blair Witch movie had, with a much better camera, much more appealing Saturday morning cartoon actors, with an over-explained plot, stupid effects, stupid plot. Hey, God. Fuck off. I think I'll vomit if I talk more about it. I'd rather be willfully ignorant and pretend that this is real than to have some over-budget, overpriced bullshit movie. I mean, that was the mindset people had while watching this movie anyways. For most of us, it really wasn't willful ignorance, it was just plain ignorance. Nobody knew if this is real or not. And even if we were to think or had an inkling of a thought that it was fake, we sort of pushed that aside in favor of the idea that it was real, because that's what made it a heck of a lot scarier. And plus, there was so much viral marketing done on the film that nobody would have believed it was fake without having some sort of small belief that it was real, and vice versa. Unfortunately, that magic only lasted for a certain time frame. You just had to be alive and old enough at this point to be part of this cultural phenomenon that can't ever be replicated. You only had maybe about a year or so to enjoy this blissful ignorance of believing that this film might be real, only to have it all shattered when the sequel came out a whole year later. You couldn't have just left it at that. You just had to ruin the entire mythos you were building up for a shitty sequel nobody remembers or even asked for. It's really an insult to those who worked both on the myth of the Blair Witch and those who were captivated and read everything about the myth itself. But nah, let's just buttfuck all that nonsense and make it into some generic butt rock horror movie that nobody can remember. Yeah, well. It was one of a kind, and you just had to be there. Nowadays, we all know the truth, and most of us really aren't scared of the film anymore. Not likely anyways. Yet I put this on Traumathon because I know that a good chunk of you guys had seen this film as a kid, and either because someone lied to you or because you truly didn't know anything about it, you believed it was real. I certainly did, and it wasn't until a few years after I saw the film that I found out it was fake. In fact, I'm pretty sure I was in high school when I found out it was fake, which sort of demystified the whole movie for me and kind of made it a lot duller, though I still enjoy watching it nonetheless. Thankfully, I found some friends in my life who are into horror and have yet to see the Blair Witch. They don't even know anything about it, and honestly, let me tell you, that's a rare find, and if you ever come across those kinds of people, cherish them. Cherish them, hold them, and never let them go. Grip tightly onto them and love them like your life depended on it, because you are holding onto a fossil, a relic, a rare jewel that is so very uncommon in this digital age, full of bullshit info and crazy amounts of spoilers and all of this kind of bullshit, that friend of yours, that relic, that jewel, should be heralded at the highest peaks of the tallest mountains. Then, once you're done cherishing them, show them this film, tell them it's real, and watch what happens. Maybe they'll think it's boring, maybe they won't believe you, maybe they'll think it's fake, but that seed has been planted in them, and by fucking God, the looks in their eyes will be unbelievable when they reach the end, which is the scariest scene in any film I had seen up until that point. I mean, when I thought it was real, it was pretty much the scariest I've ever seen, but, you know, things have changed. Seriously, it's worth it. And I still rewatch it now and again just because there's something about it that hooks onto me. Maybe it's the eerie setting, maybe it's knowing that their reactions are 100% real, or maybe it's because I know that there was so much hard work put into this that it's a shame to let it all go. I would love to just think it's real. Sometimes I just kind of do. And I make sure that I enjoy it that way, because that's how it was supposed to be consumed. You thinking that somehow, somewhere out there, there's something that we can't explain, and something that can harm us. Something that we can't see. Something that lurks out there in the woods. Very true to even now, Adult Swim was and still is that rebellious side of Cartoon Network that CN would probably be afraid to show, but AS would unabashedly flaunt in front of everyone's face. Really, it's wild what Adult Swim has done and continues to do even now. This is probably the part where I would go over the history of Adult Swim and tell you all about their humble beginnings, but the truth is, if I were to do that, this video would be way longer than it really should be. Plus, I think everyone in the cartoon community has already literally talked about it to death, and if you've been a viewer of mine for long, then you know that I hate treading worn ground. Though, it is worth mentioning that, even though Adult Swim is still that rebellious dark side Cartoon Network never acknowledged, AS still does a few things that challenges the norm of television as a whole, not just Cartoon Network. I'd even say, looking back, some of what they've done is so ahead of its time that it's hard to imagine they've gotten so far without getting cancelled. What I mean by this is that they bend conformity very often, featuring and funding shows that otherwise never have a chance. Experimental shows, wild segments, surreal art, surreal humor, strange works of fiction, and things that would otherwise never breathe life if it weren't for Adult Swim. Some of these shows should even warrant their own episode of Traumathon if I'd ever have the time. Maybe next year, the Heart She Holler. And with most of the content being so cerebral, it often led away most viewers, yet attracted a healthy niche that kept the block going for years. Yet, as I'm sure Adult Swim enjoyed this niche of viewers, one thing was for sure: kids were watching, and kids really aren't the demographic Adult Swim wanted. After all, that belonged to Cartoon Network, so early on in the heydays of Adult Swim, it really seemed like they tried their best to avoid getting kids to be part of the network. One such tactic, of course, was to air late at night, like around 11 p.m. or 12 a.m., which for a lot of us isn't really that late, but for kids, that's pretty much grounded levels of late night. The other tactic was to play shows that wouldn't really be suitable for kids, and not in the sense that they were inappropriate. Oh, hell no, like that shit attracts kids. What you really need is a boring ass, slow paced, talk about real life, barely be any poop jokes or crap jokes kind of adult show. Like, I don't know, King of the Hill. Seriously, I love King of the Hill now, but I'm willing to bet most kids did not find it as entertaining as, say, The Simpsons or Family Guy. As I remember as a kid, I thought that shit was boring as hell, and I still got people who think that show is fucking boring. Then, of course, if all else fails and you got some snot munchers on you, then show them the goods. That's right, the bump ads. Oh my god, what in the fresh hell is this? Yes, the ever so infamous bump ads. None more infamous than the Dawn Is Your Enemy, a bump ad I saw so frequently that while it disturbed me at first, actually kind of got me into my own schedule and actually made me realize whether or not I was going to be late for school. If I saw it, I wasn't going to be late. If I didn't, I might have been late for school. Yeah, I had to go to school around like 7:30 in the morning, so I had like an hour to get ready around like 6 o'clock or 5:30. It really sucked, I know. But honestly, it's actually kind of strange for me to put this on Traumathon because I actually never thought people saw it as frequently as they did. But yes, it turns out that I wasn't the only kid who woke up really early for school and saw this play first thing in the morning. Well, I mean, actually I would see either a rerun of Inuyasha or Yu Yu Hakusho play before this, then I would see The Dawn Is Your Enemy playing. Though I'm not so naive to think that all of you were good, studious kids that just got up so early for school. Nah, I'm sure most of you were just falling asleep and then you just sort of woke up with this on the TV, right? I hear that story quite often. Or perhaps you actually stayed up so late that this was what greeted you around maybe 6 in the morning, you crazy nocturnal bastards. Oh, by the way, I'm talking about Eastern Standard Time. I don't know if like in the Pacific West, like you guys had a different time that played. All I know is that in the East Coast, it played around 6 o'clock. So is it different over there? Let me know. Well, no matter how you saw it or when you saw it, it traumatized most of us as kids, and it really is eerie. Yet it's not just that, but other Adult Swim bumps that really scared us. Most Adult Swim bumps back then were just still images that were weird and had strange music or very unsettling music that can really catch you off guard, especially if you were the type of kid to leave your TV on at night. I hear a lot of stories of kids who left their TV on while they slept and suddenly they woke up to some horrible Adult Swim ad. Oh god, it's probably the most common way people have encountered these nightmare fuel pieces of work. Some of these honestly don't make any sense, and they are clearly deliberately trying to scare you. Allegedly, that was the point of some of these ads, to scare away these little kids that would stay around late at night, and these bumps were really designed for them to just scare the kids away. I've never once read an official statement or article by someone who worked at Adult Swim that is exactly what they're designed for. It's like one of those pieces of trivia you hear about so much, but nobody ever seems to have a source for it. It's just sort of assumed that that's why some of these bumps exist. It's really just an urban legend or maybe even a rumor. Still, even if that weren't the case, it still deterred most of us away. Though, let's not ignore the other bumps that were clearly just as, if not way more, scarier. I hear that the Heart She Holler was getting an exclusive bump and guerrilla marketing in order to promote the show that scared everyone. Essentially, it just showed this character from the show bleeding from her mouth as she was laughing. Then, as soon as the screen was covered in blood, the title would show. Apparently this scared a lot of people, but I was probably a bit too old at this point to be scared of it, though I will admit that it is scary and I do remember seeing it a few times. What's scarier was the guerrilla marketing, which Adult Swim loves to do, where the Heart She Holler would jump scare a lot of people while they were just watching normal Adult Swim shows. Out of nowhere, it would just distort the TV and have the same character scream for about a brief second. It's actually kind of brilliant how it worked. I think if it were a full-on screamer, it'd be annoying, but Adult Swim did it fast enough where it scared you, but also made you wonder if it really ever happened, and if you were going crazy. I love it actually, but I'm getting off topic. Maybe someday I'll talk more about the weird shit that has happened on Adult Swim, or what Adult Swim has done in the past that got them in trouble, because trust me, there's a lot more than you think, but for now, I just want to talk about the bumps. As time has passed by, Adult Swim has increased this creepy factor when it came to the bumps, but also the weirdness factor, to the point where it's just kind of comedic at times. I hear the Dawn Is Your Enemy doesn't even play anymore, and that they either updated it or got rid of it altogether. I also hear some people question whether or not the Dawn Is Your Enemy ever really existed, and that just goes hand in hand with what I said earlier. The only people that saw it were either people like me who get up really early in the morning for school, or people who just accidentally woke up to it, or maybe you really did stay up all night just to watch everything on Adult Swim, if you're really that crazy. I mean, I know I tried to stay up for like 24 hours one time. It sucked. I don't know why we kids do some stupid shit sometimes. Anyways, there's also the CreepyPasta, and I have no interest in covering it. This has sort of spread some misinformation that it was just a creepypasta, but it did exist. I saw it every single morning when I went to middle school or elementary school. It was there. Seriously though, when it came to weird bumps, Adult Swim had some of the best and simultaneously worst. They're still unsettling. I don't care who you are. Some of this shit still strikes a nerve that puts you in flight or flight mode. There's no particular bump that I can think of. I'd say most of them hit the same notes when it came to being unsettling and weird. And of course, there is the unfortunate fact that some of these bumps are lost forever to time. There might be one in particular that really scared you as a kid, but you might have a hard time finding it because it's just gone. And that's just to be expected with live TV, especially Adult Swim, where they change up their bumps and music almost weekly, sometimes daily. At any rate, I really do wish I could talk more about Adult Swim, and I might just do that for fun sometime later on, not just for Traumathon, although there are a few programs I want to get back into, but either because we don't have enough time, or because it doesn't meet Traumathon's criteria, I just wasn't able to talk about it this year. Maybe next year. Maybe next year. On June 8th, 2009, the Something Awful forums hosted a Paranormal Pictures Photoshop contest. The contest would have contestants test their photo manipulation skills by taking otherwise normal photos and manipulating them into more paranormal encounters, such as having a spooky ghost show up in a photo that wouldn't otherwise have one. The point was to be as convincing as possible, spreading it everywhere around other forums and making everyone truly believe that these were real sightings. One particular user that went by the name of Victor Surge, real name Eric Knudsen, posted 2 photos of children playing at a playground with an ominous strange figure looming over them in the background. Under the first photo, the caption read, "We didn't want to go, we didn't want to kill them, but its persistent silence and outstretched arms horrified and comforted us at the same time." The second photograph had this caption, "One of the recovered photographs from the Sterling City Library blaze, notable for being taken the day which 14 children vanished, and for what is referred to as the Slender Man, deformity cited as film defects by officials." Fire at library occurred 1 week later. Actual photograph confiscated as evidence. The Slender Man was described as having a blank, expressionless face, a tie and a suit that gave off the guise of his normality, a tall, slender appearance in which his height ranges from 8 to 15 feet tall. When he approaches you, you begin to feel sick, nauseous, you begin to hallucinate. Electronic devices also reportedly go haywire when in proximity to him. There's no real reason as to why Slender stalks his prey, or even who his prey is, but he is known to stalk you for days, weeks, months, even years, until you eventually give in to him. When you do, he grabs you, lifts you up high, impales you into branches, and harvests your organs. This is who Slender Man is, and this, for many, was the source of nightmares for years to come. The inspiration for Slender Man, according to Victor Surge, actually came from a multitude of sources. Some notable works of fiction, including H.P. Lovecraft's books, Stephen King's The Mist, Zach Parsons' That Insidious Beast, which I'm not familiar with, but it's there, Resident Evil, and really just anything scary. You look at Slender Man and you think, well, he's not actually that scary, and to be honest, you would be right. Really, I wasn't scared of him at all when I was a kid. I thought he was a bit silly, but nonetheless I respected the craft that went into creating him and bringing him to life. From the Something Awful forums to the CreepyPasta and eventually to the web series. Let's talk about Marble Hornets. It's about goddamn time. Something I've really wanted to talk about since last year's Traumathon, but I never really got around to it. Well, here we are now. Let's jump right into it. Marble Hornets was a web series that featured a character named Jay Merrick who tried to uncover the mystery behind why his friend Alex suddenly stopped producing his student film only after 3 months of filming. Upon further investigation, Jay soon realizes that his friend was being stalked by this strange creature and slowly began to lose his mind during this process, and his tapes were also corrupted or perhaps tampered. Soon, the series switches from Alex's lost tapes and perspective to Jay's eventual investigation as he films certain sites and locations by himself. Things are further complicated when he finds out that he's being stalked himself by someone or something known as the Operator, alongside his little minions or proxies that occasionally hack into the channel and upload their own videos. The series lasted from June 20th, 2009 all the way until June 20th, 2014. It's hard to believe, but the series really did last for 5 years, though that's honestly debatable, as some spin-offs were made from the success, though nobody ever really watched them, and the magic of the Marble Hornets sort of died down after that. The series also wasn't ever really consistent with their uploads. They tried to be as canonical as possible with their upload schedule. For example, if something bad happens to Jay or any other main character, then there wouldn't be an upload for a long time, or if there's something like a sort of major event that was happening that has the characters moving, then we wouldn't see any upload until the character quote-unquote settles down. This sort of grounded the story and setting, despite it having supernatural elements involved. It really made you feel like it was part of the real world, like this was somehow happening somewhere in America. And to some degree, it did fool quite a handful of people. Of course, the crazier things started to get, the less people believed it was true. Though the point of this story was to make it seem like it could have been true, not to actually fool you into thinking that it was. It's the immersion that got a lot of us hooked, especially little old boring me who loves slow-paced stories. Still, the immersion came at a cost. While yes, the story was rather interesting when it first started off, things started to taper off later on. Especially since the people behind Marble Hornets wanted to be as realistic as possible with both the filming and the upload schedule, which some of us might argue was really just randomized more than it was immersive, but I want to believe that they actually planned out when they would schedule their uploads, though the longer it took for them to upload, the less interest people had for the next episode. It didn't help that when we eventually did get an episode, keep in mind like about 5 months or 4 months later, it would usually be about 6 minutes of filming in some abandoned building or the middle of the woods, and then like 4 seconds of spooky stuff. People just didn't like to wait, and the results often wasn't that rewarding. Even if we were dedicated to the lore, as the youngsters would say, normies wouldn't really find this appealing. Hell, even I didn't finish the series, and I was pretty invested for a long time. The problem for me was that the upload schedule while it was, again, immersive, was just so very hard to keep up with. I mean, the interest really dies down after you're waiting for like 5 years for some sort of resolution, especially since around this time, creepypastas and online creepy culture was just exploding. This is around the time creepy content creators were on the rise, and if not then, there was a new creepypasta or SCP that got people reinterested in something else. That's not to say that Slender Man was even dying. In fact, during Marble Hornet's run, 2 video games called Slender the 8 Pages and Slender the Arrival released in 2012 and 2013 respectively. There are multiple versions of the Slender game, but of course, the more popular one I feel was the original 8 Pages. This game lacked any sort of story or mechanics, and it was more or less a spooky walking simulator with just one objective: collect the 8 pages. This may or may not be a reference to the Marble Hornet series, though I can't honestly remember if it is. I do remember Alex scribbling Slender Man images everywhere in one episode, but I'm not really sure if that had anything important to do with the story at all. But it doesn't matter, honestly, because this game was built to just scare or creep you out. It's the sort of game that, you know, you play once by yourself and you think, oh, that's not too bad, and then you go on YouTube and literally find out that everyone on YouTube, including their grandmothers, have played this fucking game. This sort of became the rise for many YouTubers, as this helped elevate their acting careers as well as their YouTube views. At any rate, while I don't personally like the game, honestly, I didn't think it was all that scary. I did enjoy its minimalist style and the simple execution. It works, but for some people, it lacks substance. Enter Slender the Arrival, which came out just a year later. This time around, the game was far more fleshed out, even teaming up with the creators of Marble Hornets to really tie in and expand the lore. Again, it's not one of my personal favorite horror games. I'm just really not into walking simulators, no matter what, honestly. Though I do recognize how incredible it is that this small little indie game evolved into something way bigger. This in turn skyrocketed Slender Mania into newfound heights. The game rose to fame, as did the interest in Slender, spawning even more games that were pretty much a copy and paste version of the original 8 pages, which, most of them were just And in turn, more stories were being written on CreepyPasta about Slender Man. People wrote their own personal encounters, or they created their own pieces of lore, or they created their own proxies, which again is basically another word for Slender's bitch. Separate web series based on the Slender mythos were born from the popularity of Marble Hornets at the time also. There was even a reference to Slender Man in Minecraft. Oh geez, I wonder where the reference could be. Hell, if we were to even go beyond Slender Man, we'd have to mention how ARGs were highly popularized by Marble Hornets. For those of you who don't know, ARG stands for Alternate Reality Game, which basically describes a sort of interactive media that doesn't really require much conventional play, but rather interactivity through various outlets such as decryption or other websites to even real life. Often ARGs are meant as a way of unconventional storytelling, and ultimately the goal of each game or riddle was to find the answers to the story and unfold the mystery behind the ARG, or in this case, Marble Hornets. Many people do believe Marble Hornets is an ARG, but I didn't really see that until after To the Arc came about. If you're not familiar, well, essentially during the series there was this cutoff point where someone hacked, quote unquote, the channel and started posting weird, out of the ordinary videos. When you did a bit of digging or followed the links, I don't remember how it worked, you would eventually find To the Arc, a cryptic ARG channel that was connected to Marble Hornets and shed light to many of the unsolved or unanswered questions from the series. Though you wouldn't get these answers easily, as all of the answers behind To the Arc's ARG were hidden via codes, websites, and several different kinds of cryptic messages, all of which were cleverly done and extremely well made, even by today's standards. These videos are 11 years old, and they're honestly some of the best ARG puzzles I've ever seen. So many of them are well thought out and are honestly quite challenging, but not so challenging that you'd never find the answer, just hard enough to make you think outside of the box. This sort of interactivity, again, wasn't created by Marble Hornets, but it really made everyone want to be Marble Hornets and start up their own mysteries. This not only got people interested in ARGs, but the Slender lore as a whole. Slender Mania was huge during this time, as was the growth of the mythos, so the dwindling audience that Marble Hornets was suffering from wasn't really from a lack of interest, just more of a side effect with how they made the series. And also, you gotta admit, despite the fact that this was all pretty well thought out generally, the creators of Marble Hornets, Troy Wagner and Joseph Delage, were still largely amateurs, so the writing, the directing, and the acting, oh god the acting, were very visible at times. Seriously, Jay's our main character, and the dude has the personality of a brick. But as much as I love to criticize Marble Hornets, or dive deep into the series, that's not really the focus of today's video. Slender Man is, and you can hop around other people's channels if you truly want to deep dive into Marble Hornets. Besides, it's like I said before, I haven't even finished the series, and honestly, I'm not interested in finishing anymore. But you know what is finished nowadays? The interest in Slender Man. Oh boy. I think we all know what I'm gonna talk about now. You just can't make a video about Slender Man without mentioning the tragedy that occurred some years after Marble Hornets started. That's right, I'm unfortunately, of course, talking about the Slender Man theme song.
Slender Man, all the children try to run.
Fuck this song. Nah, but seriously, fuck this song. No, but seriously, there was a stabbing that involved three 12-year-old girls in 2014. Anissa Weyer and Morgan Geyser believed that if they offered a sacrifice to Slender Man, they would be turned into proxies, which is something they read online or something like that. So they lured their best friend Peyton Lautner into the woods and proceeded to stab her 19 times. Thankfully, she recovered fully later on that summer, and the two girls were found not guilty by mental disease or defect. Keep in mind, at this point, creepypastas were at an all-time high, and not just Slender Man. This is around the point that more cringier stories were created and germinated within the fandom, making the fandom more appealing to teenagers more so than anyone else. I don't know what it is about white skinny teen psycho boys that make teenage girls go crazy, but it just does for some reason. Anyways, this horrible case sullied the name of Slender Man and the lore behind it forever. I hear a lot of people accuse this as being the nail in the coffin to the already dwindling fan base, but I can't comment on that since I already stopped being part of the fan base years prior. All I know is that I personally stopped seeing a lot of creepypasta content being a relevant thing during this time period. I think overall it was the decline of that rather than it was a decline of Slender Man that really killed the lore. Well, I mean that and the horrible fucking movie that was released just years after. Nobody cared, not even Sony, so I'm not even gonna bother talking about it because it is so fucking dumb. Good God, no. So with the interest declining and Slender practically being a dead meme, is there really any room left in this world for another Slender Man? Well, yes, actually. I'd argue there will always be an interest in Slender Man, yet it won't always be Slender Man that takes the forefront of this newfound interest. It sounds weird, but let me explain. Slender would always have to adapt, change it up, and bring about a new myth. And to that, I introduce you all to Siren Head, essentially the same shit as Slender Man, just with the new skin. Created by Trevor Henderson, who we've already talked about previously on Traumathon, Siren Head has the sort of same beginnings as Slender Man. It was inspired by horror, it has a rising interest, it has an ever-developing lore, and it even has its own game, which has been spearheaded by popular YouTubers, which in turn has made the character far more interesting. And of course, teenagers love him. Seriously, look up TikTok and Siren Head on YouTube and you will be flooded by teens who are in love with this character. It's actually kind of charming seeing Siren Head take rise, as so many of its characteristics reminded me of Slender Man. It truly shows that even creepypastas are cyclical. Just give it a brand new coat of paint and it's back on track. I can't wait for Jeff the Killer's new iteration, Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. Oh wait, that's already a thing? Oh well, shit. And yes, I understand that Siren Head and Slender Man aren't really that similar lore-wise, but come on. A slender, tall figure who stalks their prey, doesn't have a clear objective, possibly murders them. I'm not trying to diss anything about Siren Head. I think it is genuinely an unsettling creature, but honestly, there's just nothing too special about him when you look into him. It's one of those times that I wish the monster didn't have an explanation or anything deeper to him other than it being a scary background creature, which is exactly how he started life. Actually, both of these guys started their lives pretty much the same way. Just images in a photo, fleshed out carefully by fans, growing exponentially, until eventually we have a legend. And legends never die, but in this case, they were born to something bigger, maybe even something better.
They're coming. They're coming your way. They'll be here soon. Will you be ready?
Once when I was a kid, 6 or 8, not 100% sure, I was sat in the back of my parents' car looking out the window. We had to stop and wait for a bit. Traffic lights, roadworks, not fully sure. So I was just watching people walk by the car window. We then moved forward slightly until we were stopped by a bus stop. By the bus stop was an old man, completely frozen in time. He looked like he was walking, but he had stopped mid-stride. His face was completely frozen the whole time I watched it, and I must have been staring at him for a solid minute because I was so confused. The car then started to move again, and I stared at him until he was out of my sight. I asked my parents, and they just laughed it off, thinking I was making up stories. But I wasn't. I still don't know what the hell was happening to this day, but it's confused and creeped the hell out of me for a while now. Mine isn't exactly traumatic, but it was pretty scary, especially since it caught me off guard. I was in my room, sitting on the floor playing Skyrim, and then as I'm playing, my sister came to me and said if I wanted anything from the ice cream truck. I just ignored her and told her no, and she went outside to get some with my older brother. I was too stuck on the game. My dad is a chef, so keep in mind he has a lot of supplies and stuff. As I was playing, I kept hearing a rummaging noise, and I kept asking who was there. There was no one. Now, my room is very close to the kitchen, and as I was playing, a cleaver flew right at me as I was playing. It missed me, and my door was open as it came through. I screamed and looked at it with surprise, and then I heard the front door open, and it was my brother and sister. They asked why I yelled, and I told them. They were outside buying ice cream the entire time, and my dad wasn't present at the moment. The good news is, they bought me an ice cream anyways, and I ate it. I went back to playing my game. I am a very skeptical person. I mostly don't believe in ghosts or paranormal nonsense. This, however, was one incident I've never been able to explain. When I was younger, I lived with my grandmother and grandfather. I lived with them because of the shit that happened in my life. I won't get into it, it's a long and rather depressing story. Point is, this was when I was around maybe 11 or 12 years old. I haven't always been extremely expressive, and I often think out loud, commenting on things I watch. I only really did it when at home alone, out of fear of being called crazy or other stuff. One day, my grandfather walks into my room to tell me he's going out. I acknowledged, waiting for a few minutes, probably 2 minutes, until I was pretty sure he left. I heard the front door shut and everything. I unplugged my headphones to play the audio of the video I was watching out loud. I was watching a video about, I think, reactions or something, when I made a stupid, really loud and obnoxious comment. I was one of those random equal funny kids, so I would often be incredibly obnoxious like that. When I made that comment, a literal millisecond later, I heard my grandfather clearly yell, "Bet you didn't know I was still here, did ya?" Followed by him doing a quick chuckle. I was frozen on the spot as I had a fear of awkward situations and getting in trouble. He didn't walk into the room for a bit, and I was just sat there for a few seconds. I slowly got up to see if he was there, and to my surprise, he wasn't. But I noticed something even more worrying. The truck wasn't even in the driveway. It was gone. There was no way in that time after I heard him say that unless he ran, which I would have heard as he was a big guy, plus the door would have been open and closed. I was immediately plunged into fear and paranoia, absolutely terrified, so much so that I retrieved a knife from the kitchen and kept it with me the whole time. Eventually he got back, and I felt a lot safer. I don't know if it was my mind playing tricks on me, or maybe just me hearing things that weren't there, but it truly scared me. I've never told my grandfather this story. I don't think I want to. Sure, maybe I could get closure, and maybe somehow he was actually there. But if he told me he wasn't, I don't know if I could handle thinking about who, or even what, mimicked my grandfather that day. I still think about it even to this day. Sometimes it keeps me up at night as I lay there thinking of these terrifying possibilities of what happened. I'm 19 now, and I still don't have an answer, nor do I think I ever will. This one was from Ava, and they have multiple different stories, just so you know. This one is called Strange Woman. When I was about 7 or 8 years old, I lived in an old, ran-down, moldy house in the mountains of Virginia. It was used for something a long time ago, like a medical place for soldiers or something like that. My room was on the top front corner of the house, and when I would lay in bed, I could see directly outside of the window across the room, and that window was the only window without curtains or blinds. One night, I had my first ever flu, and I was miserable in bed. It was about 9 p.m., and I was having a terrible time falling asleep. I had been crying a lot, but I felt someone press against my bed. It was right below my feet when I felt this very cold hand rest on my ankle. At first, I thought it was my mom to come in to comfort me again, as she did an hour beforehand. But I opened my eyes, only to see a dark silhouette, outlined by moonlight. Moments after opening my eyes, she spoke softly, "It will be okay." That was the last thing I remembered from that night. I still tell my mom about it, but she's sure it was her that came in, but I know her voice. And that was not her. Music from nowhere. I was sitting at the table eating dinner with my parents, and my mom's talking about how she would hear old classical music play every Wednesday night, and how she's going to file a noise complaint because she believes it was her neighbors. That night was Wednesday, and I had gotten out of bed to go to the bathroom. The bathroom was all the way down the hallway, so that was creepy enough. As I was washing my hands, I heard a soft piano playing, and as I walked out of the bathroom, the rest of the music kicked up. Yep, there it was, the classical music. And it wasn't coming from outside either. I heard it echoing throughout the house. I walked downstairs and I could hear it playing from our dining room, and as I got closer, the music got louder. But when I opened the door, the music stopped. Just like that. I'm more than sure I peed myself in that moment. Mom. I was sleeping in the living room for a week because my room was being repainted. I got up with a glass to get some water, and coincidentally, the faucet had stopped working. So I walked to the upstairs bathroom to get water. But I looked down the long hallway leading to the bathroom and saw a body laying in the fetal position in the front of the door. Weirdly, it looked a lot like my mom, so I walked closer. But when I was about 10 feet away, she started to get up. I dropped my cup and ran back down to the stairs and hid under my sheets. This was right before I found out about my mom's drinking habit, so I convinced myself it was her waking up from a blackout. But it's still so strange how everything had led to that point. Actually, if I were to be honest with you, Ava, I actually had a similar experience. I don't know if it was a dream or not, but I remember seeing my mom lay down on the floor of the kitchen. I'm not really going to go into details why she was there. I don't even know why, to be honest, but she told me, like, oh, it was just because I was hungry and I fell asleep. But I think that was the first time I ever found out that my mom and dad get fucking drunk and sleep on the floor. It's probably not as traumatic as what you described, but I remember that happening to me, so I can kind of relate. One time, my cat sat on my bed in the dark, but my mom was shooing the cat out of her room and I saw it walk across the hallway away from me. The cat's shadow was illuminated by a nightlight in the hall. The thing that sat up on my bed hopped off my lap and walked away. I only have one cat and no other pets. This is probably really short. When I was like 9 or 8, I was in bed, sleeping, until I woke up and looked out my window. No, I'm on the top story of our house and my bed was right next to a window. And I saw this like cat creature thing. It looked really weird with like misshapen eyes and a weird nose. When I blinked, it was gone. Could be my imagination, but it still sends chills down my spine whenever I remind myself of it. I was at a party a few years ago. The house where it was had a fairly large backyard with a trampoline close to the end of the fence, pretty far away from the back door, and there really weren't any people outside. The house was pretty crowded and the party pretty insane. Not really knowing many people there and feeling a little overwhelmed from the loud noise, I went outside and I noticed the figure of a person laying alone on the trampoline, looking up at the night sky. I sat down and I started talking to her, and she started talking to me about a whole lot of crazy deep stuff, pointing out the constellations and talking about how the universe is infinite, how there are countless stars in the universe and how small the Earth is, and how insignificant a single human life is, how short our lives are, and stuff like that, as well as a whole bunch of other stuff I can't remember. Her voice was hypnotic almost. I don't really know how to explain it fully, but it was like no other voice I'd ever heard before. Like I was entranced by her voice. I could have stayed there forever listening to it. It was amazing. She paused after a while and I sat up and looked around and she wasn't there. She had disappeared. I never really got a good look at what she looked like really. In the dark, I could only make out the outline of her body from the corner of my eyes as I stared up at the stars. Was she even there? I think about it a lot. It was probably the weirdest experience I've ever had. When I was really young, I would sleep in my living room, due to the fact that my own bedroom was really hot during the summer and had no air conditioning. I slept on a futon that faced a big window to our front yard. I recall seeing shadows and watching people walk by on the sidewalk, which gave me a lot of paranoia in a quiet and dark living room all alone. But every so often, I remember seeing a man stop in front of our house. If I had to estimate, it was around 9 or 10 at night. He would walk, stop, and look in, as if he saw me, and stare for another minute before walking away. I remember telling my parents often, only to be told that it's because I watched the show about paranormal experiences. It was my first time being exposed to any horror/true stories based shows, so the thoughts lingered with me at night. But I know that I saw this man. I don't know when it stopped, but I always told my parents. They did eventually question what I was seeing at night. There was no feeling worse than seeing that as a child. When I was about 9 years old, I had a friend over to my house to hang out. We were walking around the yard at the edge of the property. I stood on the fence to get a bit higher up and watched the horses in our neighbor's yard. I could see my friend in the corner of my eye on the fence next to me when it felt like someone punched or hit me in the back. I was obviously startled and looked around my feet for a ball or something that had been thrown at me, but nothing. My friend denies touching me at all, and I never even saw him move from the corner of my eye. Freaks me out to think about it, and even now I have no idea what it could have been that knocked the wind out of me. To preface, my sister, who's 14 years older than I am, likes to call me Babe since I'm the youngest in my family. Around 2 years ago, I was home alone eating dinner while everyone was at work, since their shifts ran late. Nothing was out of the ordinary until a crystal clear voice whispered to me, saying, "Hey babe." It was my sister. I was about to respond, but realized nobody was home. It didn't say anything after that. I've never heard it since. I later asked everyone if they were playing a prank on me by hiding a tape recorder somewhere or something, but nobody confessed to it. I'm sure I was just hallucinating since the whispering was so inexplicably loud and understandable, like it was in my head, but I still sat there for like 10 minutes, not knowing what to do anyway. I know I'm late, but this is a story of when I was left home alone for a week in 7th grade. Little me, sleep-deprived and paranoid, decided to spend the week on an air mattress in the living room to keep a closer watch on the house while my brother stayed in his room. We lived in an apartment, and I had been watching some scary things that night, so it didn't really help my current state. I was on a sectioned off part of the living area, separated by a big curtain pinned on the ceiling. I could see right below the curtain, as it was just a few inches short of touching the ground. I sat on the air mattress before I heard footsteps. It was midnight, and soon after I heard them, I saw feet beneath the curtain walking past. At first, I assumed it was my brother getting some water, so I called out for him and got up. The weird thing was, the feet were headed toward the back door near my dining table, and not back towards the bedroom. So when I crawled out and saw nothing, I was terrified. I got out within seconds, so my brother couldn't have went back to his room that quickly. This easily could have been a hallucination since I was sleep deprived, but I thought it was pretty scary, so I hope you like my story. It stuck with me for years. Once when I was a kid, I had a dream. I was just sleeping when I saw this big chess match. Black was about to win when White came back and brutally destroyed Black. I remember all the Black players screaming and screaming. They were moaning in pain and agony, knowing they had lost and supposed awful consequences that came with it. When I woke up, I called out, but I kept hearing the screams coming from my own mouth. I called out for hours for my mom, and she finally got up. When I saw her, she talked in the screaming voice too. I told her it was nothing, and I stayed in my bed, calling out for the rest of the night. I have had this chess dreams 3 times, but I could never explain what happened to my mom. Back when I was in middle school, I was staying at my grandpa's house, which I used to stay a lot when I was little. The room I was staying in had a window which diagonally looked into the window of my friend's house. The houses were back to back and the windows were around 2 meters apart. I woke up randomly that night and realized the curtains were open. I used to close the curtains before I sleep because I had a fear of aliens and ghosts, etc. watching me. Before I closed the curtains, I realized my friend was looking at me through the window with pitch black eyes. I stepped back in pure panic and checked if I saw what I saw correctly. He was still there. The fact that he was still staring at me or my window in the middle of the night was weird enough, but his eyes were what creeped me out. I woke my grandma up and asked her to close the curtains. Then I asked her if she saw him too, but she said she didn't look at the window. The next day, I asked him about this, but he said he didn't remember any of it. But he said that he sometimes sleepwalks. It was a comforting answer, but it never explained his black-ass eyeballs unless my reality was fuzzy that night. Okay, so I have always been afraid of pipes, like shower drains and the sort. I always imagined there being a creature small enough to go through those drains and yet powerful enough to harm me. I know this is a stupid fear, especially to someone who has graduated 8th grade. For a while it was a backseat fear and never really had any effect on my day-to-day life. Then I read that one story by Junji Ito about a creepy stalker twisting himself into the pipes of a girl's house. I don't know the rest of the story because I stopped reading to go to bed. Poor choice. I basically never have dreams, let alone nightmares, so they always surprise me when I do. They look and feel so real that I can't separate them from reality in my mind. With all that said, here's that nightmare. I was apparently walking home from a midnight shift from a 7-Eleven in a place in town between the city side and the rural side, with all those 2-story buildings and that jazz, when I saw a crowd gathered around a collapsed building. The place was hazy with smoke and debris. The collapse had apparently been caused by an earth fissure. I pushed my way through the crowd to see, deep in the fissure, a busted pipe and spilling out of that pipe, a long creature with the body structure that of a wet spaghetti and a color of exposed muscle tissue with splotches of light red and bright white. The creature had a face too, a face staring, of all the people in the crowd, directly at me. Its eyes looked like long olive leaves, and it had a mouth of jagged, extremely long rectangular teeth. I then tried the best I could to run from the fissure, but I went nowhere, like I was running on ice. I then was in my bathroom, cleaning up for the night, and I hear a wet splat come from my room. I instantly woke up after that and completely believed that it had really happened. Again, I have a hard time telling the difference from dream and reality until I think on it. I'm sorry that this was long, but it was the only story I could think of. Have sweet dreams. This story still confuses me to this day. So when I was little, about 10 years old, I had a dream one night that I was in the breezeway of my school. I was walking through it when I felt like someone was staring at me. When I turned around, there was a man standing at the edge of the other side of the street, next to this pair of apartment buildings adjacent to the school. He saw me looking at him and immediately locked eyes with me. He started to move forward and I started to move away, but I was frozen in place. As he reached the bars that separated the breezeway from the courtyard, his eyes began to glow red, and by the end of the dream, that was all I could see. Well, when I went to school the next day, I was once again walking through the breezeway, and I noticed that some guy was across the street, just standing there, staring straight at me. When I locked eyes with him, he started to rush towards the school, but I didn't know what he was doing until the last second, when he started to shove his hands in between the bars to grab me. He had the same red eyes as it happened in the dream, which shook me to my core. When the police showed up to the school, it turned out that the guy was a convicted pedophile, who was also high on a ton of different drugs, thus making his eyes completely bloodshot red. But in that moment, I wondered, was my dream the reason that happened? Or was the dream simply a warning? To this day, that event still scares me to my core. It was in autumn, about 9 or 10 p.m., I believe, after it had gotten dark already. I was having a sleepover with some friends, and we decided we wanted some snacks, so two of us set out for the dollar store. To do this, we took quiet neighborhood streets that were mostly old people already in bed. As we passed across a road, we saw this creature. In my memory, it was sort of humanoid, but had long, skinny arms and legs and a large head. It was at the end of the street, about 150 yards away, so I don't have exact features. The most striking thing that which allowed us to see it was that it was very large. It was crouched down in front of a house, but even then it was about as tall as their roof, so I'd say about 13 to 15 feet. I wanted to investigate, but my friend, probably afraid of dying, really just wanted to get on going to the store. Unfortunately, the store was closed when we got there, so we had to turn back, and when we passed that road again, whatever that thing was had vanished, further convincing us that it was something anomalous. I got a weird story for you, Goose. It's somewhat supernatural, although I'm unsure if it was a ghost or something else. This was a few years back. I was 12 at the time. I was in Publix with my mom and my friend and her grandmother shopping for groceries. I was alone in one aisle, facing the deli, when suddenly this big, blinding blue ball of light flew down the aisle in front of me. I felt the wind from the speed it was going knock me back a bit, and gave me whiplash. As it passed by, in my peripheral vision, I saw the reflection of it on the containers near me. When I looked around trying to find it after it happened, I saw nothing, and nobody else acted like they saw it. This is the most unexplainable thing I've ever experienced, and if anyone has any ideas, please let me know. Sounds like ball lightning. You might be the only human being that actually must have made contact with ball lightning, because that's just what it sounds like to me. Late to the party, but here's mine. It didn't really happen to me, but I was involved, so I'll count it. My sister and grandma were sharing a bed together in our house. I was a baby still, and that night I was sleeping in between them on the bed. It was around midnight or after that. They both woke up in the dark, and they looked over and saw me falling off the bed. In panic, they both looked at each other and went to grab me before I could fall. Unfortunately, they didn't get to me on time, and fell, and they both waited for a thud and my crying to start. But nothing happened. No thud, no crying. In confusion, they both got up to look and found nothing on the floor, and I was on the bed. They both swear they saw a little body fall off the bed that night. So when I was a little kid, my mom had just put me down for a nap and was about to leave the room when something physically put her hand on her and said, "You get that kid out of the crib right now." There were men working on the roof that day, but the second after my mom got me out of the crib, a bundle of shingles fell down from the ceiling and into my crib. Well, I've got a few. I remember this one time I was at my friend's, let's call her A's, birthday party. In total, there were 4 of us. At some point around 1 to 2 a.m., we were watching horror movies in the living room. Suddenly, one of the girls, let's call her N, wanted to go pee, so we paused the movie for her to go. She had just taken a few steps to the nearest bathroom. It was legit right there next to the couch, but she noticed the light inside was on. When she asked and knocked, no one was there. No response. She tried opening the door, and it was locked from the other side. This felt strange, so we went to A's parents' room to check if it was one of them or her sister. Both her parents were chilling there, and they told us that her sister had gone out. At this point, we were genuinely confused, and really had to go to the bathroom, so she was just getting a bit desperate, even making a few jokes at the restroom door like, "Hey, Mr. Serial Killer, please let me pee." But again, no one replied. Now everyone was getting scared. Then we realized the balcony. See, the balcony in the kitchen had direct view to the bathroom window, so someone could go out there and find out who the hell was inside. Since every other girl in there was a huge chicken, I had to be the one to go to the balcony. I went, looked through the window, and to my surprise, the lights weren't on as we had previously seen, and no one was inside. As soon as I got back in, the door unlocked, and she finally could go to the bathroom. It was quite the creepy experience. Now for the big TM stuff. I don't know what that means. I've had weird things happen in my house. One time, I was trying to sleep at like 4 a.m. I was lying on my side, and out of nowhere, I hear a feminine voice sort of breathe/whisper in my ear. I was paralyzed by fear, and I couldn't move. After about 10 to 20 minutes of paralysis and silence, I felt it coming back and quickly covered my ears with a blanket. This didn't stop the sound though. I still heard the same fucking thing again. I eventually fell asleep somehow. Another time, I was with my boyfriend, and we were about to go to sleep, so I asked him to help me take my jacket off. While he was helping me, I felt a hand slowly scratch my back with awfully coarse nails. I told my boyfriend, "Hey, that hurts," because I thought it'd be him. He was confused and asked me what the hell I was talking about. I told him, "You scratched my back with your nails." He responded, "I didn't even get my hands close to your back. I had them all the way up to your shoulders." We looked to see if I had marks on my back, and yep, it was red. It was difficult sleeping that night. Anywho, that's it for now. When I was a kid, about 9 or 10, I was sleeping in my room. Suddenly, I woke up in the middle of the night, seeing one of my blankets half folded, floating at the end of my bed. I was so fucking scared, so shocked, that my first reaction was to cover myself with the other blanket and close my eyes, forcing myself to go to sleep, repeating in my mind, "Ghosts don't exist, ghosts don't exist, ghosts don't exist, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep." I eventually got back to sleep and woke up the other day, and everything seemed perfectly fine. The blanket that I saw floating the other night was on my bed. My parents didn't mention walking inside my room in the middle of the night or whatsoever. I didn't see who or what was holding my blanket in the middle of the night, but I assumed that it was some sort of figure/person. I'm 18 now, and the only rational explanation I can find is that I experienced some sort of sleep paralysis, but it still didn't make any sense. because I actually don't have sleep paralysis and I was able to move, i.e. grab my other blanket to cover my head. Whatever the hell happened that night still haunts me until this day. I'm pretty sure I wasn't hallucinating. Here's a scary story that happened to me while I was in high school. It was very late at night. I was in my kitchen with my dog, Clover, making some chocolate chip cookies. I noticed that the flour had gone bad. There were bugs in it, and I freaked out because I don't like bugs. I was putting the cookie ingredients away when I heard the garage door, the big one that opens for the car, opening. My mom was out that night, so I thought that maybe she came back in. I was waiting for her to come inside, but it didn't seem like she was going to. Suddenly, I saw the door that leads to the garage swing open and then slowly pull back, as though whoever was coming in decided not to, but didn't shut the door all the way. Clover saw this and ran over to the door excitingly, wanting to give kisses to who she thought my mom. I decided to call my mom and ask her if she came home, and she said she didn't. So here I was, this 15-year-old girl, home alone with her older brother, he was in his room the entire time, and dog, freaking out. I even went over to the door and saw that the garage was shut and the main light was on, but it was completely empty. There weren't any signs that someone broke in either, like things missing or broken items. I called my mom again, crying, and I told her what happened. She tried her best to calm me down, but I don't think she believed me. I even told my brother what happened, and all he did was call me crazy and that the door didn't open by itself. But I know I'm not crazy, because Clover would have no reason to go over to the door and bark so happily if she didn't think someone would be there on the other side. To this day, I have no idea if it was a ghost or a robber or something. The house we lived in was near a forest park that was rumored to be haunted, and I have had some other experiences there that you could say were paranormal. I'm just glad I don't live at home anymore. My dad had told me this story of when I was 6 years old. We were living in an apartment building and some random stranger quietly walked through our front door and stealthily crept up the stairway, only to be greeted by a room full of people, some of which were my dad and my two grown-ass brothers. Seemingly trying to save face, the man nervously inquired, hey, is Tom here? We didn't know anyone named Tom, so naturally my dad responded with, no, sorry, you got the wrong house. The man gave what looked like a fake smile and apologized before quickly stumbling back down the stairs. When he turned his back to make the exit, however, my dad noticed a large kitchen knife jutting out from the back pocket. Needless to say, we had made sure our doors were always locked from that point on. I remember in middle school, I was walking to my bus stop alone, doing this dumb little game where I'd try to take one step per sidewalk square. I heard a young girl's, I'd estimate 5 or so from the sound, voice ask me, "What are you doing?" Like a foot away from me, and I respond, just being weird, without thinking. I wound up pausing, and I looked around my empty street before sprinting the rest of the way to the bus. It freaked me out. My high school is the oldest public high school in California, Anaheim High School. And, as with all extremely old buildings, it is haunted, but no room is more haunted than the theater. I'm a theater kid, a techie to be more accurate, and during a performance of The King and I, my headset was getting some weird interference. It sounded like a baby crying, and I asked on the headset if anyone else heard that noise, and they say no, which was strange since we were on the same frequency. I didn't think much of it and continued my duties as usual. At intermission, one of the kids in the show told me about the strange man sitting on the second floor. Our theater has 2 floors, but we only use the first floor when we put on shows. I asked him to describe the man he saw, and what he told me I will never forget. He said the man was wearing black, he was tall, and he had no head. I was in disbelief, so I went to check it out. I went up to the second floor to ask my friend who was working the spotlights if she had seen anyone up there, and she said no. So I went down to the front of the balcony and looked around. That's when I saw him, a teenager, in all black, with no head. I tried to scream, but I couldn't. I was paralyzed with fear. My friend saw me and got me out of my shock. However, the story doesn't end there. The same night, during Act 2, I heard a blood-curdling scream from my headset, and this time I wasn't the only one. It was my friend in the spotlight booth. She told us, panicked, that there was somebody hanging from the rafters. I looked up, and there she was, a pale girl hanging from the ceiling. I rushed to go tell a teacher. When I returned, she's gone. When I got home that night, I couldn't sleep. I did some research. It turns out, one night, a 17-year-old boy was crushed under a lowering stage mechanism and was decapitated in like 1998, 2 days later. His girlfriend hangs herself in the theater after school on a Friday, and it isn't found until Monday. I'm still haunted by the events of that night. I was actually so curious about this story that I went ahead and looked up Anaheim High School and tried to find out if this was true or not, whether this story happened. And I found a lot of interesting things about Anaheim High School. There's allegedly hundreds of different ghost sightings from that high school alone, but the one particular story about a decapitation and the followed up suicide, I couldn't find anything on that, but I don't doubt it. There seems to be a lot of horrible shit that happens in that high school. But yeah, it's super haunted. Maybe someday I'll talk about it. When I was really young, I'd say around toddler age, I remember waking up in the middle of the night and seeing generated out of a memory. I don't know. The scariest part is how plausible it was. Maybe there was a creep waving at me. And who knows just what they were intending. Okay, so this actually happened to me. Me and my mom just got back home from McDonald's and we went to our rooms. I was still a bit tired since it was early in the morning, so I fell asleep. Now, usually my dreams are weird and like under budget movies with bad plots, but this one was different. It was nothing, just nothing, but pitch blackness and a recorder being played in the background. Suddenly, I heard the faint sound of a woman laughing. I thought it was probably my mom in her room, and then it happened. Out of nowhere, I felt a pressure on the bed, and the cover slowly moving up. It was like something was trying to get in bed with me. So I quickly got up, and I saw nothing. I ran to my mom's room since I thought I heard her laughing, but she was asleep. When I eventually told my mom about it, she was terrified. She said something similar happened to her. She said it happened when her boyfriend at the time left for work. She was laying in her bed when she felt something get in her bed and wrap its arms around her. What scared her the most was that there was no room for another person in the bed. After all that happened, strange things happened around the house. Dead animals randomly started appearing. Guests claimed they'd see a figure in black in the kitchen. There was also knocking in the walls. So, yeah, that house was creepy and we left. End of story. Sorry this is so lengthy, but here we go. When I was around 4, my mom was starting nursing school, so she wasn't around as much as usual. Soon after she started, I had a dream where I was in a concrete box with my mom and grandma. My mom was getting ready to leave, so we were saying our goodbyes, and the only exit from the box was this doggy door that you needed to pay a dime to go through. So she left to go to school, but I wanted to say goodbye to her again after she had went through the door. So I said goodbye again and went back inside. Even though she had already left, I went back out to say goodbye again. I eventually ran out of dimes doing this, so I asked my grandma, who was sitting in a chair at the back of the concrete box, for more dimes. I ran out of those dimes too, and started panicking because I wanted to say goodbye to my mother again. I tried wedging my way through the door, but it didn't work. In response to my escape, my grandma said, "She's not coming back." Sorry for the messy writing, by the way. And yes, this did actually happen. Don't know if I should put this story here, but I'll probs forget about this whole video until it's too late, so here it is. When I was about 8 or so, I was sitting in the car on a road trip with my parents. I remember my mom was driving as my dad had too few many drinks before we left my cousin's house. It usually takes about 2 hours to get home, so when we left around 2 p.m., I wasn't worried about missing any of my TV shows that would be released that night. It was Wednesday, I think, not too certain. But as the time struck 4, I noticed we were still miles away from home. I asked my mom how long would it take for us to get home. She answered something weird like, "We've just left, silly." I was so confused, like as if I'd lost 2 hours of the day, but we were driving for those 2 hours, and my dad was still passed out. I was certain the clock said 2 when we left, but it could have been just my eyes, so I just ignored it until we pulled up to the driveway. It was 4:10 p.m. I literally didn't know what was happening. Like, I flipped. I questioned my mom till my bedtime that night. She didn't have a clue what was going on. A few days ago, I remembered it out of nowhere. So I decided to ask my mom if she remembered any of that. She seemed to be distant, I guess, when I was asking her these questions, but she kept saying she knew nothing. She said I could have been daydreaming or something, and I thought she could be right. I was young, I was full of creativity, but it was so vivid, like it had to be true. Dad was useless asking since he was far gone that night. I literally have no idea what happened. It's so confusing. I've never been able to get anything out of my parents either. They're just clueless when I bring it up, so I've never really had an explanation. I guess along with this, hopefully being part of Goose's video, I was hoping someone might be able to come up with a solution. I lost 2 hours and then gained it back in 10 minutes. I don't know if it's possible, but I was really scared when it was happening. It would be great if someone could give somewhat of an explanation. It would help me sleep better at night. Thanks. I don't know. I really have no idea. You just went through the Matrix, I guess. Sure. When I was younger, I think grade 4-ish, my classroom was in the basement in the school. There was always dumb rumors of things happening down there, like someone being murdered and other stuff that was blatantly false. Besides that, it was really eerie down there. The worst part being the bathroom. All around bad vibes from there. Now here's the scary part. I was up in the study hall because my dumbass was never able to do the math work, and I really had to piss. So I head downstairs to the bathroom in the hallway that leads to it, and there was a dark cloud-looking thing that just loomed there. Since I was already a paranoid kid, I ran back upstairs, but I swear on my eventual grave that I was fucking followed by that thing. There's no logical explanation I can give that would explain it, and I know for a fact that it wasn't imagined. So when I was young, I seemed to sometimes see and hear stuff that wasn't there. Now obviously in hindsight, it was just a product of an autistic kid who had a very wild imagination. Outside of the simple seeing shadows move in the corner of my eyes and such, it wasn't anything too crazy, except for these 2 occurrences. First, a quick little thing from 3rd grade. I distinctly remember people in my class telling me that if I slept curled up or at an angle, the creatively titled boogeyman wouldn't be able to grab you because your feet weren't hanging off the bed. Now, of course, this was just kids being kids, but I still instinctively slept with my legs curled up because, hey, don't want to take any chances, you know? This went on for years until one day I goofed up and slept like a normal person, and as I laid there trying to sleep, I remember feeling someone grab both my feet, like full on grab. In an instant, I literally jumped out of bed, freaked the fuck out, but of course nobody was there. It was obviously something to do with me about to fall asleep or something. Maybe some sort of sleep paralysis, maybe? I don't know. As an atheist, I tend to just think it was my mind playing a trick on me. But I still sleep with my legs curled up after that. Second of all, when I was around 14, I remember laying in my bed trying to fall asleep. I remember rubbing my eyes before hearing someone shout my name in my ear. Naturally, I nearly screamed and looked around. Nothing. I went into the hallways. Nothing. I then asked my parents the next day if they had called me, to which they responded, no. I don't know what to believe here, because I don't think I was asleep. After all, if I was asleep, how did I rub my eyes? Unfortunately, I don't have anything super crazy scary, but to this day, they're still probably the scariest memories from my childhood. A bit of a simple one, really. About 2 years ago in October, my sister and I were dropping someone off home. It was about 9, but very dark. I was driving. They lived on a very built-up housing estate. We let them outside of their house and made sure that they got to their front door. We drove down the road a little way and turned the car around. When I swung the car around, the headlights caught a solid black shadow moving very quickly and disappearing. It was about 6 foot tall and person-shaped. I was immediately filled with dread, and all of my hair stood on end. We said nothing to each other until we were off of the estate. When I said to her, "Did you see that too?" And she said, "Yes, it was something with bad energy." We puzzled over it, wondering if it was really just a person on a bike because it would move so fast, maybe of a shadow, that's something my headlights caught. But there was nothing for my headlights to catch, and if it was a person on a bike, we should have been able to see a reflection of metal, a face, something. But it was a black, solid void. It was some kind of bad entity, I'm convinced. Even now, thinking about it chills me. And sometimes, when I'm outside at night, going to or from the car, I feel the same bad energy. I never turn around. Just act normal and hope it goes on its way. I have a story. It's small, but that small moment really scared us. Something scary happened to me and a cousin when we were smaller. Me and a few family members lived in the same house at the time, aunt and uncle. As such, me and my cousin had a lot of gaming play time because we were dumb kids that had nothing else to do. One night, while everyone else was either watching TV or eating, me and my cousin went out to try his new GameCube with Sonic Heroes. No spooky setting here, all lights were on and we were playing Sonic Heroes as we sat on the floor. Suddenly, we hear a button press, then an error screen popped up. Immediately, we looked at the GameCube and the tray was open, barely catching the glimpse of the eject button being pressed down before springing back up. My cousin and I looked at each other and ran out the room scared. Luckily, all rooms were close to each other, so we took less than 10 seconds to scram out of there. A lot of creepy stuff happened in that house, even a scary case of toys functioning without batteries. I remember the location of that house because of it. I'm not sure if it's how it was before, but that one experience we both had, it really stuck. Back when I was in high school, me and a couple of my childhood friends decided to visit a local amusement park for a couple of days. It was your typical small park, boardwalk on a lake, some coasters, the whole shebang. On the second or third night, we decided to sneak out and walk into town. After about 15 minutes of ducking into ditches when we thought we saw a car coming, I got bored and decided. My uncle took my cousins, brother, and I to Walmart. My uncle gets a phone call and out of nowhere he yells at us that we had to go and left the cart behind. The rest of us being confused, we keep asking Uncle what was wrong until eventually he finally explained that Mom and Aunt were in trouble, that there was an intruder. So what happened was, while we were in Walmart, my mom and aunt were watching TV. My aunt noticed a man standing out of the screen door. This caused her to, of course, panic, so she grabbed my mom and ran to the neighbors for help. Not only did they phone the police, but they also called Uncle, which was why the rest of us had to leave Walmart. So the neighbor stayed with my cousins, brother, and I, while my aunt, mom, and uncle talked to the cops. They explained how it could relate to how the doors were open. Now, for the rest, I'm going to share what my mom, aunt, and uncle shared to me since I didn't witness any of this. After all that, months passed and there wasn't another weird incident that happened. Until one morning, around 3 a.m., my uncle felt sick and missed work. I won't lie, him being sick was a blessing in disguise. He heard noises at the front door, and without fear, he swung it open and saw a man standing there in fear. My uncle asked the man what he was doing, and the guy, for some reason, just confessed everything about the door. How he was the guy that was stalking through the backyard, how he knew my uncle and sister, my mom, and would step inside to watch her and us, my cousins, brother, and me, sleep. This enraged my uncle that he got into a fist fight with the man. Not only did we all hear the commotion, but so did all the neighbors. So by the time we all went outside, I shit you not, it was my uncle and some of the neighbors just stomping on this guy, while others called the cops. My uncle screams at my mom and aunt, "Keep the kids inside." So we were all freaked out, and eventually it clicked to all of us that the guy getting the shit kicked out of him is the same guy that stalked my mom and aunt that night. So later that day, we were all sent to my other aunt's home, my mom's uncle's sister, while my uncle, aunt, uncle's wife, and mom were at the police station. So finally, they came back and explained to us that everything will be okay. We all just had questions about the doors. How is it that the guy managed to get inside and others? During that whole explanation, I felt sick to my stomach because it finally clicked to me. On that night, I saw that black figure. A huge part of me believes that this was the man this whole time. Of course, I shared this info and my uncle was furious, but my mom and both aunts were understanding, saying that it wasn't my fault and that it was a mistake. Of course, chances are me seeing the black figure could have been a coincidence, or maybe it was him. To this day, the story is shared and it's usually told around parties. Not every, by my mom, aunt, and uncle. What is strange is how, even though the man was in the house staring at us sleep, nothing was rearranged or stolen. The guy was just obviously a creep. When I was in 3rd grade, the school held a general assembly for the parents. I went home while my mom was preparing for the assembly. I was supposed to stay in the house, but since I'll be alone, both Dad and Grandpa have work whilst my brother was in the daycare, I eventually went back to school with her. After I arrived at the school and entered my classroom, I saw my classmates inside preparing for a game they called Spirit of the Glass. Our teacher, along with my mom, left us in the classroom as they were about to head towards the meeting, which leaves us students inside. I planned on not participating in the game, since I'm a coward, but they already placed my name on the sheet of paper. Thinking that the ghosts might curse me if I wouldn't have participated, I finally joined them and sat on the floor in front of the paper. As far as I can remember, the paper contains our names written on every side and corners. My classmate used her little pink plastic cup and placed it upside down on the middle of the sheet. We eventually started placing their index finger on the cup when it suddenly moves on its own. The force was strong enough that I can't even stop it from moving. I know that it wasn't them who moved the cup since we're little kids, and who the heck would have forcibly moved it? I was both scared and angry, thinking I should have warned them not to play it before as the class representative. I kept on saying to stop whoever's doing it as the cup lands on my classmate's name. What's worse is that her name is besides mine. After that, we all ran away from our classroom, leaving the cup and paper behind. We caused a disturbance around the campus and the teacher started scolding us, saying that we should return to our room. They all had blank faces, plastered as we sat silently. Even one touch within their skins made them cry. I started scolding them, as the class rep of course, and one of my classmates reported it to the teachers. In the end, the papers were... My mom told me a few years ago that when I was just recently born, there was a shadow figure that she saw in her dreams. Apparently, it would leer over my crib, and one night she literally woke up screaming prayers. The last time she ever saw it was when she was getting ready to go to work. She saw the pitch black figure with red eyes, stiff in the snow. When she got in the car, it was gone. No footprints, nothing anywhere. She said she could always tell it was near when she smelled the scent of cigarette smoke. In 2018, I was cleaning out my basement near Christmas, and me and my mother found a picture of me from like 2006. The photo was, for the most part, normal, but upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a ghostly child in the photo. I made a post on 4chan's/X board and looked around in other places for an explanation about what the hell could have happened, but no one has an answer. Really creepy how it was the only one part of the picture too. I never got an answer, and it freaked the fuck out of my mom and aunt. Here's the photos, by the way, that he provided. That's spooky, but I'm pretty sure there's some explanation to it. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't seem like it's paranormal. It just seems like maybe some photo stuff was happening. Maybe it collected with another photo. I don't know. I remember one morning when I was really young, I was playing in the living room of my parents' old house by myself. I heard footsteps in the kitchen down the hall, but I didn't see anyone there, and I had thought that my mother was upstairs at the time. "Mom?" I called out, thinking that she had somehow passed by me without my noticing. Then someone's head quickly peeked around the corner and ducked back into the kitchen, making my little heart skip a beat. It wasn't my mom's face. It didn't even look like a human face. It was pale and almost featureless, like an old cartoon's ghost. I don't remember everything after that. I just know I ran to my mom and told her what had happened. She tells me now that I didn't want to leave her side for the rest of the day. I even dropped my favorite toy while she was going through Walmart and didn't stop to pick it up. I was too scared to step away from my mom for even a second. Looking back now, I have to think that I somehow imagined this ghost lady, as I had come to call it, that popped out of me. Mainly because I don't know why a real ghost would appear to me as a cartoon-looking character. My sister lives in that old house now, and if I ever visit her, I still try to stay away from the room where I got scared. Even if it was just my imagination, that place just holds a bad energy for me now. Well, when I was a kid, around 7 to 8 years old or something, I was really into creepypastas and the all-known horror games, Amnesia, Outlast, Resident Evil, and of course, Silent Hill. That's to say, I was especially a fan of the idea of the Slender Man. However, seeing, reading, and thinking about the stuff other people created was just not a hobby of mine, but of my cousin as well, who was at the time well around 16. So, one wintry night at around 7 p.m., we were sitting around in my room, main light turned on, talking about stuff we have seen and what we think about it. And, since I was just a kid, about the things I would see and or imagine at night. For example, while lying in bed, I always left my door open and had my desk lamp turned on until my parents would turn it off, for those things made me feel much safer. However, every time the lamp was on, it would create a dot of light in the room across the hallway, which was the bathroom. The light hit the wall just above and behind the door. With the way things were organized, it looked like a rather small Slender Man was hiding right behind the bathroom door, just a little bit of his head peeking just out to watch me. The first night I saw that, I was scared shitless, and kept myself awake for hours until my dad headed off to go to the toilet, at which point I finally figured out that there was no danger whatsoever. Other times, the moonlight would reflect multiple times between the wall and my radiator, until that light hit my closet. When I saw that, I would make it out to be ghosts trying to make contact with me. My helpful mind joked around that they were even talking to me, until I actually did hear voices in my head. After talking about that to my parents, they decided to put up some extra removable wall between the radiator and the wall, which of course would stop the whole act. The bathroom scene went on though, as I never told them about that. So, that night, while already being on the topic fitting it, I thought to myself, well, hey, it would probably be cool to show him that. So I turned on the desk lamp and joked, "Yo, see? There's someone watching you." He was really surprised, maybe even shocked, and ran out of my room, right to the door to look behind it. Of course, there was nothing. After a time of seconds, I went out, walked right over to him, and wanted to explain the trick. As soon as I entered the hallway, though, the main light in my room started to turn off all by itself in a flick of a second, which was a rare thing since that light always flickered for 3 seconds until it showed a steady light. But at first, I didn't heed it any mind, thinking that it was yet another trick in my head. As we both collected in the bathroom, staring behind that door, it hit us. He whispered to me, asking how I managed to turn off the light when I was already out of my room, since the only switch we had for that roof lamp was inside. I quickly replied, I don't know, must have hit it by accident. Nervously, we flipped the light switch over and over for a few seconds until we realized that the bulb must have broken down. The both of us were no experts of changing bulbs, though, so we headed downstairs to ask my dad if he could do that for us. First, however, he wanted to check if the lamp really was dead, so he slowly went upstairs with us, flipped the switch himself, and voila! The light worked perfectly. Thinking back, our idea is that it was the electricity having a bit of a problem reaching the lamp. Scary for us were the coincidences that we were just talking about stuff to creep us out, and that the light switch was, without us checking it, on the turned off side when my dad made sure that the bulb was broken. I've had small creepy things happen to me ever since I was little. Even after moving houses, small creepy things happen. Sorry if they're not that scary. When I was little, I used to have this small, thick, yellow plastic chair. I forgot how, but the chair ended up getting a hole in it. When my sister was little, she put coins in it, and they were really hard to get out, so we let them in there. When you moved or shake the chair, it would make a distinct noise as the coins moved inside. I remember hearing that distinct noise in the middle of the night, as if someone was shaking the chair. The chair was kept in our living room, by the way. I never questioned it, because this happened when I was so little, so I always shrugged it off as my parents playing with the chair, so I ended up forgetting about it as I grew up. It wasn't until my sister once brought up how she remembers hearing the chair shake at night, and that's when I got this cold, sickening feeling realizing I heard it too, and how stupid the idea was that my parents were playing with it. We asked our parents, but my mom doesn't have a good memory, and my dad is a heavy sleeper, so they don't recall hearing that. Another thing that happened in my old house was that my dad used to watch this ghost hunting show. Me being just a little kid, I was oddly creeped out about it, yet interested in what they did. With my little young head of mine, I thought it would be a good idea to contact ghosts like they would in the show. I grabbed a candle, who my father had already lit on earlier, and 2 toys of mine. One of them was a plastic banana and the other a plastic strawberry. I went into the kitchen, which at the time was dark. I set the candle in the middle and the 2 toys beside each other. I said out loud, "If anyone is here, then move my favorite toy." I said this with my eyes closed while thinking about the plastic strawberry. When I opened my eyes, I saw the strawberry right in front of me. Surprisingly, I wasn't scared, but rather excited to see that it worked, yet scared that my parents would find out. My mom didn't like the type of stuff at all, so I kept it to myself. Other stuff happened in the house, but I want to move on to the creepy things that happened to me in my current house. One day, my sister had to wash the dishes. The drying rack was quite compacted, so she didn't want to risk putting the last clean dish, which was a glass cup, in there in case of it falling. She ended up getting a napkin to put under the cup so she could place the cup in the counter to not wet it. She placed it relatively close to the middle. Fast forward to dawn, I went to the restroom to get my hairbrush when I heard glass break from the kitchen. I instantly thought someone in my family had broken something, so I went to the kitchen to see what mess they had made. To my surprise, I saw my mom sitting down at the dining table, looking down at the broken glass. I asked what happened, and she said that she didn't know. She was confused, just as much as I was. She asked my sister if she left the cup near the edge of the counter, and she said no. To back up her claim, the napkin was right where my sister had left it. The glass had not moved from that place until somehow it moved and fell down to the floor. To make things even weirder, the broken glass cup wasn't that near to the counter. It was relatively far from it, as if someone pushed it forcibly to land far from the counter. My last story for now, which is the scariest one for me. My friend had come over to my house, and her mom wanted to borrow a charger from us. I went to go grab my sister's extra charger from her room as my friends followed. The charger was plugged in behind this small drawer my sister had beside her bed. On top of the drawer was a small statue of the Virgin Mary. It was facing forward, by the way. As I went in to search behind the drawer to get the charger, in the corner of my eyes I see something move. I thought it was my friend fiddling around, but to my surprise, my friend was next to the door in complete shock. I asked her what, and she replied, "Didn't you see?" I told her no, and she points at the statue. It turned on its own. The statue was indeed now facing me, to the right. Some people might think it was an angel, or even the Virgin Mary herself, looking over me. But regardless of that, I was pretty scared. If you read this, thank you. Love your content, by the way. Hey, thanks a lot. I love you too. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that scary story session. That was very long, and I hope that it was worth your time. Hopefully we can do this again next year with double the amount of stories and hopefully another narrator, because this takes a long time. I love you guys a ton. Enjoy Traumathon, as there's only one day left. See you guys then. Good night, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finale of Traumathon 2. It's been a long time coming. Lots of promises were broken, but many more were fulfilled. This time around, I felt like it was only necessary to end off the month of trauma with something more uplifting, and maybe even wholesome. I'm of course talking about The Addams Family, a movie I've been watching every year on Halloween for the past 6 years. It's also a film I've considered to be possibly the perfect Halloween film. But how could that be possible when it's not even about Halloween? Well, why don't we go ahead and dive a bit deeper in order to understand. See, back in 1938, American cartoonist Charles Addams felt kind of bored with the average nuclear family at the time. The idealistic family of, one boy, one girl, a husband with the perfect job, and the wife who never complains. Well, screw that shit. How about we turn all that shit upside down? And so that's what he did with the Addams Family, making them out to be a very grotesque family who were fascinated, if not excited, by all things macabre and icky. Interestingly enough, however, they didn't start out as a family, just individual characters who happened to hang around each other. The first time they were ever seen was with Morticia and Gomez and this salesman trying to sell them a vacuum to their desolate, horrible home. These group of characters were known as Addams' ghoulish family, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the entire character lineup was a family, just that they belonged to Charles Addams, which, by the way, I gotta mention, this dude was super gothic. Like, gothism didn't really exist back in the 1930s or the 40s, but if you see his drawings, I mean, the dude is so classically dark and gothic, it is so beautiful. Like, his drawings are magnificent, and he even drew, like, gravestones and tombstones just for fun. Honestly, he was a dark dude and he loved everything macabre, and so it's only fitting that he made the Addams Family. The dude who was into the dark occult stuff was also the guy who made the Addams Family? Sure, I would not have seen him any different. But who were the Addams Family? They weren't a necessarily evil family, though their tricks may sometimes go too far. They were just a loving, caring family who sees things that are deadly, wicked, and evil as something to be fascinated and loved. Morticia was the matriarch of the family, very quiet, very reserved, kind, soft-spoken, but wicked and ghoulish all the same. Gomez was the patriarch, eccentric, deadly, always finds ways to entertain himself and the family, even if it endangers them, which they were very much enjoyed. Pugsley and Wednesday Addams were the son and daughter respectively, very rarely seen apart, always playing with their deadly toys, sometimes just straight up being weapons, and playing games together where Pugsley acts as the crash test dummy to all of Wednesday's devilish plots. Uncle Fester is the twisted, demented uncle that's always seen taking things to the extreme, being a massive masochist and always destroying stuff and himself in the process. Grandmama is a occultist witch who constantly brews potions, casting hexes, cursing everyone just for the fun of it. And then of course we have Lurch and Thing, the butler and handservant to the Addams family, both very loyal, if not a bit creepy. But that's okay. That's part of the reason why the Addams family loves them. The Addams Family, since the very start of their creation, challenged the norms of how we see the average American household. I mean, it's such a fantasy to think that every American home was just like the ideal nuclear family, which is seldom ever true. That's not to say most families are unhappy or miserable. It's just that most families can be happy without having most of the things that are quote-unquote normal that a family should have. That's what the Addams Family defied. They lived in a rundown, dirty, cobwebbed home, but they loved it and saw the cobwebs as decor and the creaky floors as charming. They were vicious, cruel, and violent towards one another, but that's not a bad thing. That's just part of the fun to them. They weren't a conventionally beautiful family. The Addams clan comes in all shapes and sizes. Cousin It is a blob of hair, for Christ's sake, and they still love the guy despite that. And I think for that reason, the Addams Family is, in many ways, the most wholesome cartoon family ever made. They're not at all dysfunctional. There's rarely ever a time they have conflict with one another. Pugsley and Wednesday, despite being little demon kids, are very respectful to their mom and dad. Gomez and Morticia also aren't horrible people either. They treat their guests and friends well. They're not all that selfish at all. It's also funny to realize that Gomez and Morticia legitimately love each other. Like, they cannot live without each other, literally. Every opportunity they get, they make out, hold one another, kiss each other, and they just don't care where they show their love. They're proud and happy to be in love with each other, and they don't mind people seeing that. And I say that's a funny thing because you got to keep in mind that the Addams Family is supposed to be an upside down, opposite day version of the contemporary perfect American household. So this means that in most nuclear families, showing affection to your spouse was just something people didn't really do, which is probably true considering how conservative and Christian Americans were back in the 40s. Now, with all that being said, the Addams Family, of course, found its success among the American audience, so much so it even affected the way people viewed the creator Charles Addams. Seriously, people actually thought that he was portraying himself in his own comics, like that's what his family actually was like. There were rumors that he slept in a coffin, that he had a guillotine in his house, that he received a straitjacket as a birthday gift and proudly wore it, that his own fans chopped up their fingers and sent it to him via mail. There were so many crazy stories about him, and then there was even one that's particularly famous where he apparently went crazy and drew this one comic of a ghoul that visited a maternity ward, and as it loomed over the babies, it told the nurse, "Don't bother wrapping it, I'll eat it here." This never happened, but due to his fascination with the macabre and his wonderful yet creepy art style, which is absolutely beautiful but totally dreary. I love it though, it's wonderful. People just assumed that he was that crazy. Keep in mind, that kind of humor back in the day would have been incredibly shocking, and I'm of course referring to the whole ghoul in the maternity ward comic. A monster eating babies? I mean, that's just incredibly shocking, and at worst, it was incredibly taboo, but it never really happened. Years later, and the Addams Family, while still one of the more unconventional families out there, is definitely not the more controversial. Yet, with success like theirs, it was only a matter of time that after many cartoons, TV shows, and comics, there'd be a movie. The Addams Family. Oh boy, what a wonderful film. By God, does it just capture the absolute wonderful energy and chilling vibe of Halloween, and with the important family values as well. The film features possibly one of the best, if not the best casting for the Addams Family ever portrayed. Angelica Houston perfectly captures Morticia's beauty and wit, while also portraying her reserved yet wicked nature. I love how her eyes are always highlighted, a somewhat tribute to Bela Lugosi's Dracula portrayal, where his eyes were always visible even in the shadows. Raul Julia has seemingly infinite energy when it comes to portraying Gomez, and I gotta say, no one, and I mean no one, has ever portrayed Gomez as perfectly as Raul. He's just such a master of charisma, and he steals the spotlight any chance he gets. Rest in peace, man. You were wonderful. And of course, Christopher Lloyd is Uncle Fester, and by God, what a weird role to see him as. It's like my brain wants to recognize him as Christopher Lloyd, but the way he plays Fester makes it almost seem like he is Fester, not Christopher Lloyd, seemingly always holding back, tensing up, always having this sort of devilish look on his face, like he's hatching something in his brain. He's just loving it. I mean, he has this role in the bag. I would talk more about the rest, but they have a much smaller role in the film by comparison, and even in the sequel, they're not really that important. Wednesday kind of glows up, but not really by that much. Regardless, they played these roles really well, and future renditions of the characters never really felt the same. I mean, did you know that there was also a rendition of the family where Gomez was played by Tim Curry? And this little kid who played Pugsley grew up to be the fedora guy? I'm not fucking kidding, that's him. It is hilarious. It's a fun little piece of trivia, but I really just didn't like the other portrayals that the Addams family soon had. It's not really my style, and I think it was done way better in the movie. But I am getting a little bit off track here. Let's talk about the film itself. The plot of this movie revolves around the Addams family. Duh. But they owe some sort of money or some sort of issue they have with this loan shark asshole that gypped them. Meanwhile, Gomez is lamenting the fact that his brother, Uncle Fester, has gone missing for 25 years after the two had a falling out with one another. I gotta be honest, as much as I love this movie, the main plot of the loan sharks or whatever was always my least favorite part. I hardly pay attention when they're around, and I don't say this too often, but that crazy mom character is an absolute bitch. Seriously, if you had manipulative parents, then this chick will infuriate you to no end. I was actually much more interested in the family themselves. After all, they are the main focus. The main bitch, named Abigail Craven, finds an opportunity to use her son Gordon to infiltrate the Addams family home in order to steal their riches and treasures alongside any other valuables, after Tully, the Addams family lawyer, sees a resemblance in both Gordon and the long-lost Uncle Fester, and so Gordon awkwardly transitions into Fester, matching Fester down to the very wrinkle. Soon after introducing him back to the family, Gomez is ecstatic and eagerly reintroduces him back into the family. It's almost like he was actually missing for like 2 months instead of 25 years. They pretend like nothing really happens. I mean, the chemistry Lloyd and Raoul bring with each character, I mean, it almost makes you feel like they really do have a lost, estranged connection with one another. It's funny because everyone except Gomez has some sort of suspicion over Uncle Fester, so he pretty much brutalizes Fester any way he can, thinking naively that he is Uncle Fester, not knowing what's really going on and that this is another man. But, I mean, technically in the ending, it's revealed that it really is Uncle Fester, but that doesn't really matter. At this point, he doesn't even know that. Yet, despite all of this, Fester does end up liking the Addamses, and eventually warms up to them, even teaching the kids about how to kill each other, showing them disgusting pictures of death and gore, and making a device for them to spew out blood in their class play. Seeing the family get together, being weird with one another, and having these little sadistic side gags always got a laugh out of me. My favorite part was when Morticia, after seeing Fester having trouble sleeping, guided him through the Addams family graveyard. As she passed by each grave, she described how each one died gruesomely, as if that were something to be proud of. The best one, however, was when she passed,
"Darling Uncle Imar, buried alive."
That always made me laugh, and I really don't know why. That moan, man, it just gets to me every single time. Honestly, the house the Addams family lives in feels, well, lived in. There's so many mysteries and wonders within the house. So many trapdoors, hidden rooms, cursed objects. It's like exploring a haunted mansion combined with a Dungeons and Dragons dungeon. I love it. While I've already said this, the family is possibly the best they've ever been portrayed, but I really just don't mean that in the sense that they look and act the part, but they're written like an actual loving, caring family. It's what I said previously. The family treats each other with respect and love. They don't care if one of them is a weirdo or psychotic. They love the imperfections that they have. The scene where they invite the more distant Addams relatives was fantastic, each one being weirder than the last. But but not a single moment was there ever a scene where they hated or shunned someone out in the Addams family. It's honestly wholesome just how well they treat each other. It reminds me of my family and just how imperfect we are. We don't really get along, but we're family nonetheless. I don't know how many of you out there don't currently live with your parents, nor how close you are to them, but I can tell you that I am the black sheep of my family. I'm the weird one. I'm always the outcast. And yet, when I visited my mom and dad 2 years ago after not living with them for nearly 3 years, I really felt like I was still at home. Sure, I gained a few pounds and I had a lot more facial hair, but I was still their son. My mom even made me meatballs, one of my favorite dishes of hers, which is crazy because I've never really told her that, yet somehow she knew that I loved it. If you could believe it, after I finished eating it, I told my mother that I loved her. It made her tear up. It was the first time I had told my mom that I loved her since maybe I was in elementary school. So probably 16 years ago, I want to say. It's not a common thing we say in our family. Yeah, we don't say I love you to one another, and when we do, it feels weird. But I really did appreciate what she made for me and the hospitality that she had given me alongside my father. Even though we never really talked that much, nor had we ever seen each other in a long time, nor have we ever seen eye to eye on many topics, she was still my mother. And my father is still my father. As is the rest of my family, is still my family. That's why I've watched this movie every single year, because this is a Halloween movie about family. And yeah, I know, it's not really a Halloween film. It doesn't even take place during Halloween, nor are there any pumpkins or anything of that sort. I mean, sure, it ends off on Halloween, so that kind of counts. But more than that, I feel this is a good Halloween film because, frankly, I think Halloween can be just about family and friends, as is something like Thanksgiving or Christmas. We always use Halloween as the perfect opportunity to get scared and dress up, hang out with friends, family, loved ones, carve a pumpkin with our mom and dad, brothers and sisters. We can go out trick-or-treating with them or with our friends, maybe even prank the neighbors or watch a horror flick with our loved ones. Halloween is, of course, about all the ghoulish things in the world, about the spooky stuff, about the traumas we endured, about all that nostalgic horror we faced. But Halloween is really, seriously, about unity. It's so much fun to hang with people during Halloween, just as it is fun to watch other people online having fun on YouTube or on Instagram during Halloween. There's nothing wrong with that. We're all connected by this wonderful, spooky little month. More than it is about Halloween, the Addams Family movie is about family and acceptance of who they are, no matter how long they've been gone, nor how much they've changed. There's even a scene where it seems like Fester has betrayed the Addams family, but Gomez and the rest of the family still believe in their heart that Fester still loves them, and doesn't really blame Fester, but blames the loan sharks more. It's really, and I know I've been using this word a lot, but seriously, I mean it, it's a wholesome, heartwarming movie, even if there are creepy, weird things about it. That's why I view The Addams Family as the perfect Halloween film, because it encapsulates everything about Halloween perfectly. It's got the creepy vibes, the dark tone, the ghoulish setting, the tributes to monster movies, and of course, the ever-loving, never judging, always caring, wonderful family values. Plus, if Die Hard can be considered a Christmas movie when it's not even about Christmas, why can't The Addams Family be about Halloween? There's one Halloween scene, and I think that's good enough, honestly. Speaking of which, happy Halloween, everyone. Hopefully you enjoyed this year's Traumathon. Special thanks again to Trey Watson for being a wonderful musician and having that wonderful intro music for this year's Traumathon. Thanks to Ducky3D for teaching me how to use Blender, and thanks to my wonderful girlfriend who has accepted me into her life and arms and has taught me that even a freak like me is worth loving. I'll see you all soon. Sorry if I didn't get to your suggestion. Traumathon will always be forever though. So long as spooky images or things or videos or movies or video games or whatever, as long as those things exist and they scare the ever-living shit out of all the kids of all generations, there will always be a Traumathon. Happy Halloween. Now go enjoy your candy, you little brats. I'll see y'all next year. I love y'all so much. Good night.